for a while. Low. Dense. For a while. Low. Dense. For a while. Low. Dense.
Hey everyone, William Show here, and we're here with the VCT Pacific preview show, where we're going to be able to talk about all the teams, what we saw at lock-in, and what we're looking forward to for the rest of the year. I have two of my best friends, right? At least in Valorant, not in the whole world.
Yeah, we'll give it that.
We got Seth and Clinton over here. You guys want to do a quick intro for the fans?
Hello, I'm Achilleos. That's it. That's all I got.
You are Achilleos, that is true.
I am paper thin, I think. I hope.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, lock-in just finished. You were there in Brazil. Let's hear your side first, because obviously we got to watch the games from home.
I'm in Sao Paulo, gorgeous. First time in Brazil, so that was a completely new experience for me, but a very grueling tournament for all of the casters, for the teams and whatnot. I mean, going through 32 teams was a pretty wild experience, but it was kind of like a once-in-a-lifetime thing, so it was great.
I know you watched a lot of it. You were doing a couple co-streams as well for the DRX games. What'd you think of the overall kind of results and the gameplay?
I think it was really good. I mean, it's really exciting to get to see like some of these teams who have been trying to put it together on like a short amount of time. To see what they're able to bring, to see some kind of, you know, teams that maybe overperformed versus what some of the expectations were, some that underperformed, those kind of things. So it's a good way to kind of kick off this whole season, this whole year.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of surprises as far as like teams that we had kind of expected to be a bit weaker. I mean, especially for Pacific, just because, you know, there's a lot of new faces and whatnot coming out from Pacific that really performed well beyond our expectations. So now the expectations are high, and hopefully the teams can cope with this much tension that they're going to have going into this league.
I think there's a lot more interest now in how do these teams perform, who's actually going to Masters. Let's talk about this. One of the teams I really want to talk about was Talon, right? They have that core, so everyone knew they were pretty good, but we weren't really sure what to expect coming into VCT VCT Pacific with maybe a couple of these player changes and also role changes that we saw coming into lock-in. Some people are saying like they could be top 2.
I mean, yeah, through the roof right now. Talon looked super clean, and I mean, very much challenged DRX in that alpha bracket when they finally got down to that last semifinals. So, wasn't sure what to anticipate. They looked okay in the offseason, but with the pickups of Jip Boys and Garnets, like they just completely fell into their roles and looked super comfortable. So I'm fully anticipating that they very well could be the second place team, if not challenging DRX, as they've already done it once with a little bit more time, with more practice scrimming around, against all the other teams in Pacific, as well as, the teams that are going to be in challengers from multiple regions. I think that there's a lot more growth that can be there for this team.
One maybe, kind of questionable thing that a lot of people are beating around the bush about is Patty Fan. Where does he fit in? Do you think they could look stronger with Patty Fan, or maybe do they have the answer with Garnets?
I could see if his wrist gets to a point where it's recovered enough that he could play, maybe he's going to play on very jet-specific maps, and then you flip Garnets in for maps like Fracture, like Lotus and whatnot, where you really want to have that race split as well. I could see that kind of being a bit of a rotation, but it really will come down to how much it adjusts the play style of the rest of the team.
So let's just jump all over the place, all right? Soldom and Detonation focused me. So I got to cast their games on the Korean side this time around. And I'll be honest, they underperformed. They were a team that underperformed compared to what I thought their roster looked like. The pieces just didn't seem to come together to a whole puzzle.
I think it was very clearly not the players playing at their peak. To my knowledge, this is also the first time that they've been able to play together as a full 5 on stage.
Yeah, because Suggest couldn't come,
Suggest was sick.
You're right.
So this is the first time they had everybody on stage, but that was not the level of play that we anticipate from those players. It's a little bit similar to like Team Liquid on the opposite side, for EMEA. Like there's clearly talent on this roster. I just think that it's going to take a little bit more time to have it really all come together. So I'm hopeful that they'll be able to improve before the start of the league.
Okay, let's have you guys pick one of the teams that you want to talk about the most. That's not DRX.
I'll let you go.
Damn, that was my whole list.
Yeah, I was just like, I was only going to talk about
that's
DRX.
all I want to talk about.
No, I mean, just because we're kind of on the topic of DFM, it's a team that needs to find their identity and really find their groove and whatnot. I think one of the other ones that's kind of like that in the league is going to be RRQ.
Oh, okay. This went a different direction than I thought.
Is taking a very good approach about how they're supporting this roster. They're giving them great facilities and whatnot to practice in, and they're also not setting like the highest of expectations on these players, because while they do have those veterans in Tevital and Flipscheider, they also have these 3 new players. So they're not going out the gate and saying like, you guys have to hit first. We got to be a dominant force. They're saying like, you know what, like this is going to be a longer term project and whatnot. We are going to be building up these players to become a very scary team within the region. So I like the approach. They're putting as little weight on the shoulders of these young rookies as humanly possible to make them feel as comfortable as possible.
All right. Speaking of projects, I think this one everyone around the world agrees on is Global Esports.
I'm really hopeful for them in the future because they've shown a lot of promise here. So I think that as time continues to go on, you build up those synergies, they could be a very scary team that's contending for the top 4.
And I've heard from a lot of different teams across a lot of different
word
regions.
on the street.
Word on the
All
street
right.
is GE is pretty damn good. Like they're really good. And this is like a lot. I've heard this now from multiple different regions, multiple different teams, that they are really good when you play against them like offline. Okay, so I got the team I really want to talk about.
Okay.
There were some big roster changes that were just announced with this team. Gen G. First of all, I was excited about this team even before the roster changes. But now with Sylvan and Goddead coming in, Sylvan in particular, I am super excited about. I think he's the second best controller in Korea behind Mako. Just an unbelievable talent. He's so clutch. He's got a lot of those same kind of characteristics that some of the best controllers in the world have, where he's cagey, he's smart, and he's also reliable as a guy who you can have as not just a side anchor, but who can come in and win you rounds when things look bad. So I'm really excited about this. I was already excited about them. I think TS is doing a wonderful job shot calling with this team. Bale's a great coach. Meteor, of course, we know he's a known quantity as a duelist, a very, very talented player. I think this team is going to surprise. I'm really, really looking forward to them playing this year.
I mean, one of the things that I wanted to see the most from Gen G at lock-in was how King was going to perform. Because we saw some ups and downs from him when he was playing on Slayers, and it was just like, okay, has he not really found the groove? Now here, I mean, granted, we only have to see them play one series.
Yeah, also
versus
in Loud series.
But it was also an incredible matchup.
Yes.
And they were able to push Loud in ways that we had never really anticipated. And King was a really big part of that. His Viper that he was playing on Pearl was just nasty. And it's good to see that King is back to just kind of being the king of side anchors. I think with Bile there being the coach, this is going to be a team that you have to watch out for that could definitely be challenging for the crown in the Pacific League. So, I mean, I definitely have my eyes trained on these guys.
DRX, did they perform better, worse, or exactly as you thought they would?
I would say slightly worse.
Slightly worse.
Slightly worse.
Slightly worse.
Okay.
Slightly worse.
I thought they'd get to the finals.
I thought they were pretty favorites to make it to the finals, if not win the whole thing. Granted, Fnatic looked terrifying, so if they had gone up against them, who knows how the hell that goes. But there was definitely a lot of shakiness from them that I kind of didn't really anticipate, given that they have played in front of a large crowd at this point. So I thought that they would be able to deal with that a little bit better, but we did see a decent amount of inconsistency from them. Again, that really slow start to the series, having to be in a position to reverse sweep again, much like we saw from them versus Optic. It's really rough. They need to be able to have stronger starts to these sets rather than being put in the position consistently.
Now the good news is that with the kind of combining of all these teams from all these different areas in Asia into one, kind of unit, it's going to force DRX to be better, right? Yeah. This is going to be the best challenge that DRX has had, and it is going to make them be better because we know the talent's there. We've seen it. We know that this team has maybe the 5 best players in Pacific right now in almost every role that they play.
Potentially the best controller in the world.
Easily the best controller in the world.
People
Hands
are
down.
comparing that. Yeah.
Hands down. Yep.
Mako's best controller in the world.
Period.
Okay. All right. Another team I know you like to talk about, Clinton, is the Boomer team, right? Team Secret. Listen, they say it themselves, all right? I'm not ashamed. I mean, it's a fact.
This is why we get along, especially Jesse and Dubstep. Like, he and I get along really well because we're all over the age of 30. Yeah. But I love these guys. They're super nice guys. And, they haven't been great last year. If we're just being perfectly honest, it was not the year they wanted last year at all. No. And I did not have high expectations for them, and it's not to do with anything that in terms of who they are as players or anything like that. It's just the results from last year weren't good. Yeah. And so this year, I was like, well, I don't know. Let's see what they do. And they came in, they look great, especially Jesse Vash. Like, he looks rejuvenated. He's incredible.
Yeah. And he's calling as well. So, I mean, at Lock-in, just in general, a lot of these IGLs seem to have upgraded overall in both their calling and their aim. But I was impressed with Jesse as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of things with Jesse really impressed me. Not just he's obviously been an IGL for a while for the team. He's been a multi-esport pro across tons of different esports. Like, he is the absolute esport journeyman. But beyond that, he's the oldest player on the team. And now he's leading by example. This is what I think is really important for Secret, and what gives me a lot of confidence for Secret this year is that Jesse's leading by example. He's coming out there and he's not only calling good games, but he's playing out of his mind. His aim is improved. He's clearly putting in the work and the time behind the scenes, and he looks really, really good this year. So I think that's great for all the young players they're bringing in and kind of the future of Team Secret as they go on in the future of the VCT.
Yeah. Let's talk about T1, another team that only got to play one series.
There's two things that I really took away from their series. One was that Furia were way better than I anticipated.
Well, yes, Furia was very good.
Ending up taking that Fnatic into overtime in the next series as well on Haven was a really good showing from Furia. Second thing that I learned, Carpe, very good. Very damn good at playing this game. His aim is looking crisp. He was the biggest question mark going into this tournament about how he was going to perform. He showed up in this event, and it looked like he was the only player on T1 that showed up at this event. He was absolutely the best player that they had in that lobby, which is surprising to say, considering that you have so many career Valorant players now in Zeta and Munchkin.
Yeah, if all of these gears start clicking together for T1, this could be a very scary team. Could be second or third best team in the Pacific region, I think. Because, we've seen what Saya Player is capable of when he was on the guard. We've seen what all these players have been capable of on different teams. Now it's just getting all the, like I said, all the gears clicking together so that it functions as one engine and they can all roll with it.
The way you put it, I do agree with that, right? Where the biggest question mark has now become a solid foundation. And so the other known quantities, they just have to kind of get back into the groove, and hopefully they can perform. Obviously, a lot of people, there's still hype around them just because of not just the brand, but the player names, like Saya, like Munchkin. These guys have proven themselves before. So
we just talked about Zeta. Zeta was on Cloud9. Cloud9, you know who they played against? PaperX. Let's talk about PaperX.
Oh, okay.
This is, again, a painful tournament. This is the second time now that we've kind of walked away expecting great things out of PaperX, and they've been falling flat. They need to actually play more standard Valorant, is what I'm starting to kind of realize here, because they continue to show some really neat ideas. The walls on Lotus to be able to go ahead and get that quick pick, taking down the Neon and everything. Those were neat, but then they're just so all over the place. I need to see more structure, because we know what they're capable of, and I desperately want to see them get back into that structure.
And I think this gives us a good segue into another team that has a similar story arc, right? Zeta.
Zeta Division. I want to talk about the most important thing, which was actually Benkai's walkout.
I was going to do that too. You shut the hell up.
Yeah, how dare you skip the actual core of the show?
I'm sorry, yeah.
Which him and Bosker have to compete. How many costumes does he bring? Does he bring just 10? I mean, what are they going to look at? Do you think he's going to do walkouts every time?
Probably.
Even in Seoul, just every week after week.
Yeah, knowing
I would
Benkai.
love to. Have you guys ever guessed his walkout correctly?
No. Not even
How are you
close.
gonna know what that?
That guy, I don't know what that guy's thinking any moment of the
I mean,
day.
when he did the snail,
that is unbelievable. That is just.
That was
he also,
impressive.
He committed to it for so long.
For a very long time. I thought he would give up, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, if you're gonna do it, this is the way you do it. You do it all the way to the end. But now we can talk about the boring things again. Can we talk about the actual game in the league again? What did you want to talk about?
Well, I was going to say a team that had a similar story arc to Paper Rex,
Yes.
right, where they played really well at one event last year. All of a sudden, the hype and the hopes for this region and this team were through the roof, and that's Zeta Division, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, a team that I was so enamored with, I was so happy for, like, to see a Japanese esports team perform like this at that level. They're a team that has a lot of great personalities. You can see how much they care. I mean, you see Laz, getting so emotional after so many of their games and things like that. They looked like they just hit this amazing groove, and they were going to be the banner carriers for Japanese esports going forward. Since then, though, it's kind of fallen apart. They just haven't looked like the same team since Reykjavik last year.
I think that this has been a pretty big hit to some of the shifts that they made in who's playing what, as well as the meta right now, because with Chamber out, it's so many teams scrambling. So many teams scrambling to figure out, what are we going to do. Laz had been that guy for most people who are paying attention. Like, Laz has been the one that has really taken that team by, taken the world by storm on that team that was able to give them that deep run. He needs to be able to find his groove and get comfortable as well. If he's not feeling comfortable, if he's not thriving, then I feel like the whole system is going to suffer.
Yeah, for Zeta, I think they just need to have that confidence and that faith in each other.
I think it's just going to take a little bit more time. But
So-
it's another team where it's like the talent is known. It is there. We can see it. We have seen it. Just we need to have the stars align once again.
Yeah.
We need to find the players, find their groove, and then they can make it. Because, I mean, just imagine Masters Tokyo, Zeta's there. They make
In
the
the
top
Oh,
three.
it'll be, dude.
They're
Yeah.
there. That would be one of the most electric crowds. I mean, you want to talk about Brazil with Loud performing.
Which
I
is
think
also
that
very crazy to see, just the support and the.
I think Japan with Zeta there would be even more electrifying.
Now, everyone's favorite thing about esports. Let's do some spicy takes. For me, Clinton, you might have already had one, calling T1 getting top 4 within 23. Do you agree that that's a hot
He
take?
said potentially second as well.
Well,
did you see that?
No, I said top 3. I said third. I think
thought
I
you
put the highest.
roll the
Okay,
tape.
wait, no, okay. Maybe I did that, but I think third. I think third is doable for them at
do
their
think
peak.
that's pretty
at their
hot.
peak. At their peak.
If there was like a spicy level of 1 to 10, I'd say that's like an 8.
I think my hotter take is I think actually Gen G is going to be second.
Is that a hot take because they're getting second and not first, or is it a hot take because they're getting second and not
I think a lot of
lower?
teams would place like Paper Rex or I don't know, maybe even Talon now with how they played at Lock-In
okay.
ahead of them.
I
So
see.
I mean, that's what I'm hearing. Scuttlebutt on the street is a lot of people would say Paper Rex is the second team. I don't think so. I think Gen G is going to be second. Well, then what's your hot take? I haven't heard anything spicy out of you yet.
Global top 4.
Okay.
I think that Global Esports can make a top 4 run. I think breaking into the top 3 might be a little bit too difficult, but I think that over the course of this season, given what we saw, given the caliber of player that they have, I think that they'll be able to make a run into the top 4.
You know what? I think Sugar Zero might be able to prove himself as like a top IGL within Pacific by the end of the season. It's going to take some time, and if that happens, that should hopefully translate to Zeta Division getting to Masters, and then we'll be able to see them on an international stage again. So that's what I'm going to put. I'm going to put my hopes in Sugar Zero.
I think it's definitely possible. I think that he is that caliber player that can make it happen. We just have to see it in practice.
Yeah. So let's talk about our first week matchups. Obviously, every team's going to play each other at least once, but we're going to open with some big matches. And I think, as everyone would have wanted to, the very first opening match is going to be DRX versus Zeta. DRX and Zeta, they both had some high rankings last year. Predictions?
DRX. It's going to be DRX.
Yeah.
Just given the consistency from DRX, they continue to place incredibly well at every event that they go to. I think that if Zeta comes out and they can beat DRX,
Well, yeah.
oh my God,
Well,
That'd be
yes.
huge.
that would be
Yeah.
one of the biggest upsets that we've seen in a very, very long time.
But then the very second match, I believe, on the opening day, this should be a fun one because it's going to be a battle of 2 Korean Jets that haven't had a chance to play against each other. It's Global Esports versus T1.
Man, this is really tough to call
this
for
one's
me.
a tough one.
I think GE is a little bit better pound for pound overall right now, but that can change really quickly either way.
And then on day 2, we're going to have Paper Rex coming in. They're playing as Destination Focus Me. Both teams that I think now need to prove themselves again after their performances of Lock-In. Who's winning this one?
I think it's got to be Paper X, just given the history of the team, given that they've stayed together. It's still the same 5-man core. DFM, there's a lot of improvement I think that needs to happen. So if they do beat Paper X, be an insane upset.
Yeah, Paper X. I go with Paper X. But I think it'll be decently close, I think.
Okay. And then it's going to be the two of the Southeast Asian teams going up against each other. It's going to be Talon versus Team Secret. This one, I think a lot of people will favor Talon, and I'm going to take the safe route. I think Talon's winning this one, but I think probably a close match.
I think Team Secret. I'm going to go with Team Secret. I think I'm a little bit kind of riding the hopium, I guess, with Team Secret.
I'd favor Talon here, just given that they were able to push DRX a little bit harder, and I think that Secret, again, they need to show us a little bit more, considering that Liquid looked very out of sorts.
And then on day 3, the last day of week 1, it's going to the two teams that haven't played a match yet, coming into Pacific. It's Gen.G versus RQ, and I'll go ahead and say I do think RQ is going to put up a strong fight. Gen.G probably still wins, but I think RQ is going to shock a lot of people swinging out the gate right off the bat.
I think they definitely can, and I think that they put up a slightly stronger performance, especially in their second map at lock-in. So clearly, with the veteran presence on this team, there's a lot of hope for them to be able to do well. It's more about how well can they build up and guide these 3 rookie players that they have. I agree. I think that there's potential for them to make this competitive, but I would have to go with Gen.G.
Just before we wrap up, I mean, how do you think Pacific's going to do overall, not just at Masters, but by Champions? You think Pacific's really going to continue to prove to everyone that this might be the strongest region?
This is our year.
I'm on record saying this, that I think DRX is going to be in the finals at Champions this year.
It's an inevitability.
Yeah, DRX is going to be in the finals, but then it's going to be another Pacific team, and they're going to win.
See, that would be the best. That would be the absolute prime timeline right there.
I mean, that'd be crazy. Whichever team wins. Right?
It's going to be DRX versus Sentinels in Los Angeles, and everyone's going to be there wearing their Sentinels jerseys. Go,
Koreatown's going crazy in LA.
And then Buzz is just going to dash and blade storm all over their faces, and it's just going to be a slaughter.
I mean, again, it'd be great to see not just yours, but any Pacific team in a finals. That's the next step, right? We've seen Pacific teams get 3rd place countless times now. So to see them in the finals and actually win, right, and getting to the finals a 2nd time would be absolutely thrilling, I think, for the entire region and all the teams involved.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Yeah, thanks so much for having us here. For everyone watching, don't forget to tune in. We're going to kick off VCT Pacific on March 25th, and then we're live every weekend until we finish the top 3 who'll be going to Masters Tokyo. We'll see you there.
one of us. You are not one of us. Coming unstoppable. You are not one of us.
Welcome to the Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. Today is the day. It's the kickoff event of the international leagues across the globe, but especially here in Seoul, South Korea. We've got 10 teams representing 8 countries across the region. I'm Victoria, and with me at the desk today, I've got 2 well-known faces in Korean esports. It's an honor to be here with you guys today. We've got Tasteless and Will Cho. How are you guys?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be here. Finally, VCT Pacific is here. Obviously, Valorant has been blowing up all over Asia, but we had each of the regions siloed before. So we saw a competition that was fierce across all of Asia, but now for the next 2 months, they're going to be down here, battling it out. We're finally going to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a long time coming, right? Especially, obviously, we have 3 regions now, so a lot of grouping up together, but especially for the Pacific region, we've been separated into all the different sub-regions of APAC, and then Korea, and then Japan. So now for all of us to get together and really see who's at the top of Asia, at the top of Pacific, this is an exciting moment.
And I think something that's so cool about this is that this has become such a global game now. I mean, historically we would think of Korea, the big esport hub, but now it's really going to be challenged here. We have teams all the way from India to Indonesia into Japan even that are going to be competing.
And I have to say, what I really love about VCT and Valorant is that we've seen the rise of APAC. Southeast Asia has really come up and form these rivalries with Korea, with Japan. And we're going to see some of those games this weekend, which I'm so excited for. But before any of that, let's talk about Valorant. Let's talk about the patches. There are some changes that's going to bring a lot of unexpected plays.
Yeah.
I mean, first and foremost, there's Gecko, the introduction of a brand new agent. I mean, is this going to change the meta again?
I think so. It might take some time, right? Just because what Gecko brings is so new, the way all of his abilities work, all of them are actually somewhat unique, not just to Valorant, but actually just to traditional FPSs as well. The way, obviously, Wingman, Little Bro, everyone likes to talk about Little Bro, Wingman being able to plant or defuse the spike changes how you have to expect executes or even retakes happening throughout a round.
Yeah, Gecko is a really exciting agent to look at here. One thing that I guess
he is very exciting to look at. He's got neon hair.
He definitely looks cool. But beyond that, I mean, the fact that he can recycle his abilities, it's going to be interesting to see just how powerful this can actually be. If you're able to infiltrate a site, succeed with your kit, and then regain that and possibly reuse that, it could be extremely strong. At the same time, that temptation to maybe try to commit to aggression because you do want to try to get that kit brought back, that could maybe lead to some overextension. So it looks like it's a cool agent, but it's also going to be tough to play. You got to really know what you're doing, and you got to execute well.
I mean, it's a. I don't know. Do you think it's an overpowered agent at the moment? Do you think he's balanced?
You know, I've spent some time or as much time as I can trying to play Gecko. There certain aspects, like I know a lot of people are talking about, well, he can use his ult twice in a round. Like it definitely sounds OP on paper. I think the jury's still out though, right? Because like Nick said, to gain that advantage, you actually have to commit. You have to follow through in this level of aggression that is very different from the previous versions of Valorant. But now, then you could also use Gecko's kit very passively, right? You can just keep throwing up that Dizzy just to get intel of that corner right around you, just to refresh like every 10 seconds. So it changes how you expect the timings of a round to play out.
And I think also to point out, you know, you don't have to try to regain it. I mean, I think it makes his kit a little bit weaker, but it's going to be cool to see how each of the different teams and the players on those teams try to use Gecko, if they do go and use Gecko right away. We should point out that some regions are more conservative than others on their agent picks. Maybe they want to try to use the comps that they've really been practicing for months and months before coming into this. But I have fingers crossed. Maybe we get a Gecko play today.
Listen,
would love to.
DRX brought out the Harbor comp on
Yeah.
Icebox at lock-in, right? So maybe DRX brings out the Gecko comp today. Who knows, right?
I would love to see that come up. And you know what? We also had some nerfs happen recently. I think this happened while the boys were in Brazil. We got a nerf on the turret and Killjoy's lockdown. Speaking of Gecko's util, I believe he's the only one right now that can bust Killjoy's ult.
Yeah, he's the only one that can reliably do it with his own abilities without always having to combo it through. Of course, Raze's paint shells, if you really land them perfectly, can get close to that. But Gecko's the only one also with that area of effect, which is huge on that mosh pit.
It's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, but the Killjoy's nerfs, I think it's been a long time coming. I mean, we saw it at Lock, and Killjoy was the must-have pick across all roles on every map. And then on the other side, Raze's Boombot being shorter, a lot of people were concerned that maybe 10 seconds to 5 seconds is too short, but we're gonna finally get to see as VCT Pacific kicks off, is it really too weak, or maybe was Raze really a bit too strong on that side of Duelist where she could also get so much intel?
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see a lot of exciting plays today. We did see a little preview at Lock-In in Brazil, and I think there were some really notable players that we should probably point out and talk about. A little bit of unexpected high performance from these guys.
I mean, this is already just such an exciting region. It's hard to even pick, who to feature here because there are so many good ones, but we absolutely had some killer players come into this, no doubt.
That's right. So DRX, I mean, it's a very strong team, but instead of our usuals, I want to point out RB. RB was quite surprising in Lock-In.
Yeah, I think RB, again, he's had his ups and downs in the past, especially when he used to be the main duelist. But ever since he's switched over to the flex, and then a lot of times, sometimes he was kind of pushed down into the whole spike duty whenever they were playing on Icebox with the Sage, things like that. And now he's really found his ground as the Sentinel / Flex. And he's really proven that if he's given the time to learn an agent, he'll learn how to work around that agent's utility to even further his aim potential and his own mechanical skill.
Yeah, this is a really exciting player. I'm starting to feel like he's kind of the Flex of Korea itself. And I think that some players, they pick up on games a little bit later than others. Obviously, he was always really good, right? He was on DRX. But the fact that he's been able to play in so many different play styles and really innovate on so many different agents, he's definitely somebody you want to watch for here for VCT Pacific.
I mean, he's really brought them amazing, stunning wins in Lock-In that just blew our minds, especially this particular C9 game. This was incredible. But, I want to point another Korean player, King from Gen G. Gen G, we saw their debut, their international debut, so to speak, in Brazil. Let's talk about King.
Yeah, I mean, look, King, I've had the opportunity to cast this guy over the past 2 years here in Korea, and I'm always blown away at his ability to defend the spike site, even if he's solo against multiple agents coming in at once, or if they manage to secure the spike site like they're on the attacker side, get that locked in. He's so good at shutting down anybody coming in, and really, I feel like this is one of my favorite Killjoy players in the whole world.
Yeah, and the fact that now he was able to put up those same performances on those other agents, like the Viper, sometimes even the KEO, it just shows that he's now also had the time to learn these other agents. His biggest flaw, perhaps, last year when he was on Slayers was he was still such a good anchor, but he couldn't keep up with the Chamber meta, right? Everyone was playing Chamber as a Sentinel. He couldn't really pick that up, so he was always kind of pushed down into this tier 2 of Sentinels just because of the meta. But now that the meta shifted and he's expanded his agent pool, he's been a great player to watch.
And I want to point out one more guy. Now, Talon in general, not just Garnets, but Talon really surprised me. I think a lot of us were questioning without Patipan there with, he was getting his wrist surgery done and Garnets needed to fill in, but Talon really performed as well at Lock-In.
Yes, the big question for Garnets and kind of the pressure he had to deal with was, can he fill the shoes of the superstar Pat or Patipan? And if anything, he's outgrown them, right? I mean, he was putting up so many individual highlights, but on top of that, the way he was playing, the awareness he had to buy space, create space for his team, he wasn't just popping off getting multi-kills, but he was getting impact kills that affected how the rest of his team could maneuver around the map, both on attack and defense.
He's a really exciting team player. It's so cool to see that he played so well just as a new addition. Originally Valorant, we had a lot of pro gamers that were sort of grandfathered in from other tactical shooters, but now we have a lot of these new young guys that are here, and it's so exciting to see somebody like this player playing so well. Of course, Thailand, Valorant, esports blowing up there. I think we're going to have a lot of Thai fans super excited to see this guy playing in this event.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how the Thai teams play. In fact, I mean, I'm just excited for Pacific in general. It's so crazy. We have these like long-standing rivalries, as I mentioned, representing 8 different countries. I know we have a lot of Korean players here, but I mean, who are you guys really excited to see?
You know, I gotta say, actually, 2 teams that we're gonna see today, Global Esports and T1, those are 2 teams I'm very excited about just because on the roster, I mean, those are 2 teams where the potential's there, but we don't really know how high it goes yet. So maybe at the end of Pacific, we're gonna see 2 completely different teams after they've really grown.
I'm excited to see all these Southeast Asian teams that you wouldn't typically think of if it was 5 or 10 years ago in esports. Places like the Philippines, places like Indonesia. It's so cool to see this getting more and more global. And, you know, in those countries, there's so many great players. There's so much promise. It's going to be cool to see how they compare to regions like Korea, which have historically really dominated Asia entirely.
I have to tell you, representing Southeast Asia, we are all fans of Korea and Japan gaming and esports, but then I'm so proud of the boys here today. So, you know, this is the very first VCT Pacific, so we want to talk about the format and how it's going to work over the next 8 weeks. We're going to listen to Will's voice explain in this next video.
Hello VCT fans, VCT Pacific is finally here. As we launch this new layer to Valorant Esports, we're making some very exciting changes to our 2023 format that will bring our competition and entertainment to a whole new level. Without further ado, let's get into it. VCT Pacific 2023 will consist of 10 teams from across Asia Pacific, Global Esports from South Asia, Talon Esports from Thailand, PaperRex from Malaysia and Singapore, RRQ from Indonesia, Team Secret from Philippines, Detonation Focus Me and Zeta Division from Japan, and DRX, Gen.G, and T1 from Korea. These 10 teams will battle it out to be the very first to lift the VCT Pacific Trophy in Seoul, South Korea. League play will be a best-of-3 single round robin over 8 weeks. From March 25th, VCT Pacific will be live on every Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. League play will be capped off with a Super Week, where we will have 5 consecutive days of matches to finalize the top teams that will advance to the playoffs. During playoffs, the top 6 teams from League play will compete in a double elimination bracket across 6 days. All matches will be best of 3, except the lower finals and grand finals, which will both be best of 5. The top 3 teams from VCT Pacific playoffs will earn a spot for Masters Tokyo. After Masters, VCT Pacific teams will once again compete for the final ticket to Champions during the last chance qualifiers. The LCQ will give Pacific teams that did not auto-qualify into Champions one last opportunity to make it to the biggest stage in Valorant Esports. Good luck to all the Pacific teams. We're so excited to bring VCT Pacific's aces, clutches, and thrifties to your screens. We'll see you there.
Super cool. Really looking forward to this. You know, I want to talk about the teams now. We've got 10 teams. And even though we're all in the same region, a lot of them still had to travel a ways to set up here. And it's been quite complicated. So, you know, it's been 1 month since Brazil, and that seems like, you know, sufficient time for these teams to practice. But, you know, talking to some of these teams and finding out some of them actually haven't gotten a lot of practice times, which I wonder how that's really going to play out here. I know PaperRex, Zeta, and Global Esports, and, you know, had complications with visa issues, just getting here, setting up their... I had to go through the same thing, too. I can't imagine how these players are doing it. Some of them didn't even have PCs for a while. Yeah, so here we go with the 10 teams. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see how they perform. I mean, it's interesting because Valorant, you know, it came out in a pandemic, right? Everything was online, and it really came down to just being in your element in that moment at home. But now they're here. Travel is a major factor. Getting set up in a new country is a major factor, and it's going to be an interesting 2 months to say the least.
And on top of that, we can see
we've had some teams go through some big changes in rosters, right? Gen G looked pretty good against Loud if you really go back and look at the VOD, even though they lost 2-0. But now they've added Sylvan and Goddead. Sylvan was one of those players that a lot of people thought was the up-and-coming controller after the discovery of Mako on DRX. And then Goddead, perhaps the most perfect six-man you could have, a very flexible player. And then T1 and Paper Rex as well. I think obviously Paper Rex's addition was the latest news. Something coming over from the Japanese Challenger League and now joining Paper Rex as another amazing fragger. I mean, he's sometimes putting up like 30, 40 bombs in a best of 3, so that should be insane. Also, Intro coming into T1. T1 is one of those teams that perhaps needed a lot of time to really make the chemistry work. He's been at it, he's a great player, but how much time have they really had? Because they have to play today in the opening match.
Yeah, this is crazy that this is happening today. I mean, something as well from Paper Rex literal days ago that they just announced it. I also want to just quickly announce happy birthday to Jason from Paper Rex. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday. Hope you're watching comfortably at home. You don't have to play today. Yeah, so I'm really excited. Let's talk about the schedule now. So again, today, game 1 is going to be a big one. We've got DRX versus Zeta.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting one. DRX claims they are the strongest in the region. I think it's fair to say they probably are, but if Zeta is able to take them here today, that would be huge. Korea, Japan, there's always a rivalry there.
In
any
anything.
game, any sport, anything, okay? But DRX, look, they've come into VCT Pacific here claiming that they are going to show that they are still the best, still the most dominant, and still deserve the most respect. But Zeta's looking strong. They've been taking this very seriously. They've been reflecting a lot on how they can improve their play, and it should be a really exciting match.
Yeah, and then on top of that, again, Global Esports and T1, two teams that I think when you look at individual roster, everyone's been excited about, but they have a lot to prove in terms of chemistry. But hey, for all of our APAC fans, I mean, tomorrow's a big APAC day, right? You've got Paper Rex playing against CFM, and then Talon versus Team Secret, trying to really show who's on top from coming over from the APAC region. That should be exciting as well.
And last but not least, we have RQ.
RQ and Gen G, yeah.
On the last day.
One team with 2 R's, one team with 2 G's. It's going to be a little confusing, but yeah, they'll be playing on Monday as well for that one match day.
And that's going to be another exciting one. And we're going to be on again every weekend for the next 2 months, so be sure to join us. It's going to be some insane matches.
I know. Well, before any of that, before we get to our very first game, we will go to a short break, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm so excited for Game 1. I mean, we're on home turf for DRX right now. You guys must be super excited as, like, you know, the Korean reps. How you feeling about the game? I know a lot of people...
I just want to say, I just want to chime in for all the APAC fans. You know what? I think it's anyone's for the taking this time around for VCT Pacific, okay? DRX, who knows? Maybe they'll lose. Who knows? No one knows who's the best in Asia right now, so it's anybody's. But I am excited just for us to start again, right? To have some regular Valorant, for some regular VCT going every weekend. This is exciting.
It's funny because Valorant in Japan just exploded, and nobody really expected that to happen. Okay, historically, Japan just didn't really get that into shooters.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's so big. We've seen stadiums fill up. At the same time, they're going to be down here playing live in front of a Korean audience. That's going to be very different for a Japanese team to be basically playing in front of a bunch of fans who are rooting for them to fail. So it should be a really crazy, exciting match.
That's right. They had a match back in December in Japan. But, I mean, they're here in Korea now, so we're going to see how this goes. We got DRX. The lineup, you might notice something, like viewers there, something's a little bit different. So we're going to see a little debut.
Yeah, Foxy9, finally. People have been clamoring to see him in an official match. Now, we have seen him play in some of these third-party events or these show matches during the off-season, and he looks great mechanically, but you could tell that the team was really just experimenting with different things, trying to give Foxy9 some time on stage. And then at lock-in, I remember when we were casting on the Korean side, we kept hearing from Termi, today I considered again if I should let Foxy9 play or not. Every match, it went down to the wire whether he was playing in the roster or not, but eventually they finished lock-in without ever putting Foxy9 on stage. Now he's playing in the opening match.
And, you know, this is a guy, he's obviously very new, but they're really saying that he might be like the apex predator of the team if he just comes out and does what he needs to do. So it's pretty cool that on a day that is honestly so important for DRX against a team that I think really is a threat compared to some of the other teams that they picked Foxy9 to come out.
Yeah. With that, let's talk about Zeta too. Let's see their lineup for today. We got their usual 5-stack.
Well, taking a look at DRX's records, I guess, prior to that at lock-in, of course, the highest record they had in terms of the Pacific region, going all the way to the semifinals, where, you know, they did eventually lose. Now, I think the biggest thing to point out is, sure, they had victories, but they always had a slow start, right? It was always 2-1, 2-1, and then 2-3. They always went to match point, which, on some ways, you could say, yeah, it shows their good mental strength. But in other ways, you could also say, well, if they only just won the first set every time, they could get 2-0s. Right?
It's a good point. Like, a win is a win, but also if the win's always really close, you know, that can say something else as well here. So I don't think this is necessarily going to be that close of a match. I do think DRX should be able to take this one-sided lead, but we may be in for a surprise here.
Yeah, I mean, again, whenever they got going, you could see the classic DRX color, and then on top of that, one of the biggest questions I have for today's roster Foxy9 is playing is, Buzz has learned whenever he was playing that Jet to now create these wild card moments where he was driving in and getting those kills. Can Foxy9 do the same for the rest of the roster today? Against Zeta Division, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I would like to see how much that's actually going to impact without Buzz. This is the first time Buzz is not playing with them. So yeah, let's go back to Zeta. We're a Japanese team, the Japanese #1 team for a long time now, and like you were right, while DRX is very strong and they perform so well in lock-in, Zeta has proven their assault in the past.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta's had some high moments, and let's just hark back, okay? Now, a lot of people seem to forget the last official match between Zeta Division and DRX. Zeta won 2-1. It was 1 year ago at Masters Reykjavik last year in 2022, but they did make it happen, and it wasn't a fluke. I mean, they had such an incredible run, and if you go back and watch that match, you could tell why they won. They had some good calls, they had some good counter-stranding, and all 5 players were fragging out. That's got to be the biggest challenge today.
They've said they're coming into 2023 very hungry. They mentioned earlier before we had the actual brackets for the round robin announced they wanted to play against DRX or PRX. Well, they're getting their wish. They're going to play against DRX right away. They do put a lot of pressure on themselves. In interviews, they seem to be very reflective and very hungry. I guess you could say somewhat unsatisfied with their performance. And I kind of like that, to be honest. I kind of like pro
like to
teams
see that hunger
that have
around
that that perfectionist element there. So they're definitely coming in here with the challenge that they wanted.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can imagine why they're so hungry. Brazil was tough with a best of one. Their performance, I mean, you guys...
here's the thing, is that the biggest question I think a lot of people around the world have about Zeta Division is, okay, for how much longer can we say it was because they were up against a strong opponent early on in the tournament, right? Like last year, they had to play against Loud in the groups at Champions, and Loud ends up winning Champions. This year at Lock-In, even though Leviathan doesn't win, they were considered one of the strongest teams once again throughout scrims and throughout kind of hearsay, and they proved that again. So Zeta was up against a strong opponent. On top of that, we heard that Sugar Zero was now trying as IGLing in this match, and you could tell while he had some good ideas, the communication wasn't perfect, but the ideas were there. The foundation was there. So now, in this 1 month, without any roster changes, how much cleaner does this team look?
That's the big question. And I think we should all remind ourselves that, although this is going to be an exciting match, this is not necessarily indicative of how Zeta is going to look in future matches to come. DRX, again, is still top dog. And so it's going to be a challenge here for them. But again, if an upset happens, I don't want to be too shocked.
Yeah, and again, the biggest thing I think does come down to Sugar Zero, not only because he's going to be trying to IGL, but he's going up against Mako, who a lot of analysts and teams are considering perhaps the most consistent, at the very least, controller in the world. Yes, some other players have had higher points, but he's been consistent through and through, no matter the result of DRX. And now Sugar Zero, he has to provide that same level of support and the ability to anchor on a site when he's playing defense, while he's potentially still IGLing for this team, which is a lot for one person's play.
It's tough to go up against Mako, but Sugar Zero, he is a really clever player. He's always good at staying back and supporting his team. And hopefully he comes in here with some really refined play, because I know that obviously DRX among all the teams is literally going to be the most comfortable in this environment. We're in the same studio they've been playing in for over a year now. So they're going to be completely and totally in their element.
I mean, I'm very excited to see how this plays out. And as you said, Tasteless, this is the first of many games for this season. But if you had to choose.
If we had to choose.
And pick one?
For today.
Well,
who's it going to be?
I think, look, I'm not a brave guy. I go with, I think, what is an easy choice here. I would say DRX is probably going to come out on top. Again, if an upset happens, it won't be the craziest upset to happen here in VCT Pacific, but it's hard to imagine DRX not taking this.
Really? I'm going to go ahead and say if Zeta does win, it is probably one of the greatest shows we could have.
Tasteless, you're going to look like a laughing stock. What are you doing picking DRX?
Well, no, I'm just saying, just statistics-wise, right? Everything points to DRX's victory, and they are the kind of team to beat for every other team here in Pacific. So for Zeta, but I will say this, even if Zeta doesn't win today, I actually think it's to their advantage to go up against such a strong opponent in week one. You learn your lessons hard and fast, and then if you grow, you can now improve and hopefully make it into playoffs, and eventually, hopefully, to Masters Tokyo. But for today, you got to give it to DRX if you had to pick a team.
I do have to agree, DRX. I mean, if all the other teams themselves are most anticipating their play against DRX, I think that says a lot. Yeah. I do think the change from Buzz to Foxy9 will change maybe the scoreline in the end. I'm really curious how that's gonna play out. So I'm really excited for this.
It's gonna be cool, and with Foxy9 coming into this, I mean, it's interesting they put him in this moment. A lot of times when you have a newer player, they kind of put them in safe moments just for when they're comfortable and they can get in. But I guess this is both a challenging moment, but not the most dangerous moment for DRX to get experimental with the roster, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, if we hark back to Challengers Korea, right? They had last year in Split 1, they lost against Onslayers during the round robin stage, during the group stage, and then they were still able to get first place during the playoffs and go to Masters confidently as the representatives from Korea. So again, the fact that we do have a round robin format in the group stage, that is a little bit of insurance for DRX to see if they can make this new chemistry work with Foxy9. And on top of that, again, I think the opponent they do consider perhaps a little more predictable at the very least.
That's right. I mean, I also want to talk a bit about the stage, and you guys are going to see it really soon.
Oh, it's so
really
good.
soon.
It's sick.
Yeah, you mentioned DRX has been playing on the stage, and they should feel comfortable. But now they go on the stage, it's going to look really different.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy what we're going to be showing you guys in a second here. Yeah, same environment, but we've certainly made it a little bit more exciting, a little bit more fancy.
A little more pizzazz, right?
Sure.
Stage. A little more bells and whistles, and I think that reflects how amazing this season should be.
But I do think that the truth is, for our Japanese team coming into this, they have had big stage experience.
Ooh,
I know
yes.
that everybody's starting to get a little bit of a big event experience from just being inside their homes or apartments during the pandemic. But as Valorant being as big as it is in Japan, they're going to have that kind of. I guess they won't have the same kind of nerves that some of these other players will have.
A little more tolerance built up,
yeah.
to the energy.
Exactly,
And
well said.
I hope so, because I heard tickets sold out.
For today, absolutely. Very fast as well to watch this opening match.
Within seconds. And I'm so excited for you guys to have a look. Let's go and have a look at the stage. Oh,
not
no!
yet.
I'm
Not yet.
so
Can't
sorry,
jump,
guys.
We got
all that
hide.
anticipation.
Just keep it under the blanket.
Psych.
That was good because we got to keep it under the blanket.
Face.
Oh, Fox C9. He looks excited and ready to play.
Yeah, he is looking comfortable and confident. Here come our players now onto the stage.
I mean, look at how amazing this is. We kind of have learned from all the big international tournaments that we've had in the past, and now we're kind of planting these weekly. We get to watch the stage every week, and players really compete face-off in close proximity to each other on such an amazing stage. This has got to be both exciting and quite a bit of pressure.
Dude, can I just compliment the music? It is so, it gives me goosebumps, that
little
sound
remix,
every time.
at the beginning.
When you're like going towards that, pumping up towards that ace. It's so hype. I love it.
And so this begins it. We have the VCT Pacific first match about to start with two teams that have had a rivalry, two regions that have had a rivalry here for a really long time. It is packed here. Tickets, we said earlier, selling out in seconds. And this is going to be the moment. Will Korea prove themselves to their Korean audience? They've been saying, obviously, to all the Koreans, they are the best. They're going to win easily here. But could they face humiliation here? against Zeta, their Japanese opponents.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, right? And especially in Valorant, we've seen some crazy upsets happen, and that's because of the nature of Valorant. I mean, anyone could really pop off at any time, and also, I mean, Gecko's here, Lotus is here, right? We have some big changes in the meta. It really comes down to who's been keeping it under wraps while developing their own advancements. One other thing to note is we just got notice that Laz is actually IGLing now, again, for Zeta Division, so they've had that switch again. Now that he's off Chamber, you know, if he's playing a little bit more of those passive agents, can he bring a little bit more of this clarity to how they want to play each map? I'm excited to see how that happens.
Yeah, we've got new IGLs. We've got, you know, over here for Zeta, we've got a new player on the roster, at least in a moment like this, playing right now for DRX. It's going to be a fun and exciting match, and it's really going to set the pace for these two teams going forward here, because whoever wins is going to be clearly in the lead. And I know we're very, very early on here in the round robin, but this is going to be big for either one, as these are two of the strongest teams right now in the region.
I mean, two teams that have gone, you know, and had very high placings, right? Two teams that have broken through to the top 4 of an international event like Masters or Champions in the past. Of course, in the Pacific League, we also have Paper Rex, who we'll see tomorrow, who has reached that same, if not higher, because they went to the finals last year at Copenhagen. But those are kind of the 3 teams that have had the reputation to carry with them for each of their regions, to say that this is why the Pacific region should be feared. And for them to face off, I mean, listen, yeah, it's a round robin, and we've said that gives you a little bit of margin even if you take a loss. But at the same time, if you kick it off with a 1-0 scoreline, you're in a much better position to enter the playoffs already.
Yeah, in a little bit here, we're going to be going onto the maps and see what exactly this best of 3 is going to look like. We've recycled, or I should say cycled through many different types of maps here in Valorant, and a lot of these new ones have been very exciting. Historically, a lot of Korean teams tend to not go for new maps right away. They tend to try to play a little bit more conservative, a little bit more safe. But we could be ready for some surprises here as well.
Well, I mean, yeah, to your point, Lotus is banned.
Lotus is out. No surprise there. Even during lock-in, we saw so many different interpretations about Lotus from different teams. And it's also one of those maps that's very one-sided, right? It's very attacker-favored. So if you pick the map, or if you kind of let it slide, then the opponents will have a chance to pick the side. So they're just eliminating that. And then Zeta actually taking out Fracture. Last year, that is a map they actually enjoyed playing, especially with Astra and Raze. They had some good combos, but now they're banning it against DRX, perhaps because RB's Neon is one of the best in the world.
And it could also be because this map and their play style have already been out there. They could have studied those games from the past, so maybe you want to discard that and save whatever else new you have for later on.
Oh, okay. Going back to old favorite for DRX, Ascent, as traditional as it gets. Also, it has been one of Zeta's weaker maps traditionally, and I think, again, this comes from the fact that you can play Ascent so systematically, and if that's your strength and that's Zeta Division's weaknesses, there's no big surprise. And Zeta picking up Pearl.
Yeah, Pearl going with one of our newer maps here, so Zeta definitely coming in here with some interesting plans. Up here against DRX, again, you mentioned earlier, Will, picking Ascent early on. That is, I think, by far our most understood map. Maybe DRX saying that they're going to be a little bit stronger just in general going up here against Zeta, and they could probably perform a little bit better.
Yeah, Zeta's performance on Pearl over at Lock-In had quite a bit to be desired, right? You had some good ideas, but one of the biggest flaws they had was they were so slow on their execute. They waited for so long. But now with Laz IGLing, does that change? Do they feel a little more comfortable? Because then, you know, out of the maps that DRX played, Pearl wasn't exactly their strongest, so I can see why they picked it.
And going back to the next ban here, it's going to be Split is taken out here by DRX. Definitely a map we've seen a lot of times here.
Yeah, and DRX has always hated Split. They always hate play against the potential double duelists, the judges, all that. So no big surprise. A nice box. I mean, DRX showed up with the Harbor Comp at Lock-In, right? So Zeta just saying we're not prepared for that. Even though they used to enjoy picking this map, they're just going to get rid of it off the board. And that should leave us with another old favorite, right? Haven, I think, is the only one left now.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go back to one of the classics if we do go onto that map here. As you can see, Haven is going to be that pick. By the way, this augmented reality is so sick to see here on the stage. This is so much cooler than what we were doing last year in the studio. It's so cool to be here doing VCT Pacific.
And to have it all reflected on the floor as well. We're always seeing doubles. It's like Alpha and Omega Dimension in Valorant. We're like actually in Valorant right now, in Sangam and Seoul.
And now we know what the bottom, what underneath the stages look like. We're getting so much more here. So we're moments away from getting into starting this best of 3. So much on the line here. And I got to say, I couldn't be more excited here. DRX going up here against Zeta.
So we're starting with Ascent.
Yes.
We're gonna go into these agent selects
Yeah.
real soon. Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm excited to see what's up next. We've got our agent selects here.
Yeah, so these grayed out, or I guess redded out, if you want to say, images, these are oftentimes the defaults. We're going to see if they, in fact, lock in with the agents that we have displayed here. So far, it seems like we are going to follow that pattern.
Yeah, generally for the first time, they'll usually go with what they've submitted as their default picks. Just as a note, of course, the rosters currently look like they're swapped on screen, but if you're familiar, you should be familiar with these two teams as they've been to many international events, and it's going to be a mirror matchup, so no big surprise, right? Going with some very traditional picks. I guess the only big question is Foxy9 playing the Jet, and then Laz actually playing the Silva. Now that he's IGLing, he's going to be taking that initiator role to get some intel, and Ten's been now switched out to that Killjoy. So a little bit of a role swap here for Zeta as well.
So really for both sides, say we're not really going to be trying to innovate so much in this in this first map, I should say, but instead we're going to try to come in as honers. We've really perfected this style better than the opposing team, and in a second we're going to find out who really actually has mastered this. We're going to see who's going to take map number 1.
Guys, look at this. We've got AR on the stage. Is this the first time here? I don't.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
For us here in Valorant to be, and to the scale over on the stage is pretty sick. My favorite part is that Killjoy's in an action shot. She's like actually installing her alarm bot right now while everyone else is just on standby. She's like, I gotta set this up before the countdown ends and the round starts. But
this is going to be so fun.
I can't wait to see Gecko up there in AR. That's
yeah,
what
I want to see what he looks like as well. I want to see what each of these agents look like there in the AR. But, I mean, there's nothing really left to go over at this point in time.
Yeah,
I mean, we are about to hop into our first map and get the VCT Pacific 2023 started off here.
It is indeed 2023.
It is looking real good. It looks like the players are ready to go. Today we have our casters, Paper Thin and Achilleos. Well, I'm going to toss it over to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Des. Yes, I am Achilleos here alongside Paper Thin, reunited after so much time away.
Been a while.
Been back. I mean, it's been since the LCQ.
LCQ,
so,
that's right.
Yeah, feels good to be back. It feels good to be back in the studio with this audience, with this stage setup, by the way, because hot damn does it look gorgeous. But it's been a long time coming. We've been waiting for the regional league to kick off, and here we are with the first day of Pacific, leading the charge for all 3 regions around the world. Pacific kicked things off nicely, and so far it's looking great.
And what a better place to start than where esports really began, in Seoul, South Korea, the Mecca, the home of all of this. And I'm so excited. We're ready to get into the game.
That we are. Let's go ahead and jump into map number 1. We've got Ascent here in this opening best of 3, DRX versus Zeta. You can hear the audience, people still filtering in, taking their sold out seats. And we see, as they were mentioning on the desk, completely mirrored compositions between these two squads. It's kind of the loud composition that we've been seeing, and it's interesting to see this kind of shift away, given that Stack's going to be playing on this KO. Obviously, some adjustments being had here with RB shifting over to the Killjoy. Now, normally we would be seeing him with the KO.
Well, and the good news here for DRX is that RB is such a flexible player. The desk was talking about this earlier. He's so valuable to this team because he's so darn versatile. He can play every role, just about any agent you want to throw him on, he seems to be very competent at. So it's going to be a quick dash in here for Foxy. Not contested at all by the side of Zeta. And there's going to be a trade. 2 for 1 there.
Yeah, already trading up, finding some nice value here is DRX. Spike going to be planted now, handing that one over to RB. Obviously, you want to be able to fast-track those lockdowns just a little bit quicker, given that it is 8 charges to get that ultimate online. Mako now just going to be lingering, but Depp does find the headshot. Foxy swinging the corner, does find him. Trades it back, maintains the man advantage, but tagged up are the members here of DRX. That dart just looking to clear that close corner. Realize that no one's playing there. Laz and Sugar Zero have their work cut out for them. Creeping down, gets the timing. Stack's going to be eliminated. Sugar Zero finds the headshot, and Laz will be the finisher. Taking him down with plenty of time on the fuse. That's going to be Zeta kind of snatching this round away from DRX.
It's really well thought out here by Zeta. In my opinion, there's kind of 2 ways to play against DRX. You either kind of disrupt their executes, right? Everybody knows that DRX is so well known for their ability to dial up really well coordinated executes. So you can either disrupt those executes at the point or just give up the site and play for retakes. Right. And sometimes, DRX is kind of static. They're kind of predictable sometimes in how they will set up post-plant, and that's what good teams do. They punished it. I saw it a lot at lock-in, and I'm seeing it here with Zeta.
I'm seeing a timer. Stuck on
Already?
28 seconds. Here we go, baby. We're back together, and the tech pause comes in. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, Pansy, High Puck, they always
If
get the
they're
tech
watching,
pauses.
just turn it off right now.
No.
Just
It's me and Paper Thin. This is.
We'd have this curse too, actually.
Yeah, I thought that we were playing a really dangerous game having me cast with Pansy over at Lock-In.
That's playing with fire.
When I had to fill in. I really thought that something was going to go awry, but didn't really have any issues during that time. But, you know, first time we've just gotten the stage together. We've got the players here. So, of course, there's going to be a couple kinks that need to be worked out. So hopefully it's nothing too severe. We can get things taken care of, and we'll get back into the action right away. Worth mentioning, looking at Lock-In kind of as our litmus test for how teams are going to perform. Obviously, we didn't get to see too much of Zeta, but during their series versus Leviathan, they were only able to pick up a single pistol round. So already, this is a good indication for them to be able to snatch that one away from DRX. DRX, on the other hand, they went 14 and 14. So 50% compared to Zeta's 25, but obviously, they played pretty much, you know, the maximum amount of maps the entire way through that tournament.
Yeah, I mean, for DRX, it was an absolute slog. I mean, one that they mostly came out on the better side of. But yeah, Zeta, we didn't get to see a lot of them. We would love to see more of them. A really tough opponent in Leviathan to start out for them, of course, a team that is exceptionally strong. So, yeah, you know, that's been a rough go for the start of this. But, you know, I kind of want to see here, for me, for Zeta, I need to see, like, for them to really have a shot here, not just in this match, but throughout this season. What really impressed me at Reykjavik last year was their coordination, the way they were playing off of each other. They're taking trades for each other. Everybody was like Johnny on the spot. It was always if one fell, somebody else was right there to take the place. And a big part of that was 10, for example. I need to see him step up. Now, 10, by the way, I want to point this out as well, since I'm talking about him. A really good Killjoy player. People maybe don't remember this, but he used to be a Killjoy main a long time ago, back in the day. I think he was on Reject back at LCQ in 2021 and was really impressing me back there with his Killjoy play, especially on this map. I distinctly remember how well he was, especially when they were on the attacker side, able to really lock down one side by himself while the other 4 members were on the other side. He was really able to even take favorable trades sometimes. He kind of sneaky, he'd use his utility really well. Put that turret ahead, bait you out a little bit, get a quick kill. So I'm really curious when they flip sides here how 10 is going to do, but nobody should be surprised to see 10 on Killjoy here. He is a very, very strong Killjoy player.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think you're going to be too shocked by much of anything for the most part. This is a fairly standard comp. No one's pulling out anything too overtly wild here. There's a big change-up, I think, overall for the overarching style that we have seen from DRX, where they do go for that super heavy info, you know, integrating things like that fade in as well. But opting to go back over, have that Sova, have that KO. Without it, and of course, the Killjoy always there to go ahead and lock things down on those sites. But for DRX, I think that first round loss is going to be a bit of a punch in the mouth for them. Maybe send them reeling a little bit. So we'll see how they decide to rebound and what the set strategy is going to look like. Because it looked like that round basically should have been over from the outset. They get the site completely for free. They get a 2-for-1 exchange right off the rip. But then it just starts falling apart.
Yeah, it does. But this is, I think, Zeta doing their homework, kind of understanding the tendencies of DRX to, you know, especially against teams where they're going to feel confident. Often, DRX is going to be the ones who wants to come out and punch you in the mouth.
Sure.
Now, DRX known for their slow starts a bit, particularly internationally, but here I think it's just more that Zeta did their homework. They gave up this site somewhat knowingly. They said, okay, if this is going to be a B hit, we're not going to play for it. We're going to wait for the retakes. Let's make sure we clear B main. Let's make sure we do things in the right order. You know, Laz has more health than Sugar Zero. He pushes the corner. They find the perfect timing to catch stacks with utility out. They're able to do a really nice job in their retake. So hats off to, you know, Zeta so far. I like what I've seen. I like this kind of planning they've come in with to play around the tendencies of DRX.
As you can see though, some Japanese fans, of course, in the audience, or at least ones showing support for the Japanese squad. I mean, that's kind of the advantage of having things here in Seoul, especially for the Japanese fans who want to come over. Flights are very, very cheap, and it only takes about an hour and 15 minutes from Tokyo. So
yeah,
not a big commitment. You can come over, watch the games, and catch a flight back home all in one single day. But I mean, if you're going to come to Korea, might as well enjoy it for a little bit longer.
Oh, heck yeah.
So, you know, at least spend the weekend, catch some of the other matches, and go try some incredible food out on the streets and the markets and whatnot.
You got to go to Lotte Tower, which is like kind of the iconic building we're using for our imagery here.
We've been featuring it in the opening.
That's right. And so, like, there's all kinds of great things to do here. But, you know, Incheon Airport is a great airport hub for this entire region, for all of these countries that are participating in this event. You can get to any one of them directly from Incheon. So
hell, you could take a ferry over from Japan if you really
wanted
to.
I've done that. Yeah, it's great. It's a lot of fun. I've actually taken that boat before. It's super cool.
It's like 3.5, 4 hours or something?
Takes about 3 hours from Busan to Fukuoka, yeah.
Okay. That's not too bad.
It's really good. It's actually super cool. You can bring your own like food and drink onto the boat with you, so you don't even have to like worry about the normal airport security rigmarole. It's quite good.
Well, maybe some done it. That's just we'd have to poll them and say, how did you arrive? Did you take plane or boat?
Bus, train, like yeah.
I don't think any of them are coming by bus or by train.
No. I mean, well, maybe the ferry on the took a bus on the ferry.
That'd be a hell of a project there for public transport to set up a railway system between here and Japan. I mean, imagine you'd be able to make a bullet train, be able to make that distance within about an hour. If not slightly shorter, but
they're building underground maglev trains in Japan now. Like they're obviously you have the Shinkansen, right, the bullet trains, but now they've got like even faster maglev trains. So maybe someday. I can only hope. I love taking trains. So.
Did you watch the movie Bullet Train?
No, I did not.
It was not that bad.
Really?
I will say. I mean, it wasn't great.
This is
it wasn't great.
Who was in this? It's
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt, right?
Brad Pitt, Sandra Bullock, and a bunch of other people.
Okay.
But not terrible. I mean, right. I'd give it maybe like a 5.5, 6 out of 10. It was
so it's like when I'm falling asleep, like something to put on and kind of.
Yeah, okay. It's just trying to emulate like that John Wick style, but not quite as fulfilling,
Does it
I
catch
suppose.
It? Yeah.
Yeah. But as far as the action's concerned, it's a nice thing to turn your brain off and watch.
Okay, I'm in.
Considering you're talking about how much you love trains.
I do love trains, actually. It is a weird thing that kind of has happened to me.
You gotta meet Mimi so you could chat with her about
trains.
trains.
Is she a train person too?
She's a public transport freak. She
you're gonna get
loves going in about buses and trains.
Oh,
and
perfect. I am the same. I refuse to get a car here in Korea because I love the public transport so much. I just refuse.
I'm waiting for mine.
You're waiting. Yours is on the way.
3 weeks, I've been told, after 8 months of waiting effectively, that I will finally have a car.
I'm looking forward to having you as my chauffeur. So.
Yeah. I'm going to charge you some, peak hour rates or whatever.
Okay. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, surge pricing. This Deathmobile here. Obviously, some people are probably going to be wondering, why are they talking about this instead of talking about the game? Because there's only been one round played. We've already covered what happened in the pistol round. So,
okay, tell you what, I've got some interesting stats I wrote down that I was saving for maybe this moment. This is actually a pretty good moment. Why not?
We knew it was coming.
So some problems here that I saw for Zeta. I think overall, Laz played pretty well at lock-in. I'm specifically talking about lock-in here. The concern I have for Zeta was, at Reykjavik last year, it's kind of this 1-2 punch. Yes, Laz was a phenomenal chamber player, arguably top 3 chamber player in the world last year. But behind him, it was 10, right? Whether he was playing Raze or whatever, he could really back things up with that extra punch, that extra firepower. But at lock-in, he was, for first kills to first deaths, he was 3-12 for first kills versus first deaths. So 10 was really struggling. I need to see him really pick it up. And their full buy rounds as well for Zeta were really lacking. Overall, 9 out of 23 full buy rounds they won. That's less than 40%. It's about 39%. So they need to kind of find, again, this all comes back to that cohesion thing that I was talking about earlier. That's what I really need to see from Zeta. That's when they're clicking, it's because everyone is confident in each other and backing each other up.
Yeah. So they can get there. Obviously, a decent start. Taking a look, and we'll see if it changes once we actually do get the countdown going again and we get back into the game. But for now, it seems like Depp might actually be going for a Phantom in the second round, so is really looking to snowball off of that initial victory. Just wait and see. He picked up multiple kills. I think he was only able to get 1, if not.
Laz had at least 2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah, I remember, Depp got that swing. He managed to take down Mako, but didn't find a follow-up. So not too sure. This feels like a pretty hefty investment. We'll have to just wait and see if he's going to stick through with it once we do get into this. Obviously, we're waiting on word to see what the issue is at the moment. So far, we don't really know what the problem is is on stage, and we're working to figure things out so that we can get things underway. We know that you guys have been waiting for this about as much as we've been waiting for this moment.
Oh, God.
And obviously, it does suck to find ourselves here in a pause after only 1 round of play. But it sucks a lot less for us than it does for the players who obviously, all the travel, the preparation,
the energy,
getting themselves here, and then having that initial energy going okay, here's the first round, and then have it come to a screeching halt.
It is a real kind of unfortunate thing to happen as a player. You got to find a way to keep that intensity, especially for Zeta, who came out swinging, had a great plan, had a great first round. You got to find that momentum, got to find that firepower still throughout this. I think I'm really curious about, like you said, I want to actually touch on this with Depp going for that Phantom. He's going to be, for me, a real key part of this team as well. Obviously, I think Laz and 10 are kind of the two players that everybody thinks about oftentimes first, but Depp is also in that conversation as their main duelist now. He's kind of bounced around some different roles here, but so far this year, he has been a jet specialist, basically. And a phenomenal player. I've seen so many crazy moments from him, particularly last year in their own league. Like, he had this, I think it was a 4 or 5K on Haven where they put up a Cosmic Divide, and the way that he was, like, playing around it with an op and, like, jumping up all over the place. I mean, his mechanics are crazy good. He's a multi-esport pro, a extremely talented player. In Japan, his nickname is the Child of God. I mean, that's how much, like, faith these fans have in this player, like, and how strong they consider him.
Sure. I mean, we have seen, like you said, we have seen those explosive moments. It was just that since that peak, since they managed to make that run, find that top 3 finish over at Reykjavik, it had just kind of started to spiral away from them. And a big part of that is Depp. He's your duelist player. You need to be able to rely on him to go in to be able to trade or trade up, not just try to bomb into a site or hold people off and then get picked and then suddenly you're down that man advantage. So, well, we have high expectations of this entire squad, but Depp is just as important as anybody else on this team. So we do need to see impact from him, much very much the same as we need to see from Foxy9, who's looking to really cut his teeth in this matchup and prove himself.
Yes, thank you so much. So I wanted to talk about Foxy next. I think he's got a ton of potential. Like, I've actually gotten to cast him at the Gwangju Esports Series last year a little bit. I also went to the Riot 1 event in Yokohama last year and was able to watch him play. He played Arena on Fracture, kind of a bizarre comp that DRX brought at that Fracture map with Mako playing Phoenix. It was a bit of an unusual comp, we'll call it that. But overall, Foxy, once he got comfortable, once he got into it, his mechanics were great. Oh, yes. Let's do it.
Not too bad. Got through that one, and now we can go ahead and get things underway once more as the timer ticks down to 0. The round can begin. You can see it's just going to be a Ghost and a Frenzy investment here for the side of DRX. Zeta, we do have that Phantom stuck to here from the side of Depp. And otherwise, it's going to be Spectres and a Bulldog.
He's got a lot of utility here. Depp able to find some value early with that Phantom.
That he is. Pushing forward. I mean, he just ran straight out of B lobby, looked across into mid, and caught RB on the catwalk. Takes him down, a little bit of spam through. Looks like a minor bit of connection coming in as Mako trying to look his way out of his own smoke, ends up falling. Stacks will be able to find one, but the cleanup comes through. Zest taken down by the turret. And it's going to be a fairly swift and easy 2-0 start here for the side of Zeta.
Yeah, good fallback plans, and again, a pretty decent read here from Zeta. The defense is in the place, in tree in short A, 4-10. He's able to kind of back up, work with his teammates to really lock that down. I think Tommy Turret even snuck in a kill there, so good for him. But yeah, man, I mean, he is, again, a really good Killjoy player. So I'm really excited to watch him kind of get to work here on this map. But the standard result there, only 1 kill coming through for the side of DRX. As now, finally, we get to see full firepower here. I think 1 Vandal in there, 4 Phantoms. So kind of the standard DRX stuff you usually see, right? These days they're running usually 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 Phantoms and a couple Vandals. And this is all now preference. This is player preference now.
I mean, Foxy, going on the jet with the Vandal, definitely not what you're used to seeing. Dart going to go out looking to just clear some of that utility, but we can see that the alarm bot's actually set over by Tree through short on A rather than here in mid. Double stack here, 10 facing away. As the flash comes through. All right.
I was like, did we get dizzied?
Okay, they're looking for the counter flash. Will end up being a 1-for-1. And able to answer. We were just underwater for a moment.
That's all right. I mean, come on, man. This is the VCT Pacific, right? We're making waves.
We should. Oh, God. I didn't miss this. I missed the casting aspect, but not the dad jokes.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. All right, well. I've got plenty in the bank, I swear.
Maybe those 8 months weren't that long.
Yeah, maybe we could have gone for a year. Ooh, that's a really good nano.
Yeah. Really good nade thrown down just to stop that counter swing. They want to be able to push out.
30 seconds
Depp
left.
just backing away, doesn't want to really challenge. Now moved into the site, they can go for this plant. 4v4, Stacks down to 75. Laz at 66. Push out Stacks, trying to get aggressive. It's a funny one. Depp now into the site, takes out Zest. Suddenly things are starting to fall apart. RB's on the wraparound, trying to approach from heaven, catch them off guard, but they're in onto the spike. They do manage to get the execution there before it hits half. The spray not connecting though. He's still sticking to this. They need to clear him off, and they just don't have the lineup ready. Mako can't get it done. Now they're going to look to push and take this weapon out of his hands. away for a little bit longer, and he barely manages to survive, but this is still fairly catastrophic. A 3-0 start here as Zeta convert.
It's a brutal round for DRX, but another really well played, really well thought out round here for Zeta Division, and I think you're seeing some really interesting things come out. As we have heard today that Laz is now IGLing, that Laz is dialing up. So we saw in the pistol round, they're conditioning DRX to think that they're going to give him enough time to plant, to get set up, and then try to break him. This time around, it's while the spike is going down that they pull the trigger and they bust everything up. DRX isn't ready for it. Zeta's able to have a nice coordinated close, but Mako.
Okay, well, Mako clearly angry that he wasn't able to stop that defuse in the previous round, so does put that rifle that he had carried forward into good use. Now we'll pass it over to the side of Zest as you get this plant coming through. So the Nano Swarm already set up here, right at the base of Heaven. With the open hand depth, starting to pull back away, wants to see if somebody's going to be approaching from mid, but Foxy9 is going to get melted out of hell. Mako as well taken down, trying to go for the flank, and suddenly they're in with a shout. Ten's got the lockdown available. He goes ahead and sends this out, and there's no way to clear this from the side of the DRX. They do not have a Hunter's Fury. The spam coming in, looking to take him down somehow. Stax doesn't take any damage, and in fact will be able to find 10. A hell of a lot though, and he manages to get depth right before the dash completes. Couldn't get the shorty shot out. Laz now, chunk from the Nano Swarm. Has to wait for it, sees the operator, wants to pick this up, and now gonna have to just go ahead and make his exit. Will be able to find an additional kill, and he will get away with his life. So operator gonna be recovered, but DRX get themselves on the board.
Yeah, this is a great counterpunch here from DRX. I was talking about how Zeta's been kind of having good changes of pace, good changes of strategy, and now it's DRX's turn, right? They come in with a very different round. This time it's just a fast hit. Their economy is pretty bad compared to their opponents, and they're still able to find this round win. And it's off the back of Mako, who is able to keep that gun over from the previous round, puts it to great use right out the rip here, finding 2 big kills. And Mako's good again. The desk again highlighting this player as we rightly should. Phenomenal player, the best controller in the world. I'm just going to say it, and I am
right there with you.
Right, yep. And he shows you why right there. He can do it all.
Well, Lad's getting away. It's the operator. And it's actually going to be holding it himself. Depth opting to go for the blades instead.
He's pretty good with the op.
Sure. And Pro, pretty good with the Vandal. Just goes ahead, clips Foxy9 in the head just through the corner there. The rest of the team now looking forward. They do have the alarm bot in mid this time, and they're talking about it. Last finds the shot. Now Mako dead, and assaulting these sites without your smokes becomes so much more difficult than it really needed to be.
And so much information and space gained on A here for the side of Zeta that they're able to kind of understand this and play. You know, set Laz up in a great position with this. Op 10 just finds 2.
And it does. And RB can't do anything. 10 with the third to go ahead and finish that out. Zeta re-stretched the lead now to 3 rounds. 4 locked in, and that was a buy from the side of DRX. The only player with money, really, it's going to be Zest because he was able to carry over that rifle. So could go for, you know, obviously a buy for, you know, a teammate as well as himself, but this is going to end up being an eco.
Yeah, I mean, this is really exciting stuff for Zeta. They're playing this really, really well. This aggressive push out of A gets them a ton of info. Wow, what a spray down from 10. Absolutely nasty. This is the 10 we want to see. Fired up and accurate.
Start now Swarm off the rip. Foxy gets in ahead of it. Start to clear that forward util, but they'll hear the turret still here. Dash up over the top. Foxy not connecting with his shots. Laz strikes him down. He only got a single knife across. RB will find Laz. Just pushing forward, breaks in, does find 10. They still have to deal with depth. He eats a good amount of damage there. Try to swing in, but no, Mako manages to get the push in the corner. Takes him down, but now it's Mako and Zest trying to get this defense. Now it is just Mako left to his own devices in a 1v1, but Crow tagged down 10 HP. Surely there you have it. A Thrifty will come across. Mako, again, finding 3 here for the squad, keeping DRX in these rounds.
Well, you know, when you need someone to step up big for DRX, a lot of times it's Mako, and he's doing it. You know, Foxy, I think maybe a little bit of jitters there on that entry, just a little bit off with that Blade Storm, but he creates the space, and then this kind of gets Depth stuck in a bad position where he's right on the stairs, and Mako just swings the corner, and he's got the op in his hands, right? They transfer the op over to Depth. Depth's playing close quarters there with Mako. Mako able to take him down, then find 2 on the backside. Really nice through the box there.
It is concerning, though, that so far DRX have to very heavily rely on Mako to find either these opening kills or get that clutch at the end. Obviously, we know how good he is in those clutch moments, but you want to be seeing more from the rest of the team. so far that has been lacking. Foxy, I mean, while we have seen him perform with this team on a stage before, it has not been in a VCT event, not until this moment. Didn't get to see him at lock-in. We now see him on this stage, and clearly it seems like the jitters are still there. It's still something that he's got to get used to and work through.
Yeah, the stakes are the highest that we've ever seen Foxy face. Now, he has played in front of huge crowds. The one in Yokohama was, I think, somewhere around 10,000 people. So this is a, unfamiliar territory in terms of just the scope of what he's having to deal with here. So, yeah, so far it hasn't been what we want to see from Foxy, but I think, he's a very young player. Obviously, if DRX has confidence in him, I do too. Depp here going to get caught. Just misses the shot, and they're chasing him down.
Yep, Foxy will be able to pursue deep enough to get that kill. Getting that blind across. Good. Hunter's Fury going to be opened up. I think that's actually coming from Laz across the way, and it is. And he's going to find 2 kills? The man was sniping from Market. Picks him up, but the spike all the same will go down. 3 members alive for the side of DRX. Stacks down to 31 HP. Both players approaching from heaven. See if they can break through. The drone leading the way, but as that null command comes across, the 0 point, I should say, cancels out the drone before it can see much of anything. Just spray checking, trying to see if they can find anybody in hell. Wisely, the DRX players are playing away from that position. Oh, Zest getting pinged, and he's just going to get melted down. Laz finding the wall bang. 31 HP here for the side of Stacks. Another smoke comes down. He walks into the spray, and Laz now with a 4K, looking for the ace to try to close this one out.
No way.
Breaks the door, but yeah, he just doesn't have time. He's going to have to back away. They will go on their separate paths here. As again, DRX finally able to string a second round together consecutively. But still, it's not clean.
No, not at all. That is absolutely messy. And I mean, yeah, Laz is doing the heavy lifting there. 11-1-4 for Laz right now.
Yeah, he just has barely died. I'd love to see his POV, and here it is. He's just sending him blood. Yep.
Look at these lineups.
Okay. Okay, Laz. You're nasty.
This is, by the way, this is like the 12th or 13th time ever he's played Sova on stage for Laz. I mean, just he's absolutely just all over the place right now, and now you can see that even with the Sova utility, which is probably kind of the biggest question you would have. We know Laz, unbelievable rifler, unbelievable opper, unbelievable with like sheriffs. But, was the Sova utility going to be crisp, clean? It is.
Absolutely. More of that, please.
Yes.
Inject that straight into my eyeballs.
In your eyeballs?
Into my eyeballs, because I'm watching it.
Oh, all right. That's. Oh.
Okay. Foxy. Oh, he gets a second one as well. Yep, there. 2 quick kills for the side of Foxy 9. Maybe starting to get geared up just a little bit more. As Laz just doing that Sova thing, spraying across. Foxy tries to threaten him back and go for the reload. Pulls away, but that is going to be complete and utter control of the B site here for the side of DRX. You can see Mako lurking all the way back top mid, trying to see if someone's going to go for that push through Gelato. And now we'll start creeping back down over towards Market and Pizza.
I like the adaptation here from DRX to put Mako in kind of an unusual spot compared to where he normally is. But dueling with a frenzy there, definitely in Mako's favor.
It is, but after the instant dink, decides to pull back, puts even more distance in to make that frenzy a bit less of a threat. Finds a single kill.
Cover going out.
Sugar Zero, not going to be too much that he can do. Lurking in the smoke for now. Okay, never mind. Jumps out. He will find RB for his troubles. Making use of the judge, so a decent little bit of value is found, but Foxy 9 will pick up a 3rd kill, and that spike will go off, so DRX are going to be able to tie this up at 4-4.
Yeah, this is a nice comeback here for DRX. This is the cleanest round. You're saying, it's been really scrappy so far. Well, this one, much, much cleaner. Now, yeah, Zeta had a few off weapons in hand, so this one much more favored towards DRX. But still, a good comeback here. Now we get to see Foxy 9 come alive with a big double kill off the rip here. I really want to see this potentially from his perspective. I mean, dodging all over the place and then just drags it down to get 2. Absolutely phenomenal spray control there with the Vandal.
The call coming in, he's in the smoke. Happens to get the lucky spray, but the opening kills damn good here from the side of Foxy 9. You can see him smiling now, feeling a bit more at ease. We'll see if that carries forward here into the future rounds.
Wouldn't have minded seeing a timeout here from Zeta. This would have been a good time to kind of reset, regroup.
Might end up being the case that it's going to be, immediately after this one, if they can't break this win streak, that would be DRX finding themselves on a 4-round consecutive streak. So that then might be the time. Drone, not sure if it was able to scout Laz around the corner there. Depp still hovering forward. Drone's gonna go out. Oh, he sees the barrel of the gun.
They're gonna push this.
Oh, okay. I was wrong, it's on the opposite side of the wall. Thought he had seen it. He just had the lineup set for it. Is Mako again gonna be set here in mid? Is it a little bit closer? He and RB now looking to clutch this out. I mean, these were two of the biggest clutch players for DRX over at Lock-In. TP across. Looks like Mako will safely be able to get over towards B lobby, but the spike is still going to be stranded in mid.
Yeah, this is now really, really challenging. They're going to have to find at least 2 picks, if not wipe out all of Zeta to win this round at this point. Zeta firmly camped around this spike. Okay, of course the ult can grab it, and it's out. He's got it.
All right,
30
well, there
seconds
you go.
left.
I didn't notice that he had that one available.
Yeah, I'm getting used to the new UI.
RB, you can see, with the lockdown at the ready, can't easily clear this out. If he places it behind the box,
Plus 10 as
he's gonna be able to
his.
get that wall bang, so just waits as much as possible. Suspecting that the team is going to be close. They're still playing forward into this one. They have their own lockdown now dropped in. Mako starts moving forward, pushes out of his smoke, and there's just no one covering it. The Detain goes across, does get the catch there on the 10, so for now, it's just Sugar Zero and Depp trying to go for the retake, and Mako will find the first. And you can see the call is coming in now. They know that they have this operator. They don't have the money. DRX are going to be able to take this round as Depp and 10 go running to the hills. Depp hovering around a little bit longer, but misses the timing. Takes the updraft over the wall, will manage to make it out to safety. He holds on to the operator for yet another round, but Zeta let another one slip away.
Man, that was so close there. Zeta plays this early round so well with the pinch in towards mid, towards Pizza, cutting everything off, waiting for the utility of DRX, countering with their own utility. Depth there with the perfect hold, the perfect timing. Just gets the spot of Stacks to get the first kill with the op in time, then backs right off. Everything looking like it's, going Zeta's way, and then who else? 10 and 4, Mako comes through with his ult, grabs the spike, gets it down, gets up, clears the lockdown, which 10, I don't know what exactly happened with the comms there for Zeta, a bit of a breakdown, but they were able to, DRX was able to push out and get that, and then that makes the round so much more difficult for Zeta, because that's a big key towards, giving themselves the space and time to set up. You want everybody in boat, then everybody's going to be in boats there, and you could try to push through, or if you're real lucky, everybody's just detained.
Looks like we might have another tech pause here, waiting to get confirmation that that is the case rather than, okay, it's a timeout at the end, never mind. Okay, so we'll go ahead and fly that. So Zeta, this is the moment. We were talking about it. They give that 4th consecutive round away to DRX. Now this is time for XQ to come in, pump the brakes, and try to calm things here in this lobby.
Yeah, it's kind of, find that confidence, find those good moments, but it's been good counter ideas from DRX and, of course, some heroics from Mako that have put them back ahead now. So I'm curious to see exactly how Zeta wants to come through here after this timeout. I think there's maybe a little bit of a tech issue as well, potentially coming through here. But good ideas to start. They came out really reading DRX pretty well. But now Stacks IGLing very strongly, as we're used to, finding good adaptations. And that's kind of the thing that I'm looking for DRX this season in VCT Pacific is adaptations, mid-rounding. I think DRX, when I watched them at Lock-In, I thought they were just a bit too static. I thought they're pretty readable on their post plants. You think about Pearl, you know exactly what they're going to be doing, right? You know exactly how they're going to be set up. And we saw this with Zeta, the way that they countered it. Clear Mako out of B main, and then you can start working through the rest of the B site here on Ascent. So but that being said, right, we have seen those adaptations. We've seen Mako lurking in mid. We've seen him putting pressure in different parts of the map on those post plants on the B site. So everything that I'm seeing right now from both teams is really encouraging. And this is a great start to the year. This is our inaugural match. What a way to kick off the VCT Pacific. The tide's coming in here, and now we're making waves.
Oh, we're keeping up with this one. Huh?
I love it. I gotta go with it.
All right. Well, we'll see if this timeout is going to work out here for the side of Zeta, because stopping DRX from getting more rounds on this attacking side is absolutely paramount for them to be able to take this map away. Yeah. Crushing them here on Ascent would be monumental for Zeta to be able to take this series. And, in history we've seen it. DRX, when they shift over to the defending side, that has been where they feel the most dominant on this map of Ascent. 62% win rate coming into this set here now. As, okay, dash out, Foxy gets himself over the switch, and 10 manages to win out on the battle, only going to be taken down to 70 HP. Good pickup, and that completely shuts down the side exec. Everybody, however, has rotated over towards B. Two hovering back over towards the defending side. They can cut back across, get some eyes on mid, if not all the way over into heaven, because DRX right now, they're full sending it over to the A site.
Yeah, and Depp just barely able to get here in time. Crow is stuck watching mid, so Depp kind of can't even get anything. Oh my god.
Did he not hear? The window broke.
Yep.
Zest just pushed straight through. Depp didn't pay it a second, any amount of attention, really, and just gets struck down. He had to be the catalyst to turning this around, stopping them from getting that spike planted, but instead just tunneled in, staring over towards main. Doesn't realize that he's getting flanked. That could be catastrophic. Drone's going to be canceled before he can enter the smoke. He's coming down. There's the drop down, and Crow trying to check left side. Isn't ready for stacks to be hovering behind Jen. He's just Sugar 0 and 10 left standing now. Good swing timing. Catch him unawares, but there's still 3 more players to try to get through. Now 2 more players, actually. Assess will fall. Mako finds 1. Mako alive in this position. He just seemingly cannot lose them. The timeout, unfortunately, does not deliver a round win here for the side of Zeta. DRX will continue to streak as we go towards the end of this half. 2 more rounds to be played out.
Yeah, it's a bit of an overcommit here early from Zeta. They played for the fast hit. They played on Foxy 9's entry here. Now, phenomenal work once again by 10. Locking things down, getting that first kill, but yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there with Depp. He, like you said, seemingly didn't react to it. I think definitely shocked that they came through tree that quickly. Clearly they were not ready for it. Crow wasn't there to back Depp up, so Depp was more just kind of like, you know, play for a one and done position, but Zest just didn't even give him the chance. Now, this is an open A site here.
I mean, look at this crunch.
Yep.
And it's going to pay off. They just get 4 players out in the B lobby, and Arby's taken down. Mako TP's forward. Depp now chasing. Gets himself up the top mid. The pings are coming in. Mako's just got a hightail it. So yes, the spike is planted over onto the A site, but they are completely and utterly surrounded. Mako, like he's just going to get tucked away in wine, but only 35 HP to work with to try to hold that position.
Yeah, again, like the change of pace here from Zeta. Let's see if they can convert on it. They get the pick. Now it's a 5-man versus 4 retake.
A monstrous Thrifty if they can get it done. I thought maybe 10 was going to do it again with a smoke entry, but instead Zest manages to hold it down, finds Crow for his troubles as well. Depp, he's just drifting, lands on top of Jen, manages to find stacks, but Zest is still there, holding things down. A 3rd kill comes through. Sugar 0 now on as lonesome. He knows that Mako's low, but he can't get the shots to connect. And now he's just got to run away. As the initial crunch from Zeta, it's absolutely brilliant. Zest will die to the spike, but Mako will find Sugar 0, so the weapon is not carried over crucially as DRX find themselves a 7th round win.
Yeah, and only 1 more round to go here. And the economy, it looks like they're going to be able to squeeze out, you know, a decent amount, but they have to, a form of a buy, but they're going to have to cut a little bit of armor and switch to a judge. With 4 other rifles here for the side of Zeta. So yeah, absolutely not being able to keep that extra rifle, really, really devastating here potentially for Zeta. But I like the idea from Zeta. I like getting out on the map. I like the crunch they set up. I like the way that they fanned out for the retake, trying to come from multiple different angles. But you know, the way Zest played that up on point inside of the smoke, just caught him off guard, gets 2 big kills, and then the whole thing just unravels. I don't know how Depp got that kill. I don't know if his, like, you know, his toe barely touched the top of Jen, like he's doing a little ballerina dance. Yeah, you know.
It's more about, I'm more impressed that he didn't die.
Yeah.
than the fact that he got the kill.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
But either way, he'll now find himself with a judge in hand. Obviously has the Blade Storm activated. Let's see if he can find some high impact frags.
But Stack still has his ult, so it gets a little bit weird. Yep.
Push forward. You can see Sugar 0. I mean, he was just 100 away from being able to get that full armor. That kill on Mako, if he could catch him as he's trying to exit wine, suddenly, boom, you feel a bit better coming in with that full armor. Okay, there it is. Depp now just blinded out. Nice paranoia. Timing with Foxy 9. Dashes in, gets taken down, lands right on top of the nade. Shotgun blast, ends up falling. Crow looking to anchor the site. Finds himself a 2nd kill, taking out Mako, but Zest swings around the backside of Jen. Gets the headshot. That's going to be the site opened up, but we are completely even. even now at 3v3. The push coming in, it's 2 of them, and oh boy, Zest finds yet another one. Step drops down and somehow manages to draw down, get the blades out to find that kill. It looks flashy, but in the end, it's not round winning for them. 8-4, the score as we get ready to swap sides. DRX now shifting to the defense.
Yeah, so that's 7 rounds in a row there for DRX at the end. That's concerning. I mean, I was really excited about the way Zeta came out and started playing, but DRX starting to kind of get their footing underneath them. Zest here finding some really impactful late half rounds. He's gotten some really nice kills, gotten some good flanks, some good kind of, front position holds where he's holding the front of the attack. So a lot of versatility we've seen from Zest, which is what we're used to seeing. A very strong player, has had great performances throughout the years. You want to see him here.
Yeah, I mean, if you think of Zest's performances at Lock-In when he was really popping off, it was on this map.
Yes.
And a lot of it was on the defending side, which he's now able to find himself on. His anchoring on that B side, obviously just sitting back in boats or getting tucked away on that defender spawn link. He has had some wonderful highlights from Sao Paulo. We'll see if he can deliver on that, though. As Zeta now need to have one hell of an attack. And again, the tip of that spear needs to be Depp.
Yes. I mean, he is... Depp is a really interesting player to me because sometimes it seems like he's not fully aware of everything. We saw it a little bit here, right, where the glass got broken, he didn't really react to it. It didn't seem like it was a possibility in his mind that he was able to kind of even turn in that direction. So sometimes he does get kind of tunneled. Now that's what makes him great. Sometimes he gets tunneled, he gets so focused that he's able to just do stuff that defies belief. And we saw a little bit of that with that kind of drafting Vandal shot, but yeah, he needs to be really on point. He needs to be kicking these doors down. He needs to be finding those first kills here for the side of Zeta. I mean, as good as Ten and Laz are playing, the rest of this team needs to pick it up. And we've been saying that for a little bit now, especially with like Crow. We need to see more from him as well. So for Zeta to get this done, it's definitely possible, but it's got to start here. Now, let's also say this is, as the desk was also talking about, not Zeta's best map.
Sure.
They have struggled on this map. DRX knows it. That's why they picked it.
I mean, unless we go to 3, these are the exact same maps that we saw from Zeta in their match versus Lev. It was the Ascent, it was the Pearl. So we'll get to see, we're getting to see a slightly different flavors, some things that they have worked on a bit. 8-4, though, not going to be instilling the most confidence given that they come into this map, I believe, completely even 56 and 56 on their win rates, but they're going up against that 62% defending side win rate in DRX. So they need to have high impact. They need to be able to win yet another pistol round.
Yeah, and DRX is a team we've seen time and time again that can string together tons of rounds in a row on their defender side. So another very crucial pistol here. Like you mentioned early, pistol's a little bit of a struggle. I mean, 4 pistols total isn't a great sample size, but you want to see Zeta maybe come out here, sneak into their pistol away, and try to make a game of this.
Dart not going to connect. RB not revealed here in the back of sight as Mako eating that flash a little bit. It's looking for a moment. Sends out a right click at range, but it's going to be Stax who manages to find that first blood. RB now getting involved. Stax going to run out of bullets. Laz managing to take him down, but since an RB will go ahead and hold the rest of the site. RB, doesn't matter, I suppose, if he's playing Killjoy, if he's playing KO, as long as the ancient name starts with a K. He can anchor the A site with ease.
He's pretty good with the Frenzy.
Yeah.
We've seen that a lot. I mean, DRX are just corralling him. I mean, they just get stuck in that corner. They can never displace Mako. The players on Heaven are playing super cagey. They're keeping themselves alive. They're playing for their lives, and they're just making it so difficult for Zeta to push forward, and that's going to scoop them up a round win, the first pistol win here for DRX. But, yeah, Zeta, that was not exactly a must-win, but pretty close.
Curious to see when this second timeout comes into the side of Zeta, because obviously there's not much room to work with, given that the scoreline is now 9.
Has to be
You're kind of anticipating that just given the weapon bias coming through, DRX should be able to just go ahead, pick up this anti-eco round, then you're going to find yourself in a 10-4. Do you do it right before the buy round? Do you decide to wait until after that moment? When is it going to be? Curious to see, but for now, we'll see if they're going to manage to, pull away a Miracle Thrifty.
Yeah,
poking and prodding at A, but instead we'll just go ahead and back away.
I wouldn't mind either way if they go right after this round or go the round after. Like one of those two, just assuming that things go badly, right? Like I can see a pretty decent argument for either. I mean, try to show them some confidence that, when you get those rifles in hands that you believe that they can get something done, but a spot came through there. 10 tries to play off of it, not going to fool Foxy.
had been spotted. Good run from Zest, just identifying the Killjoy, was in a forward position. Wasn't cleared fast enough. I mean, just given the weaponry here for the side of Zeta. Couldn't break that down. They do, however, get themselves forward into mid, but you can tell that DRX are perfectly cognizant of this. They've gone ahead and they shut the market door. They want to limit their options. Stax now holding things down to the spawn, will be good for 2. That finds the elimination. Paranoia across, and Mako just swings out, finds 1, jumps over the top, and needs to stabilize his aim a little bit, and we'll go ahead and get him in the end. So a singular kill found here for the side of Zeta, but DRX will go ahead and pick up that anti-eco win. Now we go into the bonus to see if Zeta can start a miracle run back to get themselves in this game.
Yeah, Mako's such a monster. I mean, he's so smart. He's so fast. Great little play here from Foxy, kind of anticipating that quick peek from 10. Stax gets cut down, and you kind of assume that Zeta's going to push for that gun. They're going to push for that Spectre, and Mako's right there with the Paranoia right away.
Yeah, I mean, he still finds 2, and that's totally fine for Stax to be the one to die. But they clearly knew that they were going to be pushing, up through market, and then once you shut that door with them having pistols, they either have to, yeah, you know exactly where they're going. I'm surprised that he didn't try to invest a flash before he goes for that swing and could potentially gun down 3 if not 4 of those players. But he was feeling confident, took the the fight challenge, and did manage to come away with 2 in the end.
Yeah, and Zeta, to their credit, working together, playing together that round, trying to come up with a few cheeky things here and there, just couldn't quite get it through. So now, I mean, if they drop this one, there has to be a timeout. There just has to come a timeout after this. Lav's already dinged up quite a bit here in his duel with Mako over at A. So now that kind of big-time fragger you have as Zeta already lit up a little bit. Stax here buying for time, thinking about the fragment, going to invest it, keeping them pinned there as well as getting the confirmation with the knife.
Just looking to slow them down as much as possible. Flash goes out. Stax goes pushing forward. Depp does find Mako. So Stax aware that they are in the site. He's going to go ahead, pick up a weapon. Foxy 9 in the meantime does find Laz, and Stax gets Depp before the door shuts, and he will be the finisher on the round. Again, 1 player lost. Stax, the IGL, finding 4. Unfortunately for Zeta, that's the number of round wins that they still have. DRX continue to collect these for themselves. They continue to go on a monstrous streak, now finding 10 consecutive across both halves.
Another phenomenal Paranoia here from Mako that sets this up for Stax. A great push out, great timing. Stax here buying time, gets the info. He knows they're coming. He's going to wait for it. He gets everybody in place as the IGL to set him up for success and executes perfectly. Now, let's see if we are going to get the timeout. No, Zeta's just going to run it down here.
They are. Mako, hearing the footsteps, knows this is going to be a fast play. Up through Cat. Smoke down, Depp looking to push up into window. The glass is already broken, so there's not going to be any sound across for this one, but the Paranoia does strike, and he's got to back off, actually uses that Cloudburst as well. Just try to, protect Heat and 10 in that moment. Pro going to find 1, but RB finds 2. Depp taken up by the turret. Suddenly, it is just 10 left standing. Spectre in hand, no spike found. Zest will be able to report his position. The spike is just being squatted on right now by RB.
Yeah, the comm's just great here for DRX. The way they react to everything, so good. They know the space that they've given up, and they know how to react to it. Once again, it's Mako there, buying some time, and then Stax comes through with the fragment to back him out of that window. Don't even give Zeta the opportunity to put those stingers and other short-range weapons to use up in those close quarters angles up in heaven. Force them back out to the other side. Foxy going to clean things up for the final kill here on 10. 12-4 Zeta, Achilleos. And as great as this started out for Zeta, it has been literally all DRX since. And I am, I'm a little concerned for Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, granted, this is, obviously the map pick here of DRX. We know how strong they've been on Ascent. Granted, it did look a little bit wishy-washy for them dropping the map to BBL over in lock-in. So it hasn't been as strong of a map for them, but clearly with a couple adjustments to the composition that they're running, they still felt an immense amount of confidence. And this is also just kind of one of those maps where you could unleash Foxy 9 and say, okay, go do Jet things. While he might not be top bragging here for the team, we have seen a decent amount of impact from him.
Yeah, it's not their best map, but it's definitely a strong map for DRX. I'd rate Fracture as probably their best map, but I think, still a formidable opponent to anybody, as we've seen time and time again against FPX last year with all those phenomenal games on this map, that they have a ton of confidence. Ooh, I think he got the tag.
He did. Chunk Depp down, 54 HP remaining. He's going to try to get this push across, and it's actually going to be Crow from across the way over in B lobby who's got that covering fire.
Good
headshot on the stack, so yeah, really nicely done. At least evens it up and avoids further catastrophe. So Zeta still very much in this round, but you can tell they're still taking stock in the state of the map right now and figuring out where they want to go. Seems like it is going to be a slow creep over towards the A site. They smoke off Foxy9. He's going to break the window. We'll be able to hear that. The drone starts leading the way. Akko set back, sends out the paranoia. That should tell Sugar0 exactly where he's positioned. Now he knows. He's got visual confirmation.
39 finding some good value. Let's see. They get this spike down. DRX still holding firm.
He's trying to fake it, but well, okay, now he reveals it. Still spring across, takes Sugar0 down to 47. Spike does get planted.
This is tough, man. They both know they're there. No one wants to make the first move. Foxy just looking for that pick, looking for somebody to stick their head out.
Game of chicken. It's okay, Foxy taking a bit of damage. They spray up into heaven. Depp, I think, is slightly off angle. Now they spot him. Mako ends up falling. Sugar0 under the kill. There's the drop down. Foxy9 finds one. Knows that there's another in hell. The ping's coming across. He whips on the right click. Laz, however, gets tagged up just a bit. Down to 45 HP. After the spike, the drop down from heaven, and suddenly it's just Zest, and he will end up falling. Had the AWP in hand, and Zeta, they managed to go ahead and get themselves alive at least for a little bit longer. A 5th round victory found, but they need 7 more in a row if they want to take this to OT.
Yeah, Zeta just able to squeeze through the defenses of DRX here. Now, DRX had kind of a 1-1-1-1-1 across the map. One at kind of B main, A main, and then one at the shorts. One in mid and one towards short A. I mean, Foxy there, that is fast and clean. Really nice shot with the op. But Sugar0 here kind of doing his best Mako impression from A main, getting some big kills. Laz always good for it underneath. He's very clean, as we've seen time and time again. Let's see if they could string together a few more here. Maybe give us a show, give us a bit of a map. Big ults across the board.
Oh, and he got Foxy! Just pushes the corner. Everyone's staring at the mid arches. No one has eyes on Foxy. 2 quick kills to just snatch the wind right out of the sails of Zeta.
That's the confidence you want to see out of this player, out of this rookie. That is exactly what you're looking for out of DRX.
Depp, while he had just a stinger in hand, he also had those blades, and now they are completely and utterly worthless. As his corpse lays dead on the floor. Nice little snipe. Laz again looking to recreate some of that magic we saw earlier, but this time 300's Fury shots go across. He finds nothing. Crow with a nice lurk, however, does find Zest. Flash sends it out. Not going to catch anybody, though. And the back away from the 0 point there from Stax, not necessarily giving away his position.
Kind of like the way that Foxy played that. He tried to go for that angle, and then that forced a lot of utility out of Crow there to make sure that he was able to escape safely. Smokes are setting up for a B push potentially, but maybe a fake.
30 seconds left.
It's a check, actually, I believe, into spawn. 0 trying to see if there's anybody wrapping around from behind. Instead, they will start approaching on this A site once more. Door broken down. Foxy there finds the quick peek. Suddenly, he's in for a chance at an ace in his debut of ACT game. The final shot not going to connect, but there's only 10 seconds remaining. He draws out with the classic. The first right click going across. 36 HP on Sugar0. He'll jump the corner, get the headshot, and Foxy9 will find an ace in his debut on a VCT stage.
How about that? There you go, young man. Coming out big, coming out strong. You'll love to see it. The opener for Foxy9, little slow to start, but everything you wanted to see here at the end from him. Unbelievable performance. The way he was starting to heat up with that op, those flicks were fast, they were furious, they were confident.
And he was able to climb the standings, certainly with that one, finding himself now as the top fragger of the lobby at the very end. For the side of Zeta, obviously not the result that you're looking for. I think that we could all kind of assess coming into this, okay, DRX picking Ascent, they're going to look very strong on this map. This has been absolute bread and butter for them. And it's a great start, but only being able to get 5 at the end of it all, a single round picked up on their attack half. It's definitely not what you want to see, but what we now need to see from Zeta is improvement, is course correction, and cleaning things up from that pro that we saw them show versus Leviathan. They need to have a strong performance here and take this to a 3rd map if they want to hope of winning this out. And even if they can do that, it's still Haven, and that's still
not where you want to play DRX.
Yeah, it's still obviously a rough position to be in, but either way, I'll take a closer map in the second one. to just let me know that Zeta has been working on things, that they have been improving since that peak at Reykjavik. Because we don't want that. We want them to get back to that point, is what I should say.
I think certainly Pearl should be a much closer affair. I mean, they pushed, you know, Leviathan to the limit there, 11-13. Didn't quite get the OT, but it was close.
Yeah.
They played really well. You know, here on Ascent, the expected result, of course, we would have liked to have seen Zeta continue that hot streak they started with. But one thing that's concerning for me here is 10 and Laz come out the gate. I think 11 kills in round 4 or 5 between the two of them.
11 and 1 at one point.
And now, they end up the whole match, the two of them, 15 kills each. So 4 kills the rest of the way after they were both at 11 kills.
Yeah, a bit rough there. I mean, really hot, really fiery. But clearly, DRX just working to get the gears turning here in this opening map. And now they're firing on all cylinders, and that's a really scary spot to be in if you are Zeta. So I'm hoping that with a bit more of a comfortable pick coming through from them in that Pearl, that they'll be able to get it done. Because we have seen DRX as well go to Pearl, look strong, but also get completely shot out of the water.
Yes.
So there's definitely weaknesses that can be exploited. The big question is, what does Pearl look like for me? What does it look like for DRX with Foxy9 in this lineup?
I need to see some adaptations here from DRX. They were way too predictable, in my opinion, on Pearl as lock-in went on. I could tell you what they were going to do almost every round. I'm like, well, they're going to go B. They're going to put, you know, 2 in elbow, 2 kind of in B main by the pillar, and then kind of a roamer in the middle. And that's basically their entire, like, you know, static defense. They couldn't hit A site very well at all. They've got to find some new ways to bust through the A site, get some things done. If it wasn't from heroics from like RB and other players on that A site to really break things open over there, they became extremely, especially on their attacker side, which is where they're going to start, predictable on that map.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how they fare on that one. But Zeta, we're hoping that they can rally back, get this win on Pearl, and take it all the way to 3. I mean, what a great way it would be to start things off for our first opening day here in VCT Pacific. But guys, we're going to go to a commercial break, and when we come back, the desk will be breaking down the action from map number 1, so don't go anywhere.
Question is Foxy9 playing the Jet? And then
Depp's going to be lingering, but Depp does find the headshot. Creeping down, gets the timing. Stack's going to be eliminated. Sugar's out of his own smoke, ends up falling. Stax will be dizzied. Okay, they're looking for the counter flash. 66. The execution there before it hits half mid, but Foxy9 jump over the top. Foxy not connecting when strikes him down. He only got a single knife across.
Depp here going to get caught. Just misses the shot, and they're chasing him down.
Yeah, opened up. That's actually coming from Laz across the way, and it is. And he's going to find 2 kills. Mako starts moving forward, pushes out of Depp, trying to go for the retake, and Mako dash out. Foxy gets himself over the switch, and
so Depp kind of can't even get it.
Coming down, there's the drop down. Mako alive in this position. Thrifty, if they can get it done. I thought maybe 10 was going to hold it down. Finds Crow for his troubles as well. Depp, he's just drifting. Lands on top of Chen, manages shotgun blast. Ends up falling. Push coming in. That's a market door. They want to limit their options. Stax now holding things down to the spawn. Flash goes out. Stax goes pushing forward. Stax gets stepped before the door shut.
what a way to end the very first game. Foxy9 was like, if any of you guys had any doubt about me, let me change that perception. Right now.
Yeah, I mean, he proved why people have been clamoring to see him, right? The fact that he got an ace, very impressive, but also the way he got that ace with his just pure mechanics and game sense at the end to like force the spike plant, just so he can get that easy right click with the classic. This goes to show he fits the main stage. He is ready for the main stage if they ever want to bring him back for more games.
I mean, DRX already looked very scary. Now we've got Foxy9 coming out here in a very important first match here and playing brilliantly. Again, DRX looking more and more like a threat here.
But you know what? At the very beginning, it didn't look like it was going that way. Zeta was really showing up a bit in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it in the scores as well. I mean, quite frankly, if you're 9-9 in first kills, the overall score should have been closer in theory, right? That means Zeta was able to get some of those first picks, and a lot of them were coming up from Laz. I mean, sometimes he was picking up that operator as well with the Sova. He was fragging out, the casters are talking about it. But at the end of the day, once they got that operator, and then DRX started to strike sites a little faster, they had to always save that operator, meaning they were keep giving up rounds, and they couldn't ever catch back up.
Yeah, we see Stax here playing out of his mind. A lot of times we have these starts to a Valorant match where, you know, it does start out like a 3-1 or a 4-1 and it starts to look more one-sided, but it does seem like when you get a team that really knows how to play in all situations, you know, the further the game goes, the more utility you're going to have, the more stuff you have in your kit, which means it's, you know, the more opportunities you can create.
Yeah, and again, kills were going both ways in the beginning, and quite frankly, the flow of it, and we even see Foxy, he looked a little shaky. The casters talked about it. The jitters were there, but you give them enough time, right? And DRX starts to figure out, okay, these are your defaults, Zeta, we know what's going on. Then they're just going to be able to take over the site. And on a map like Ascent, if you're losing that defensive first half, it's going to be a tough uphill battle.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it was a moment where, you know, even though it did seem like Zest was really playing well and playing out of their mind, DRX is really able to clutch it here. We're seeing the few highlights of basically the twilight of this match here, but DRX completely and totally crushing through.
Yeah, and this round was, we're going to skip the Mako part, but that was a round where Mako just waited with 3 bullets left. He's like, I'll let you reload, and I'll still get the kill.
That's showing some real confidence in a moment like that when you know it's just one shot, one kill in that moment, but you're like, oh, I can actually just stop moving, I can reload, and I can execute you.
I've never seen someone look so chill on a Spectre like Mako.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, but let's talk about Mako, actually. Mako's plays, like, I mean, he definitely did not let us down either. He had some amazing Omen plays as well.
No, I mean, he had some incredible Omen plays, especially over by Boathouse. I don't know if we're going to have a highlight of that coming up here in a second or not, but I mean, he had this moment, he shroud stepped across through the center of Ascent, getting over to the other side, using his ulti to snag the spike. Then getting that planted, forcing the 2 killjoys, lockdowns to come in. Of course, let's not forget that's more expensive now. So even forcing that from the opposing side is huge. But it was really incredible.
I mean, a lot of the global fans watching as well, they just continue to say the fact that Mako is on this team, DRX will always recover, right? They'll always get back into form. Mako will buy enough time for the rest of the team to get back into prime condition. And that's why a lot of people are saying Mako perhaps the best controller when you just compare them individually, just because of how consistent he is. Whether the team's shaky, whether they're off to a bad start and they're 0-3, he's still able to make these plays happen and bring back the team into a competition.
It's important if you're a controller like that. You know, oftentimes you're the last guy that's left over, right? If the whole team does get thinned out, and he's so good at being clutch in those situations where it does come down not so much to how you set up the round to start with, and did you get your strats executed, but do you have the instinct? Can you lurk? Can you maneuver around? And can you maybe take that one-on-one gunfight?
But I want to go back to earlier with Zeta, with Laz, taking that Odin.
Yeah.
And just destroying. Like, really just dirty plays.
And we know the Odin works on Ascent, but the way he was using it is not what we're used to, right? He was just kind of walking forward ever, kind of just power Odin simulator over here on Ascent. But overall, Zeta looked good in the beginning of the match, right? I mean, we started to see it, I think, at round 3. We had there should be a highlight somewhere. Even we saw it briefly in that replay as well. But Zeta had these kind of retakes ready where you could see they practiced the timing, right? The Omen would put up a smoke on A main, and then they would actually paranoia under Heaven. And we'll be able to see it here, right? So you close off main, and then you're going to paranoia under right as you're about to drop, and then they strike the site. And so that allows Dev to just jump over Generator without ever having to worry about anyone peeking out from Hell, even if they were there. So things like this is where we see, okay, Zeta's prepared how they want to play this defense. The timing on that was very good, and we see them actually repeat this retake several times. It doesn't work after the first one, I will say. GRX kind of learns their lesson, but that just goes to show, okay, they had a plan. It wasn't just relying on defaults and getting frags. They had a plan on how they wanted to do that. That's how they were able to get that lead early on. But once they got that operator, they started to fall back further and further because they couldn't do retakes as easily. And their kind of plan revolved around retakes in the beginning.
Definitely. I think round 8 is when we saw that tie come to 4-4, and that's incidentally when Foxy9 got, you know, a solid 3K. Do you think Foxy9 is going to be seen more in this tournament?
I would hope so. Of course, we did hear, right? Buzz posted on his Twitter that, you know, he's out for personal reasons, and of course he is part of the original core. But I think Foxy9's proven that if they ever need to, or maybe it's per opponent, maybe it's per map, I think you can definitely have hopes to watch him again because he's proving that he can shake off the jitters very quickly. And when he got that double kill in round 8, like he had messed up his tailwind, and he still gets a double kill. So the mechanics are there.
Yeah, I mean, Foxy9, it's interesting because he looked very confident. He looked very comfortable when he was playing up there. And that's all you need. If he's got the mechanical skills already, and he can go into an overwhelming environment like this and then deliver like that, yeah, he should be playing fine.
Which, by the way, that was the biggest reason we didn't see him on the big stage last year in Challengers Korea, was because a lot of coaches had gone through Foxy9 and said, he just can't get over his nerves. Like, the mechanics are there. One of the Korean casters actually worked with him to try to train his mental, just so he could get ready for the stage, and he still couldn't do it. But now he's broken through and said, oh, we're playing against Zeta Division in the Tier 1, right, tournament of VCT and VCT Pacific opening match. Let me just casually get an ace just to wrap up the match and prove that I belong on the stage. So good for him.
Good for him. Yeah, he's just finally shaking it off. I mean, I'm really excited to see how they're going to do. Zeta has their map pick in the next round. Do we expect any different results coming in?
I mean, for their sake, I would hope so. I don't.
Well, that.
I mean, to be honest, when you look at what happened with Zeta, they had a strong start. But let's go back and take a look at this moment that we had here. This is a moment that it looked like they were going to be able to take the match, right? And this is something we were mentioning earlier. We saw Mako here, definitely Shroud step across. This is when they thought they might have had the spike isolated in mid. Omen ulti snags it. They're going to lock in Boathouse. And now we get the Killjoy ulti forced out here on both sides. And this was just a moment where there was like a lot going on, but it was a moment where they were, you know, as far as DRX is concerned, they were so clutch on this side of this of the map, and yeah, it was just one of the best parts of the games here. To answer your question, going back to Zeta, you know, and what can they possibly do coming into this? They're going to have to show, you know, a healthy play when we get past pistol rounds, when we get into more rifle play, when we get into games where there's going to be more utility in your kit.
Yeah, and again, this is another round where you see Mako is the reason this is possible. I mean, yes, RB does his part as well, but Mako's the one who pushes out, gets the lockdown. He's, of course, using that Omen utility to make that round even salvageable to begin with. But again, just old reliable. I mean, Mako, if he's still alive, you never know how the round's going to end, and the scoreline shows it. I mean, sure, Stacks had the highest score in terms of in-game stats, but still a 257 ACS and a 3.9 KDA. I mean, 4 kills to 1 death with some assists sprinkled in there, but he was getting a lot of kills too. Yeah. That's an insane number.
You know, some games are won off of just the strat setup, the spike detonates, but others are won based on a one-on-one gunfight. And Mako is so clutch in those moments. Yeah. He's so comfortable. He really thrives in situations like that, and that's what we saw back there.
Yeah, a 3.9. I don't know the last time we saw a number like that. You know, at the top level of VCT. So, sure, Zeta, it's their pick on Pearl, but Mako's still there on the other side, so it's going to be a pretty tall wall for them to climb.
I think DRX is really making their stance. Like, you know, everyone's afraid to come against us right now, and this is why. This is why, and their stats are incredible. I do know that the players are getting ready for their next map right now. I'm so excited to see how this goes on Pearl. How do you think this is going to go?
Let's keep in mind, last map we had a mirror matchup, which I always find kind of fun, right? You get two regions that are have been head-to-head so many times, and they're literally all picking the same agents. It'll be interesting to see what agents exactly they go for. Obviously, a different map requires different play styles, but what I want to see from Zeta Division overall is just healthier, better play, more synergy as we go kind of into the mid-game, you could call it, of the first round or the first half of the second half, excuse me.
Yeah, and I will note that compared to lock-in, their calls did seem crisper, right? They started to lose their duels and whatnot, right? The operator actually ended up kind of being a bane in their side, but their calls were still quicker. At lock-in, you could see the delay in movement of how they wanted to go through a round. But Laz IGLing now once again for this team. It seems to be working out. I mean, he took the Sova on the Ascent, so I'm curious because he was trying to play these other Sentinels over at Lock-in, right, after Chamber has been nerfed. So does he now go back? I mean, 10 looked good on the Killjoy on Ascent, so he could very well still be playing that on Pearl, and Laz still plays, something like the Fade or the Sova, like an Initiator, just to get intel.
I mean, you also made a really good point about the operator and how that affected Zeta's flow, their flow state. Do you think Pearl is a great map for an operator?
Yes. I mean, it's almost you kind of need an operator, but they have to have these other plans ready for the site where there is no operator. So we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Harbor's been becoming a mainstay, so it's no surprise to see Harbor Viper. This is going to be another one of those matches on Pearl where everyone's going to have to keep their eyes peeled because we're going to see so many walls go up from Viper and Harbor on both sides. But Laz playing that Sky, so he is going to play not only intel, but also the only flash for that team. And that's the big difference, right? We've got double Initiator on the side of DRX, actually not going with any Sentinels.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see the Viper-Harbor combo coming into this here. Other overlaps are going to be Jet here, but that's not a shocker either here for Depp or Foxy9.
Yeah, and again, the big difference is DRX's, I guess, understanding is, okay, well, we have Viper still. She can be a semi-sentinel. We can still lock down sites. Harbor can push out the other side on defense, whereas Zeta is preferring to have that reliable Killjoy intel and utility to buy time on defense and also make sure they're able to watch out for lurks when they're on the attack. And I'll just say this, based on comp and role and pretty much what he's been doing for the team, Laz is the key here, right? If Laz can put up numbers, if he can really push out and get that intel for his team and make the right calls, we could be going to a map 3.
And with that, I think our Agent Select is done. We're going to throw it over to the casters. Take it away, Paper Thin and Achilleos.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, we'll see if this is going to, in fact, be able to go the distance. Obviously, some pretty heavy differentiation as far as the comps are concerned. Single flash around on the other side, but not going for that Sentinel, as William was just mentioning there on the desk. Going for the Fade instead of the Killjoy.
It is really interesting from both of these teams, right? Playing very different comps than what we saw at Lock-in. Now, I'm not super surprised that people are leaning into the Harbor Viper combo. This kind of reminds me, you can kind of play it similar to how you're going to play Icebox. The B long side has a little bit of kind of that same flow, that same idea, where you want to cut off multiple angles using both of those big smoke screens that those two agents have. So I think it's really fascinating. The KO is pretty interesting to me here from Stacks. It seems like he's really gung-ho on this agent once again. We've seen him kind of flirt around with a few different agents, but we know he's a very solid KO overall. But yeah, no Sentinel on the side of DRX doesn't surprise me too much, if I'm being honest. Like, I think they can get away with it, especially with the fact that Buzz isn't here today.
Sure,
it makes a little bit more sense to me.
Well, this is now, fourth time that we're seeing DRX play this map of Pearl, the third different comp that they're showing us. We did see the Viper-Harbor combo from them when they were playing against Loud, but that was with a Killjoy as well as a Sky instead of the KO, instead of the Fade. So it's yet another adjustment. I'm curious to see how this is going to go for the side of Zeta, who continue to not fully go for the double controller. The Harbor can kind of fit into that role, but it's not the Astra that they have shown us in the past. They played that versus Gen G as well as versus Boom at the Gwangju event, as well as the Champions last year. You can see them trying to take some forward position, though, in mid. Everybody getting themselves moved up. It seems like DRX fairly wary of this, and crucially, they're not going to be able to get that shot across. Realize that we have Zest on the player cam, but it's all right. We'll get that adjusted.
Yeah, so quick rotations coming here for Zeta. They're reading this just fine. They know what DRX is doing, what they're thinking. The defenses are in place here for 10. He had some good defensive moments on Ascent. Let's see if he can continue.
Find themselves forward here into the side. Already Foxy9 going to be picking up a kill. They get that Haunt reveal onto one, but Depp pushing out, gets the headshot across. Foxy9 gets taken out. Push in. Spike now going to be stranded down on the floor. Just barely missed out on the opportunity to get that plant. Dog comes playing forward, draws attention. And significant damage now out onto Zest. Mako trying to find one, manages to get one across, and Zest, as the last man standing, will narrowly be able to close out the round. DRX winning now their second pistol in the series.
It just took a little bit too long to get that kill in front of Zest for Zeta. Had they been able to find that a little bit faster, I think they're able to get this round. I saw a lot of the things I wanted to see out of Zeta here. They're playing off of each other. They're playing for trades. You know, one person comes in, another, if one person goes down, another one comes in. So overall, really liked what I saw, but Zest here just a little bit too clean. And Zeta just not clean enough in that crucial end of the round moment. They had a good setup. They were ready for it. They played that round fairly well, but it's the firepower there for DRX that's going to carry them through. Now it looks like an A hit here for DRX. The knife, 0 point. Allows them the space to get the orb, but they aren't making any aggressive moves. I was kind of curious to see if DRX was just going to put the pedal down here, just make a go for a fast play, but I think, you know, with what they saw in the previous round, with how aggressive Zeta pushed out early, especially with them being on the eco again, you know, we see this a couple times with Zeta today and also previously at Lock-In, that when they're on those ecos, they're not afraid to start pushing space.
Just looking to go ahead, grab the orb here for RB. I mean, speaking of RB, one of the biggest praises that has, you know, been surrounding him as of late has been his flexibility and how much, you know, the roles that he's able to shift into. We've now seen him play so many different agents. This is his 12th, I believe, agent that he has played
this year,
uniquely of all time.
Of all time.
And it's
I was going to say, like, this year he's played at least
it feels like it's been
7. Like,
it feels like it's been 12 this year. But yeah, it's just amazing to see him go from, you know, this inconsistent player, what is his future looking like for the squad, to now being one of the most consistent and valuable players on the side of DRX. So we'll see how this fares, obviously, as we go deeper into this matchup with his Harbor for the first time. For now, fairly clean and easy plant down from the side of DRX. As Foxy9's not sure which way to look, but the flash doesn't come in, and he's going to manage to find his second. Can he get the third? No, he cannot. Last guns him down, but Sax will swing on the corner through the back hall. Close it out for, again, a fairly clean 2-0 beginning. They'll take the anti-eco. Foxy9 the only casualty, but the Bulldog is recovered.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is everything you want to see here from DRX. Very quintessential hits. Take their time, get everything set up, start pushing this angle deep here in the back site. You know, they look for those picks coming out of heaven, coming out of that doorway underneath heaven from hell. And this is, you know, Buzz usually is the guy we're seeing in this position, right? But now Foxy able to fill in just as well for this team. But yes, I looked it up. It is the 7th agent that RB has played so far.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And you can see a little bit of what seems like miscommunication there in that last highlight as Depp is getting ready to push his way into the back hall. That's why you see initially that Hawk, that flash is going to go deep, and then they say, no, I'm going to push this, swings it back to try to flash behind so that he can get in front of it. And unfortunately, they just don't read that Foxy is going to be in that forward position.
It's the danger of that flash.
Mako's reading this beautifully, but still does get struck down. Nice response there. Depp obviously going to get healed back up very swiftly there from Laz.
I will say one kind of point of you know, bright spot here for Zeta, if you want to take away some good things. Depp was 4-2 on first kills versus first deaths, so you know, for what that is as one-sided as that map ended up being, not bad at all. And Depp, in fact, another thing I want to point out here, he has been pretty good with the early trades, with his first kills versus first deaths, and even Duelist v Duelist at Lock-In, he won his duels with Taco Leah, 6-5. So, you know, for what it is, Depp plays pretty well at point.
He does. Well, 10 just spraying through. Harbor wall beat damned, finds Foxy9. Bringing it now to a 5v3. Spike will still be planted. They concede the site, just looking to play for the retake. They're playing right up here alongside, you know, pushing Secret. It's a very aggressive position to take here. Certainly one that could be surprising as Zest. What was that shot? The follow-up on the Depp, absolutely gorgeous, but now Stacks, last man standing. See if the IGL can get it done. Double push coming through, the spraying, so close to connecting onto him, and as Crow swings around the wall, they will find him. The defuse can come through. 3 rifles going to be held on to here as Zeta get themselves on the board nice and early.
Yeah, I mean, Zest playing really well. Anti-flash there. Comes around the corner at the perfect moment to sweep up 2 kills. At least do some economic damage here to Zeta, and then Sugar Zero pops right in and comes up with 2 big kills of his own. But yeah, I mean, Depp here really clean out the rip. Just a very swift kill onto Mako. C10 just spraying it down there as KJ just finds it with that last little spray. Oh, he turns the flash. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is crazy good. I thought maybe he was playing a little bit further back and just was able to play off the flash. No, he just turned it.
No, Zest just a quick adjustment to catch him right on the back end of the tailwind. Gorgeous rifling, but not enough to get them the round victory. So Zeta put 1 up on the board, but that's the bonus out of the way. Winning here and knocking DRX back economically. Now that would be a major turning point for them to start streaking some round wins in.
I mean, I'd really, really like to see DRX continue to try to find ways to find success on the A site. Because, again, going back to lock-in, that's where I felt like they struggled a little bit more with getting plants down on their attacker side, getting space created there. And they tend to drift into this. Now, particularly with the Harbor Viper comp, now I feel like this is definitely a side that they're going to want to lean into even more. They're going to pop the KO ult, the Reckoning down as well. So the site very much left abandoned by the side of Zeta. No reason to be messing with this. Just let them have it. Invest all this utility, right? They're going to use so much to get through here. The Cove was already put down, so now that my question for Zeta is have you been doing homework? Are you going to be able to clear backside here? Are you going to be able to clear these 2 players out of there and start making your way through to get a successful round in your hands?
And clearing that 0 point. Flash is coming out. Foxy9 again playing forward. Spots 1 and is in a rough spot. Can't find the second, but Stax picks up 3 for himself. And in the blink of an eye, just Crow left standing. And yeah, as he gets revealed, not ready for the haunt placement, will go down. DRX again, clean. Get the attack here onto the B site. It's only Foxy9 who falls. They will go ahead and deny that momentum build away from Zeta.
Yeah, and you can see that Zeta tries to go for the clear here towards Foxy, but Foxy sets up a one-way that makes things really difficult. And then, you know, even though his spray was a little bit off, Stax just starts going absolutely nuts off of those pings right through the smoke. On there at the end, gonna reveal the player, and Stax is grooving, he's jiving, he's feeling it, having a good time.
what a frame to freeze on as we go for our nice little
new profile picture incoming. Yeah,
like our little transition where the Pacific logo swirls. Reminds me of like an old Batman.
Oh God, the old Adam West Batman. Yeah. And you call me the boomer. I like it. All right.
There's some nice silliness from my childhood.
I know. A lot of us grew up watching that at our grandparents' house in America. All right, so Cove in. Were they able to get that nano close? I don't think so. So
he shorted it.
Yep.
Well, actually, no. Okay, RB does get chunked down.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Okay, see, he just decided to stick
delayed.
it. So
yep.
Obviously, not having the sky, can't go ahead and get any heals out. Wall's going to go across to get a tap onto the spike. That's going to force the fragment out from Stax. Just looking to zone. Mako still holding on to 2 snake bites. Line up at the ready. Stax finds the first. Cove goes up, but the bites are already in. They still can't get themselves over onto the spike. The Cove is instantly broken down. You can see the retreat call has to be made.
It's beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful from DRX. I mean, it's a pretty simple entry. Yep. Not a bad idea here from 10 to...
Oh, have they heard him?
Oh.
I think they may have. Oh, Stax. Try to go, get some punch, get some kills. And the rest of the side of Zeta sacrificing themselves over to the spike. They will get 1 for the trouble as Stax really wanted to get some extra ult charge, I suppose. Look to run them down. Ends up with a bit of egg on his face. But all the same, the round victory is still found for DRX.
Yeah, and what I want to say here is for DRX is, you know, you don't have to commit a ton of utility on the entry this time. Zeta is already playing back. You know, with the economic situation being not so good, they are going to be able to grab an op. It's only a half armor here for Laz and Deptho on the back of that. But that being said, like, DRX knows they don't have to invest a lot, and they show them a different look on the post plant, right? They're all playing by pillar. Everyone's playing back. It's a deep kind of traditional DRX post plant where they want to just smother you with utility, just kind of drag the round out as much as possible, force you off, and that's exactly what they did. And, you know, Zeta, you know, of course, without the proper guns in hands, maybe it's a little bit of a different story in that situation, but still, I like the changes from DRX. Adaptation is the key for me for them throughout this year. If they're going to really challenge for a Masters or Champions title, they're going to have to find better ways to adapt to adversity, to go through the mid-round, to use information against their opponents. I think one other thing that I think DRX is really good at is getting information. What I don't think they're good at is toying with their opponent.
10 again.
He's good, man.
I mean, through the smokes, he just doesn't care. He just somehow manages to have these bullets magnetized onto Foxy9's head. Now he swings back over to Art, finds Zest for his trouble as well. Mako will be able to pick up one. Spike, in the meantime, has been planted. Right out in the open here for DRX. Post-plant utility already fairly limited. They've got 1 bite, 1 fragment.
Mako's out, looking for the backstab here.
He's trying for it, but Laz, very wary of this, ends up finding it. Cloudburst down. They spray, they get the spike diffuser killed. Diffuser now falling. Spray again, RB finding it, holds it down, finds Crow. They go pushing in depth. Was that a no-scope? I don't know. I would love to see that back from his POV, but either way, it's so damn close. But DRX just continue to find these wins, whether it's clean or they're scraping by. They now find themselves in a 5-1 advantage.
Oh my God, RB. Absolutely nuts there. And then Depp just turns on the jets and goes for it.
I feel like he had to have barrel stuffed him there.
I think he did. I mean, that's something that is a Depp special where he likes to get up close and personal. I mean, RB here, just phenomenal work off of this. And that, I don't know if you scoped it or not, that he got RB right as he stuck his face out through that cascade. I mean, oh boy, what a round there. RB, though, once again, he's so devastating on that A site. I saw this all the time at Lock-In. He plays that so well.
Now you see this gamble stack here from the side of Zeta, trying to get a sense of what DRX is going to do. They go for that A push, but unfortunately, it's going to be a full send here from DRX. They're just now figuring out that the site is completely unoccupied. The spike will come down, and we'll see if Zeta can do some damage here. As for now, it's looking like 3-man approach through shops, maybe even 4. As all 5 of them are going to be working their way into long.
See if you can get a gun and get something going.
Yeah. Start trying to pick them off one by one at range. But defensive protocols are there. Zest is watching. Prowler going out. Mako on the corner finds the first one. Suddenly, if you're Zeta, this becomes so much more unassailable. But now you have to make sure that you get into a spot where you can die to the spike.
Yes.
You don't want to give over extra ult charge. You need to be able to get something done here. Depp will find stacks as he once again tries to go and punish. As, a little bit awkward. Mako draws down a bit faster. They go rushing in, and they will, in fact, be able to get the sacrifice across. All right. Catastrophe avoided.
Yeah, it could have gone a lot worse there for Zeta. The old bait and switch for DRX there. With the Prowler, Mako around the corner. He's got the Poison Cloud to put up to make it oh so difficult to get through in towards B long. So nice setup from DRX once again on the B side against these ecos. Haven't faltered much. Zeta here, this has to come through. This is a must-win round.
Yes, and this is leading into my concern, which is so far we have not seen a timeout. DRX have been, they pick up the first 2 rounds, they drop the bonus, okay, whatever. But they have been now on a 4-round winning streak. Depp taking a shot. Here comes the Reckoning once again. Foxy going for the deep entry, gets himself tucked away back in the hall. And again, Zeta just have to completely and utterly concede the site. Reckoning is still committed here by Crow, but they need to get themselves into the site to make this work. The spike has already been planted. They get a bit of damage down on RB, but he's still going to swing out wide, find Sugar Zero, and there's no one there to counter trade.
Oh, RB again. He's so good right now.
He can do no wrong. RB can do no wrong. To take that one, I suppose, out of Pansy's lexicon. It will eventually get picked off after the initial damage, but now you have that Nightfall coming across, clips onto 2. So you get the decay out. And again, the call's going to have to be made because Depp is working with an operator. He needs to hold on to this. They do not have the economy to buy another one, so they will just back away, go for this 3-man save. Mako now on the hunt.
Oh, if he gets that op.
Had he made the decision to actually push the connector over towards water, would have been able to find him. Angle still being held. Oh boy.
Still, though, here, I mean, The scary part about this round for DRX is, yeah, they use the Reckoning on the entry, but they're still sitting in the Nightfall in the back pocket. They're able to play really deep. Mako is super deep in the mid this whole time, watching for those lurks that Zeta has been attempting at times to come through towards the B main side. Didn't even come through this time for Zeta. Zeta can't get there. You know, everything here looking really good for DRX. I'm liking the different looks that I'm seeing, these different post plants, these different ideas, the amount of utility they even use on these executes. Sometimes it's just a wall. Sometimes it's, you know, everything in the kitchen sink. It kind of depends on what they feel like Zeta's going to do, and it's making it really tough for Zeta to adapt. Like, they want to play close that time, right? They're trying to push a little bit further in. Instead, the utility investment is much higher from DRX, so they have to back off when they necessarily, I don't think, wanted to do that. I think they wanted to get a little bit aggressive, try to cut off DRX before they're really able to get those executes into place. But this time around, it wasn't to be for Zeta.
Yeah. This is not where you want to be. This timeout needs to instill a change in the way that Zeta is approaching this defending side at the moment. It's like you mentioned, I mean, putting up a fight, looking strong overall over at Lock-In on this map. It seems like DRX, after kind of getting obliterated twice by both Cloud9 and then Loud, seems like there's been some course correcting.
Yeah, they went back to the drawing board, right?
Yeah.
And I think they went with something that was working for them on a map that they don't normally feel comfortable on, which is Icebox, right? It is a very similar composition. And so they're able to adapt it here onto this map as well and do the things that DRX likes to do, which is smother you with utility, cut off your vision, cut off your information, set up for the, those great Phantom players that they have. DRX actually wants to fight you pretty up close and personal. They don't usually want to fight you at long range, other than maybe if, Foxy or Buzz has an op. So this is a team that loves to use utility like this. I think the double controller right now really suits their meta and their play style and their players. So for DRX, these changes are phenomenal, and it's tough for Zeta, man. You don't have a lot of information on this comp.
Yeah, and look how much space because of that they have to concede. They get the Prowler out from or not Prowler, but they get the dog out there from Flowers, manage to spot one over towards Art, but they're playing so far back. And I don't mind this as long as the retake executions can be clean, but so far that has not been the case.
Yeah.
Stacks will find one, spraying across, catches him there, so nice pickoff from Laz. Spike now being planted default position, and as Laz sprays out, Mako just answers back, and now the pit is going to be invested. And how do you attack into this?
You do have the lockdown here to invest. I don't really know if there's going to be a counter available, so DRX might just have to back off. They're waiting for the last moment here, trying to buy some time.
It pushes them out of the site, but it doesn't push them out of this pit, and 10 narrowly gets away. Another bite now dropped in. As Foxy9 starts creeping forward. Push up onto the corner. Tep reading that flank was going to be coming through, but he just can't clear it out. Sugar Zero will find Foxy9, but the cleanup just comes in as death rains down upon Zeta. And unfortunately, it is yet another buy around after a timeout that has not led to a victory. And DRX continue the onslaught now 8-1 with still 3 more rounds to be played out in this half.
And this is to go to the point I was making during the technical timeout about how the rifle rounds, either the semi-buys or the full buys for Zeta were extremely concerning against Leviathan. They were really low percentage win rates, less than 40% on those rounds. And that's, you're seeing the same kind of thing come through here, even worse in this case. They're just really struggling. So Haunt out early. Check Sugar Zero's position. They're going to use the Cascade to try to push it. Sugar Zero can't get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing to back up that swing. No Hawk, no Flash coming out from Laz as he goes in for that. You can hear the footsteps. He just tries to play it aggressively and win out the fight. The best he can do is just chunk our beat down to 29.
And as the Viper, it's your job to be like the desk was saying, a pseudo sentinel. And in this case, Sugar Zero just can't cut the mustard, and I think he just didn't expect to maybe see that much firepower bearing down on him. But with a Cascade, you have to be really careful. A lot of teams will push very heavily behind that. They'll send their forces in with it to try to take that space. And I like the readjustment here from DRX. Let's see what Zeta has to say about it. But this angle is so good.
They have nothing to say. Dead men tell no tales, paper thin. So they just get gunned down one after the other. A flawless round here for DRX. As they now bring it 9-1. And again, some of these gambles when they're on the ecos are just they're just incorrect. I mean, what other way to put it?
Yeah.
You had some firepower there from Sugar Zero, who I believe had that Bulldog as he goes for the swing, but he can't trade a kill. You can't find an extra weapon for somebody to come and recover. They also don't recover it. They just try to get themselves over to the B side, and just by that point, DRX are so thoroughly entrenched that it just becomes completely unassailable. You cannot retake after that point. Not with the way that things have been going. You can see the pit now going to be invested over towards A. As Sugar Zero says, please don't come here.
This time, surely. I can already see the spike drifting in his direction. I mean, some utility exchanged in towards mid. But Zeta playing very, very far back there towards B-Link. So, you know, now they're going to have to use that Trailblazer to go and check that angle. They're not going to get any information. Let's see how ready for this 10 is.
He's decently prepared. He'll cascade up to try to block off the turret. Push out. He will be able to get one. So it will be noted by the rest of the team. Have to try to play around it, and obviously they can surmise where Sugar Zero is going to be. Even if he decides to push out of that pit, there is that wall waiting for him that he would have to push through. So for now, he's going to be locked off until that can drop down and until they can get the rest of the team in position to try to get this retake. They've got the man advantage. They cannot afford to squander this. But Mako, on this lurk, he finds 10. And now he's going to come back and maybe even go through water. Yeah, he's going for the spawn.
He's going through secret. Oh, no. Oh, I thought he's thinking about it. Depp might just be caught unaware again.
Well, now should be the best moment to try to go for this one. Crow going to be taken down. Depp hears it. He swings back, but Mako gets the headshot, and Foxy finds 3.
Looks like I was the strongest.
10-1 now locked in, and with the money completely in shambles for the side of Zeta. This is almost assuredly an 11-1 half. What a way for DRX to kick off Pacific.
I mean, they look great, and even swapping in Foxy, it doesn't look like they missed too many beats. A few stumbles early in this match. Since then, it has been all DRX all the time, and Foxy in particular got that multi-kill to kind of change things up for himself and the team. And now he's just cruising. Now he's just knocking them down like dominoes.
Knives out.
I don't want pizza.
I believe from both sides. I'm always in the mood.
I know.
Much to my stomach's chagrin. A blade v blade. Quick peek. Depp finds him. That was a right click, but no, just gets him in the head. So holds on to that extra bit of firepower, and that's exactly the kind of start in the round that Zeta needed.
I mean, again, Depp is often good for these first kills, for these trades early. It's just later in the rounds, he doesn't seem to have that same presence. When things, you know, when they're playing for retake, when he's deeper in kind of the formation, maybe, because he's got the op or something like that. It seems like they can't find any success in front of him, and then he tries to do too much. We've seen it too many times where he's getting up close and personal with those ops. Sometimes he's the first one trying to push angles with those ops.
Okay, and there's the reckoning out as Sax can just go ahead and push in. 10 just completely sequestered out into the corner. Spike planted within the cove. You can see the creep up. Sugar Zero trying to get in there, but Zest is covering for it. And this is the thing. They're constantly playing together, and that's what we have not been seeing from Zeta for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like once Zeta kind of, you know, started to struggle, it just snowballed, and now it seems like they're just one by one, just walking in here. Depp might be able to do something with these blades still. Yep, take it back.
Spotted. The Stacks counter swings back in the hall. Does end up getting taken down. Spot one. Fight comes in. Shot to cross, just trying to get some wallbang damage on the Mako. They will chip away at him just a little bit. RB taking a quick jump. They find the kill. Crow good for one, but Laz now gets himself onto the spike, but they can just go ahead and spray away from main. It's 11-1 in the half. Utter devastation at the hands of DRX.
Yeah, I mean, this is Zeta's pick, and it's going even worse than Ascent. I thought for sure this would be a much closer affair on this map, but right now, no one on Zeta is really finding much success. I mean, there isn't many bright spots, a few decent moments from Depp 10, but it's like they're sprinkled in amongst an avalanche of DRX. I mean, they're just snowflakes in this avalanche of good plays, but DRX overall is just too strong, too much of a force to be reckoned with here.
It's just brutal, and I think you can widely tell how seriously DRX have decided to prep for this. They were already satisfied with a top 4 finish over at Lock-In, but they're not going to be satisfied until their ticket to Tokyo is punched, until they have that first place position here.
They're not going to be satisfied until they win.
Yeah.
This year. Until they win one of the internationals.
unfortunately, Zeta just all of the wind out of the sails. And it would be one hell of a miraculous run back for them to be able to get themselves into this. And we can only hope that that is going to be the case. I want to see something more going into this next half rather than just 2 rounds picked up from DRX, bing, bang, boom, done, move on to the next series.
Please.
Give us something here, Zeta.
I
We
would
want to
love
believe. We know what you're capable of.
Yes. Just think if they string together like 8 or 9 rounds. Like, it'd be so hype. It'd be so exciting. And we'd all be like, okay, Zeta's got it. Yes, they might not win the series, might not win this map. But goodness gracious, we want to see some life out of them. We want to see them come through here, get some confidence for their next match after this. You know, obviously it was talked about a lot here. Desk and us is that obviously this is a difficult opponent to go up against. The best in the Pacific, there's no question about it. DRX is the best in Pacific. Nobody's going to deny that.
Yeah.
Unless you're, you know, a crazy person. So obviously a tough start, but you need to show some signs of life here. You know, for Zeta in particular, it's so important for them to get through here, to get to the playoffs, to get to Masters Tokyo, to fight on their home territory, to show their fans at home what they've got, because there is going to be an insane amount of fans rooting for them if they can make it to Masters Tokyo. I mean, it'll be absolutely insane. I was there at Yokohama, and it was just a show match, a one-day show match, and the fans were nuts.
And they weren't allowed to scream and
They
yell.
were not. It was just boomsticks. And let me tell you, they were clapping hard.
We call them thundersticks.
Oh, is that what it is?
Boomstick is what Ash uses in Evil Dead.
Ah, see, this is why I like you. You have Evil Dead references. That makes me happy.
Well.
Army of Darkness in this case, but yes.
Well, going in now, second half, Zeta need to find themselves a second pistol round win in this set. Otherwise, they're going to be repeating the record that they set versus Lev over at Lock-In.
Knife to check here, but the Zeta only reveals 1. They just show 10 to try to bait DRX into not rotating to this, and it works. This is a pretty good little setup here from Zeta.
Yep, as the wall comes up, Stack's going to start doubling back. Or actually, I think he was wrapping around, getting himself up now into heaven. Cove comes in. Flank goes down, Fragment. Zones him away, delays for a little bit longer. Bro just chipped away, but the heal is there, crucially. Laz picking that up. Certainly, though, no flashes left available.
Great presence here from 10 not to repeat that.
Got the Prowler to check close, and they will. Depp, nice headshot. Takes down Foxy9. The Jet Duel 1. A little bit of damage out, but Zest as well getting tagged up. They finally break the turret. Still getting themselves out into main is going to prove to be difficult. They start moving their way forward. Zest swings the corner, finds 10. In the meantime, Sugar Zero finds Stacks, guns him down, pull off on the defuse, and RP going to be taken out. Zest with 3 HP, Mako at 93. They're looking for the covering fire, but Sugar Zero will find 4, and Zeta will find themselves a second pistol round victory.
So much of this round here is 10 and Depp buying time on the B main side, just playing that so nicely. It's such a great little setup there. 10 able to use his utility, you know, spots the first. I think he might only see 1. I don't know if he sees 2 there, and he doesn't go for the repeat. Crucially, backs off, you know, maybe feels that DRX is going to try to overstack this side. He is correct. The haunt comes through, and it's Depp who's able to cover it. So really well played here. Yes, Zest eventually breaks it down, but not before taking a ton of damage. That's when DRX pushes the button to go, and they start piling into the site. Yes, they get some favorable trades in there, but because it took so long, because Zeta was able to buy enough time with some phenomenal play there on the backside, they're able to find that crucial pistol round.
Depp backing away for a moment there, but Stacks actually, I thought he was going to try to swing back, break that line of sight, but instead continues to advance and ends up getting punished for it. So a good early kill here from the side of Depp, as it seems like it's just going to end up being a full send over towards B. Wraparounds coming through here, as RB will clear the bot out of shops. See, still wary that there could be somebody on this B site. Protocol's looking decent right now on the approach here from the side of Zeta. They can't afford to make any assumptions. Now that they feel safe and secure about it, go ahead and get this plant down.
Pings are coming down. It's Depp and 10 once again. Watching B main. No turret this time, but 2 better guns in their hands. And I think they've got a pretty good opportunity to convert. Let's see what DRX wants to dial up potentially to try to get, you know, in here, maybe get a kill or 2, and then try to, you know, if not, okay, they don't like this. Something's wrong, and of course, You either want to die to the spike if you can, or, you know, winning the round would be ideal, but at this point, Derek's looking for a way to, you know, give as little over to Zeta as they can.
Well, I don't know if that's going to work out for them as they go ahead and push up. Zest will be able to find one. Mako gets another. That does do damage. Well, that's going to be one of the weapons lost now. A Bulldog left on the ground as well as a Spectre. But Zeta crucially hold on to the Vandals, hold on to one of those Bulldogs, and that's a good amount of firepower. I like that buy overall because they have such a severe run back that they need to accomplish to keep themselves in this map.
Yeah.
Having that extra firepower as you go into the bonus, as you know DRX are going to have rifles across the board, can be pivotal. But economically, it's still not great.
Yeah, no, I think you make a great point. I mean, you got to take risks. You got to start cutting corners here as Zeta to get further into this match, to try to make a map of it, try to make a match of it.
Here.
But, you know, it pays off pretty decently. I would call that not bad for Zeta, not bad for DRX. Like, nobody's walking away from that round feeling super great, super terrible. Mako a little bit under pressure, but just backs off after the utility flies in. Looks like DRX here ready for something. Something got spotted.
Oh, and RB going to be good for one. In the meantime, trying to look forward. Sugar Zero comes up with 3. With a swing around, finding them both at top mid. What a play from him, and this is something that was lacking over in Sao Paulo. We did not see that clutch factor in Sugar Zero that we're so used to seeing. And oh man, he is now on for an ace. He's going to start cutting over towards water. Should hear the footsteps, and he wants that gun out of Stax' hands.
You can see the pings coming through. They know which way Stax is going. They're running parallel to him. And now Sugar Zero might have an opportunity for this ace.
This is a gorgeous round so far from him. Does he get the idea that he's going to be tucked away in dugout?
No.
He's just swinging out, and yeah, doesn't scout for it. Surely Stax doesn't try to knife him. Not here in day one. Not in front of this crowd. No, he will not. But Stax will also not hold on to that gun. 10 crucially gets himself in position, shuts him down. So while they may not find the ace, they find absolutely every single weapon and rip them from DRX's hands. Bonus is converted.
What a round here from Sugar Zero. So he's on point. His partner goes down, and he backs off and starts picking off these long flankers from the side of DRX. Just great heady play here from Sugar Zero. This is the play that, for me, has been missing for a little while from Sugar Zero. Oh, Stax. Never change. Just never change.
Tell
So
Stax
funny.
having a bit too much fun, it seems.
He's been dancing today. I mean, we've seen a lot of positivity out of Stax, which is not unusual, but
Sure.
sometimes he's kind of stressing out a little bit when he's playing matches, so it's good to see him enjoying himself. They're going to really take their time here, and DRX is starting to ping in towards mid from Art, thinking about maybe, you know, if they're going to try to maybe double swing that, use the Haunt, kind of a pseudo flash and dash here, maybe to set up Foxy. I'm kind of curious what they're thinking. You do have Crow watching that angle. But yeah, like you were talking about, Sugar Zero, that player that when they were making their Reykjavik run as well, another player you should be talking about because he was so consistent as a controller. Since then, frankly, it's not been quite as good for Sugar Zero. So encouraging to see these kind of plays. But yeah, a lot of the successful rounds that Zeta was able to string together against Leviathan were like on the backs of multi-kills by Crow, Laz, 10.
Yep.
Not necessarily Sugar Zero.
I mean, also worth mentioning, he was IGLing at that event. Now that weight has been taken off his shoulders with Laz again, taking the mantle. And so far, it's working a treat. Stax left alone here on the site, ends up falling down. Foxy9, the first one to arrive to try to turn the tides of the battle. He'll get cut down as well. Being headshot across with the Sheriff. So many more than that if they want to steal this round away. Take this to match point. Mako gets the tag across, cannot get the finish. And that'll be the cleanup coming through. Zeta losing out on one player. Widely hold on to their weaponry, and already the economy is so thoroughly built up for them.
Yeah, this is great. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Multiple rounds strung together here for Zeta, and now they have the cash built up that pretty much this is either, you know, going the distance or they're going to go home. So I really like this moment here, by the way, on the backside from Laz onto Foxy9. That's the only way that really this round probably could have gone real wrong outside of some miracle Sheriff shots on the site. Laz was way out in attacker spawn there. Foxy tried to flank through mid. got picked off by Laz, so that really secured things. So overall here, a really good round from Zeta. Waited that one out to see if DRX was going to get frisky, was going to push out, try to, get some kind of odd man push out like we've seen on those eco rounds from Zeta and on Ascent and others. So yeah, that's what we need. That's what we need from Zeta. Clean rounds like that need to continue, especially when DRX is on ecos.
And so far, things continue to look excellent on this attack. I mean, look at the ults that they have. Should they be able to get onto the site once again? The Reckoning is there, the Pit as well for Sugar Zero. Tools available for the side of the RX, so try to stave that off, but so far has not been going their way. 4 rounds dropped consecutively as far as Zeta, who've been just excelling on the attack.
Got that Nightfall for the Pit, so you do have some options here. DRX kind of deal with that.
Interesting Reckoning. Kind of cutting out across into Art. Mako going to be able to find one before getting taken down. Stax continues to push and will find Laz. Now the Nightfall cuts across as well. Stax hiding up behind the box, sends out the pop flash, does catch Sugar Zero in the face, and he's going to have to back away. Pit now going to be invested. Needs to go flying, the spike gets planted. Depth knocked down to about half HP. They just look to spray through. Knife nearly available. Stax now can send that out, cut off any extra utility. See, when does he decide to try to go for this push? The bite blocks him off. Foxy9 up close, catches Sugar Zero. The Pit now dropped. Zest not quite registering the depth is up close, but Stax comes swooping in and finds himself now in a 1v1 versus Crow. I don't think he saw him. The time dwindling, taps on the spike, reads that he's coming from the flank, and Crow runs out of bullets. Stax will close out with a 3rd kill in the round and take DRX to match point.
I mean, Crow had an opportunity there to continue this run for Zeta. Stax was just a bit off on his aim initially, and he just couldn't get it down in time. It was so close. Sugar Zero there, as well as he's been playing here in the second half, steps out of his smoke at the wrong moment, right into the open op of Foxy9 and gets taken down. So a good entry here under some pressure from DRX. Zeta able to stabilize, get the plant down, get their ults down. Had a really good win condition set, but Stax here just so ready for it. And the initial spray off, but had enough time to get it done because Crow couldn't get it under control fast enough.
I think Zach's used a Zed spray as well at the end. Trying to put the Z on the ground for Zeta. Is that a little extra BM?
That would not surprise me if Stax was doing that at all.
Ooh, Depth though. Winning out in the up battle. Takes out Foxy9 before he can try to dash away. See the rotations coming through as the haunt gets cleared out. Zest just looking to get tucked behind the screen. Seems like Zeta registering that this has likely been reinforced.
Yeah, this is good recognition of the amount of utility that's been used. They know that there's at least two or three there for sure. So it's time to back off, or at least wait it out. Let's see what they want to do exactly. Laz is coming through, checking into A. Is going to get confirmation that someone's there with the utility. But yeah, I mean, just that wide swing from Depp. Foxy just was not ready at all for a player to be that far out there. Had to try to flick for the kill. Meanwhile, Depp looked like he was pretty zeroed in on the location of Foxy there. So big opening kill once again for Depp.
Yep.
On the side of Zeta.
This now has to be a 2-2 split. You can see Stack starting to rotate back as the word does come through. Zest lining up one, takes quite a bit of damage, but manages to escape from out behind. But what a shot! Depp sniped out of the sky. 10 on the flank comes in, does manage to find Zest, but Stacks cleans up too. And now it is just Laz left standing, and the IGL unfortunately cannot make it happen. Stacks will gun him down as DRX claim the opening series of VCT Pacific over Zeta Division.
An expected result here. I think we would have all liked to have seen Zeta put up a more of a fight. We would have loved to have seen a third map. Was not meant to be. Zeta just not quite as crisp and clean as they needed to be. Just too many rounds in a row there dropped, on multiple maps. Long streaks of wins able to be put together by DRX. And what a showing here for Foxy9, his first time at an official VCT match, and it was spectacular.
It was. I mean, less impact found here in the second map. Goes 13-13, 0 assists, whatnot. Doesn't really matter. Stacks clearly looking much more at home here on this stage, finding that impact that we've seen from him across the previous 2 seasons of VCT.
And on KO as well.
Yeah.
He seems to be really keyed in on this agent.
Yeah, right back into comfort for him. Depp continues to look great. 5 first bloods for him on this map of Pearl, but unfortunately, it's pretty much, I would surmise, almost certainly 5 first bloods found in the 5 rounds that they're able to accrue.
It was probably something like that. You wouldn't probably be too far off, but I think, like, again, there are sprinkles of things that are good here for Zeta, and it's now you got to start building off of those. If Depp is still able to be efficient with those first kills, you've got to find ways to punish your opponents. You know, you can't just be a one and done. It can't just be a pick and then they rotate off of it. They've got to find ways to snowball those into round wins. Again, playing off of each other is what makes Zeta so good at their peak, is having that confidence, having that teamwork. And here we saw as their mentality began to falter, so did that kind of core strength of theirs. We saw so many 1v1s trying to be taken. And most of them are going to be lost against a team of DRX's caliber.
Well, DRX can go ahead and take their first bow on this stage here in the opening day of Pacific. As the camera woman tries to get them to
come on, guys.
Put some fists up.
Stack's
and
like, no, I'm not.
I'm going to do the classic esports arm cross pose. There we go. Where's the Vamos? I know he's not in an international, but I want to see some more of that energy. But, I mean, unfortunately, just feels like another day at the office here for the side of DRX. It is still, obviously, early days. It's day 1. There's 9 weeks of play to go through here, including the playoffs. So for Zeta, we just need to see a rally back. Granted, this is the toughest match, in theory, that we know of, based on history, based on what we've seen. This is the toughest match they could possibly have in this tournament. So from here, it should be a bit easier, but there's still clearly some communication issues. We're still seeing some of those fundamentals falling apart a bit. You know, people not covering for each other, not having util to assist in these swings. We need to see more.
Yeah, precisely what I'm thinking here. It's just more coordination, more of these things. We saw some good early round kind of ideas. They kind of read DRX pretty well at the beginning of Ascent. They had a really good game plan. I liked a lot of what they were doing. But then DRX made some good adaptations, and credit where credit's due. DRX, that's something that they have struggled with at times, especially as they go deeper and deeper into tournaments. So yes, it's a good start here for DRX. We're all very happy about it. Can that be a consistent thing for them, not just here, but also if and when they get to Masters?
Well, we'll have to just wait and see on that front. But for now, we're going to go to a quick little break. Then the desk will be breaking down the action from this first series. But of course, we have plenty more coming up as T1 will be taking on Global Esports later on Hello India. We'll see you guys after the break.
It's going to be fun to see the Viper Harbor combo.
Foxy now gets taken out. Push in. Spike now going to want his Paco trying to find one. What is his future look? Look, the flash doesn't come in, and he's going to manage to find his second. Can he get the third? No, he cannot. Let's go. Beautifully. Could be surprising as Zeph. What was that shot? Flash is coming out. Foxy 9 again. Playing forward spots one. Oh, he's in a rough spot. Can't find the thing they may have. Oh, snap. Magnetized. Trying again. RB. Finding a pushing in depth. What's that? Going out. Paco. As, Juno wrong. Take that one forward. Push up onto the...
Zeta has to say about it, but this angle is so good.
They have nothing to say. Okay, and there's the reckoning. The Cove gets to creep up. Sugars there.
Blade still. Yep. Take it back.
Spot. RB getting a quick jump. In hand. Meantime, Sugar Zero. Dax guns him down. Pull off underneath 3. Looking for the covering. Wrap around there. That does do damage.
Spot it.
Oh, and a factor in Sugar Zero that was not here in day 1. Not a...
Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Survival is my instinct. Caught up in the system. You better listen. Call me the champion. Champion. Call me the champion. Call me the champion. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing. toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Predators been stalking, but survival is my instinct. And certain men get bounced on, caught up in the system. But I'ma tell my own truth, yeah, I'ma make them listen, you better listen. Call me the champion. Champion.
Sheesh, DRX just cleaning up at Pearl. But I had a lot of fun watching that final round, the sniper face-off between the two Jets for a bit there. But I mean, what happened, Will? You mentioned something about the pacing of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta, this was one of the flaws that they had in lock-in as well, where they're so slow to make their decision. And this mostly comes from them kind of working off of assumption rather than really taking control of certain areas on the map. They looked a lot cleaner in general today, but then we started to see certain rounds again when they were trying to make that climb back, they would still just wait and just be afraid of, well, what if DRX is still here? And then they wouldn't either use their utility, and then they would make their decisions, you know, past the 40-second mark, at which point you have to rush in, right? So you lose one duel and you're out of the round, and we started to see them kind of fall back into that trap that they've set themselves up for.
It's one of these situations where, yeah, if you're not able to get the information or get the position early on enough, when there's only so many seconds left before the spike is planted, things get a little bit predictable. Okay, they're going to have to come somewhere, right?
Right.
And maybe a little bit too slow, a little bit too passive in that second map.
Well, I mean, maybe one of these days we'll have a team that just doesn't plan. That's their mind game. They just give up a round and they're like, they'll never expect this. But not for now. That's not the meta now. And again, I mean, first kills is still 9-9. Like, that just goes to show that Zeta's default, that's not the core problem, right? It's how they expand from that moving forward into the middle of the round. And the casters are mentioning it as well. I mean, Sugar Zero, he's back in form where he's able to make some of these clutches happen. He's able to make some of these turnarounds happen now that the IGLing has moved back onto Laz's shoulders, but it just wasn't enough to take on DRX.
It was definitely a game where there was a second half, but it was nowhere near as important as the first. The first half was so many of the rounds were gobbled up by DRX. It's a very easy closer to play it from there.
Were there any like star players that really stood out from DRX's side, or I mean, everyone just performed really well?
I would probably say the latter, right? I mean, yes, we had certain moments, but you finished every round with more than 3 players left almost every time, which just goes to show everyone's doing their job properly.
There was a small moment, though, when DRX was on defense, where we started to see a little bit of a climb back from Zeta. We had a nice, like, little run. I mean, Will, tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple moments, especially when DRX trying to attack as well, right? And Zeta's on defense, and DRX, the way they were interpreting Pearl has changed, right? When we first saw Harbor show up, it was all about main control. But, you know, a couple times in that first half, you know, once we get past a couple rounds and then going into the last couple rounds, we even see like Mako really able to just sweep mid, and that happens because of how DRX is able to use their Harbor play to take control of mid. Instead of always pushing out main, they'll always use these cascades and then a Prowler, or cascades and then another skill to push into mid and then say, okay, now this area is ours, we can rotate to whichever site. And that's just excellent maneuvering from DRX and their understanding of Pearl.
I think there were also, you know, a couple of moments where we really thought Zeta was going to get that round.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, there were these moments, you know, not all rounds are created evenly, or equally, I should say, in a game of Valorant. And so, you know, one of them that we had up here was coming up where we see the Viper ult to use. So they bought in heavy to their guns, they bought in heavy to their kit, right? They've tried to secure A. And if they win here, they might be able to take that momentum. It won't be a next easy round or two after this, but they can try to secure that. But you see, at this moment, DRX is going to come in here with the Killjoy ulti, and with just precision, they're able to come through and shut this down. And you have to think about these other rounds where they were basically saving, where they were playing, you know, pretty cheaply, pretty frugally. The fact that this was shut down so handily was just brutal, because then they've spent all their income on all their guns, they've spent all their ultis, and it's back to square one.
And I love that you brought up the fact that they were saving so often. Again, we saw this on Ascent too, but we saw it on Pro. You buy the operator, either you drop it and you have to rebuy it, or you have the operator, you're like, okay, well, maybe we should save, because in theory you should, right? And then you're just constantly on your back foot saving. And it happens because of plays like this. If you lose control of mid, right? I mean, look at just how free Mako is. But the reason that that area was opened up on the map was because of how DRX was attacking with those cascades, with the Harbor utility. And the fact that he actually goes through B-Link to come back into Art, I mean, there's no way 10 has any idea. That's not even 10's fault. It's just the way that Zeta was playing the map versus DRX. Eventually, we see him actually just wrapping all the way back around and is able to clean up this entire thing. But after rounds like these, you can't blame Zeta, right? They go back and say, okay, well, let's play more passively, right? We got to hang a little bit further back, and then they give up the site, and then they have to, you know, save again a couple guns. And it just does not open up a chance for them.
Yeah, and Foxy, again, really an all-star here coming into this. And I got to say, this is another one of the many factors that makes DRX such a threat. You know, it's not a top-heavy team in any regard. I mean, this is the substitute player. This is kind of the ringer of the team. And he's playing out of his mind. He's playing so well.
I think one of the greatest things for DRX now is that now that Foxy's been proven that he can perform at the highest level, you're on a team full of jet mains, right? RB used to be a jet main, Buzz used to be a jet, Mako used to be a jet main. But if Foxy can always sub in as the jet, and these other players have now learned so many different agents, if you ever have to sub someone out or you want to change your, you know, kind of your strategy, you have so many options, and people aren't going to know what to expect moving forward.
It's a really good point. You can make any combination of team that you can think of at that point in time. I mean, especially earlier on in Valorant, a lot of these players will get locked into their specific roles, okay? Maybe I'm a controller, maybe an initiator. But as they're going to add more agents in, there's more possible team combinations, and that can only make you stronger and stronger as the game you know, develops more and more.
I mean, DRX just continues to prove they're the kings of controlling the map, and they really demonstrated that on Pearl today. All the players did remarkably well. With that, I know we have Jen ready to interview Foxy 9. I definitely want to hear from the man himself. So over to you, Jen.
Well, thank you very much, Gloria. And that's right, I'm standing here with allegedly and possibly the best world smoker. Well, Mako, congratulations. Today was insane, especially from you. You look scarier than the last time we saw you in Brazil. So what has been the secret? Is it the post-Brazil buff? 마코 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 이렇게 개막전 승리를 가져가게 됐는데 브라질 때보다 확실히 더 무서워진 모습이거든요. 특별한 계기가 있었을까요?
일단은 축하에 정말 감사드리고 일단 제 개인적으로는 브라질 때보다 조금 더 못한 느낌이어가지고 개인적으로는 좀 그래요. 네.
개인적으로 못한다고요? 오늘 활약에 그럼 만족하지 못하시는 건가요?
평소에도 그렇고 약간 락인 끝나고 이후로 제가 좀 별로 좋지 않은 상황이었어가지고 근데 오늘 대회만 보고 생각하면은 이제 좀 평소 기량대로 온 것 같긴 한데 아직은 좀 부족한 것 같아요.
Well, to be honest with you, personally, after Brazil, I think I've been underperforming both in ranked and scrims as well. But in match settings, I guess I kind of came online, so I'm satisfied with how I performed today. Well, today was also Foxy 9's first day at work in VCT. What did you make of his performance, and what did you make of the teamwork in overall? 그러면 마코 선수 오늘 폭시9 선수의 VCT 데뷔전이기도 했는데 폭시9 선수의 활약은 어떻게 보셨고 팀업을 맞춰보니까 좀 어떻던가요?
일단은 폭시9 선수가 스크림 때는 생각보다 좀 많이 힘들어한 것 같은데 오늘 대회에서는 좀 침착하게 잘한 것 같고 대처도 잘한 것 같고 스크림 때보다 더 잘한 것 같아요. 약간 대회 체질인 것 같아요.
그러면은 이제 특별히 폭시9 선수에게 경기 전에 해준 말이 있었을까요?
그냥 스크림 때 기죽지 말고 그냥 이대로 쭉 해줬으면 좋겠어요.
Well, Foxy9, he was struggling in scrims, so he was having a tough time, but I guess he suits the stage. Stage is just made for him, and I think he's done pretty well today. 그러면 이제 어차피 우승은 DRX라는 말이 있었잖아요. 올해도 그런 흐름을 이어갈 자신감 어느 정도인지도 물어보도록 할게요. So yeah, everyone just has high expectations for you. So how confident are you in VCT Pacific this year?
일단은 뭐 그런 말 해주셔서 정말 감사드리지만 저희는 일단 저희를 낮게 보면서 이제 방심하지 않는 선에서 계속 열심히 하려고 하니까 그냥 방심 안 하고 끝까지 또 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, I'm very grateful for everyone having high expectations for us and also supporting us all the time. But we always try to stay humble and also keep our guards up all the time. And we promise you that we'll deliver every single time. Well, before I let you go, I have one more question brought to you by our gaming PC partner, HP Omen. So any advice for someone who's looking to purchase a new gaming laptop or desktop? 그러면 이제 마지막 스폰서 질문인데요. 이제 새로운 게이밍 장비를, 게이밍 컴퓨터를 사려고 하는 분들께 조언이 있을까요?
일단은 장비는 저도 잘 모르겠어요. 저도 많이 바꾸질 않아봐가지고. 근데 이거 하나는 말씀드릴 수 있는 게 이제 모니터랑 이제 본체라고 생각하는데 그 중에서 제일 중요한 게 모니터라고 생각해요. 약간 좀 차이가 되게 심하더라고요. 안 좋은 거랑 좋은 거랑. 그래서 HD 오멘 추천드립니다. 네.
Well, I don't go through a lot of gaming gears myself, but I can tell you this. I think desktop and monitor especially is important when it comes to playing games, especially Valorant. So I can tell you that anything from HP Omen will be good for you. Well, you heard it from the men. Get something from HP Omen if you want to play Omen like him. Well, thank you so much, Mako. Congratulations once again, and thank you for your time. Well, I'm actually going to throw it over to a short break here, but when we come back, it'll be T1 versus Global Esports. We'll see you on the other side.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Haven is the original 3-site map in Valorant, a unique characteristic that already makes the map attackers' favored. A site is notoriously difficult to retake for the defenders due to the pathways and corners coming in from defense. While the same applies for the attackers, a retake is made exponentially more difficult as the defenders have limited angles of utility. A defending team needs to clear and set up angles for Hell, Default, Short, and Main, which is a monumental task to do within milliseconds of each other, and agents will need to enter the site quickly and precisely from Link and Heaven to strike the entire site simultaneously. This often leads defending teams to take strong control of A lobby, with either an operator or utility combo. Attackers still have the option to strike either B or C site. B site can be a quick strike, but allows for an easier retake with doors on either side. C site is the most open of the three, meaning you'll also want to take control of the small garage to delay any retakes. But watch out, that operator might be waiting for you down the straight sight lines of C main on any given round. Some say the best defense is a good offense, and it's never been more true than on Fracture. A unique map with 4 points of attack, defenders will always need to consider an aggressive approach to handle this map. Agents with large area of effect ultimates like Breach, Fade, and Killjoy are common picks on this map as they can consistently clear an entire site. B Tunnel is a crucial area for attackers, as most of these ultimates can be used to clear out B site, defender spawn, or both for easy access to the site. Defenders have their options as well. A simple but effective method is to use Breach's Rolling Thunder right from the start towards tree, bench, out of hall, dish, and really any of the 4 paths. On rounds without these big ultimates, defenders will often use utility combo to clear one of the pathways first, while attackers will need to mix up their defaults to keep the defenders on their toes. Often touted the most traditional map, Ascent has been a mainstay of Valorant since the beginning. The map layout is brutally simple: A site, mid, and B site. Attackers start with only one narrow entrance into each site, a choke point surely swarmed with all sorts of utility. These paths are also vulnerable to well-timed recon skills, making it a nightmare to strike without proper preparation. Mid becomes a crucial area for the attackers, as it opens up rotations, mind games, and eventually a 2-pronged attack into either site, and defenders will favor utility or an operator in Pizza to control the general area. Duelists with vertical movement can ease the attack on either site, as they can rise up to Generator on A or fly above Switch on B to create additional angles while thoroughly scouting the entire site. Once the spike is planted, attackers still have their hands full, as there are a number of lineups and flashes that will open up a tactical retake. And never forget, there's bound to be an Odin waiting for you on the other side of B main.
welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just saw our first game of the International Leagues just happen to just now. It's pretty epic.
We were all there.
Yeah, were you guys
there? It was crazy.
Did you see it?
I was there. In fact, I just want to make everyone know I was there. But yeah, we finally kicked off, right? We've been waiting for this for a while. And the result, sure, DRX wins. I think that was the expected result. But Zeta showed some good hope for the rest of the season as well. And again, this is just the very first match for both teams. So there's still a lot to come.
I mean, it was DRX did so well. How do you think this is going to affect Zeta's, I guess, mental moving forward?
Well, you know, I think you got to keep in mind that, first of all, these are two of considered to be two of the very best teams, and obviously we're going to find out who's the best as we get further along in the tournament. But in some sense, it's good that Zeta can get this out of the way, right? I mean, it is kind of a warm-up match, you know, for them, but also the other matches should, unless we have a lot of surprises in this tournament coming forward, it should be a little bit easier for them. So we talked a little bit about how they were maybe like a little bit too slow, like a little bit too passive, and really weren't utilizing the clock, which is, you know, besides the resources in the game, you know, another economy in of itself you have to master. Maybe they could bring something a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I mean, again, they can only really move forward from here and learn from these hard lessons they learn against potentially the best team in the Pacific. So now that you've taken your lessons early, let's see you improve week to week, and then come Super Week, maybe they can really make a push for the playoff spots and then try to make a deep run in that bracket for the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's important to remember, nobody's getting eliminated yet. We're just getting started.
Yep.
I mean, we could have some bizarro world where DRX is at the bottom anyways, and Zeta wins everything from here on out.
I mean, that's what happened at Masters Reykjavik last year. Let's just be very clear, right? Zeta comes back and they eliminate DRX. So it has happened before.
Yeah, so we are just in the phase of the tournament where we're basically getting to experience these teams interact with each other and how it looks. Obviously, yeah, DRX crushes, especially in map 2, more so than even in the first map. But look, Zeta, they said earlier on in their interviews, they're here trying to improve. They think they know what they need to sort out on their end. And the only way to really improve on that, you can't just scrim all day. You have to actually have tournament experience, event experience, playing in front of an audience, and playing when it matters the most against a team you're competing against.
Yeah, definitely. And like you guys said, that's sort of the beauty of VCT and Valorant. You really don't know what the outcome is going to be. We're finally also going to go into our second game, which includes a team that is not so close to here. Yeah, we have like Global Esports that's going to be here. I hope they guys enjoy some of the cherry blossoms that are starting to kind of come in.
Yeah, it's good season right now.
I saw like
in
one
Korea.
or two like the
they're
trees.
starting to pop up a little early here for Korea. But yeah, like you said, I mean, Global Esports, literally global, right? I mean, they have players from all different
They're
countries.
the most global of all the teams. We've got
They
some
actually
multinational teams, but I mean, there's 6 or 7 different nationalities at times represented on this team.
Yeah, and you can see it if you're familiar with the players. Of course, from Korea, it's Texture and Bazi, but then Aaron from Xset fame, right? He used to play in NA and then also went to some of the international tournaments last year. Then you got Monye representing the APAC region, Ronsky representing Oceania as well. I mean, a lot of people wanted to see him at Lock-in. He wasn't able to attend, but now he's here and he's able to play. And I'm just curious, how does this team look with this iteration of their roster? Because they have a deep roster, right? Of course, currently we're not able to have SK Rossi and Lightning Fast here in Seoul yet, but they have some flexibility as well.
Yeah, as this is just the first day of VCT Pacific here, we don't have all the players in just yet. They will all eventually be in, hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, they don't have Rossi here, and Rossi is the star of the team. So, I mean, I think this match is not going to be an easy one for them either, but I mean, this kind of sucks for them, right? I mean, and not to take away from the other players on the team, but Rossi is such a powerhouse name when it comes to Global Esports.
I mean, it is representing an Indian team, and when you know, he's also the Indian rep for the team. So I am really looking forward to seeing how these guys do. And what should we be expecting with this sort of
yeah, with the swaps, I mean, I am curious, right? With Ronsky, does he just slot into you know, Rossi's role, which was playing kind of the flex initiators? He was playing the Sovas, and the Sages, things like that, or do they make a couple more changes? I mean, Bazi has been learning a lot more agents as well, so maybe there's some flexibility between those two. But as we're taking a look at their performance at Lock-in, here's the thing: they had some shining moments. The only thing I will say is they actually released their own comms video, right, on their own team channel. And there, the good part was they seemed like they were still enjoying the matches. They were still in the zone. But maybe one of their flaws was maybe they were trying to play a little too loose, right? They were always just kind of bouncing ideas back and forth, which if you're winning, feels great. But if you're losing, sometimes you start to lose that overall direction of the team. So I wonder, was that just because it was lock-in and they were testing the waters? Or if that's your style, your foundation just has to be a little sturdier for you to get a good start.
Interesting you bring that comms video up. One thing that they've said as a team is that they do feel like they are kind of their own worst enemy at times. Like they worry a little bit more about themselves than they do about whoever's on the other team. And self-mastery is obviously necessary if you're going to come out on top in something like this. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they play it out. Also, I mean, just to go back to Rossi for a second, there's an incredible video on that same YouTube channel with his story.
Rossi's story?
I was watching it again last night. I was getting all emotional. And, it's great. You should absolutely look at it if you haven't seen it already.
You know, speaking of some of the players and statements that they've been saying, Aaron there, IGL, has also made bold statements.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, well, he says he wants to be the first player that wins a title in 2 different regions because he's done it, you know, over in North America, and now he wants to come over to Pacific, leading a new team in a new region, a new tournament. And I mean, it's doable, right? It's doable. It's going to be an uphill battle. Let's just say it like it is, right? Global Esports is not predicted to be like in the top 2 for now. But again, we have a couple weeks. We have a round robin. We have a lot of iteration that they can learn from. And Aaron has IGLing experience from prior. He's now trying to bring that structure into Global Esports. If he can rein in some of this raw mechanical talent that this team has, it'd be a sick accomplishment for Aaron to be able to kind of hoist that trophy and say, now I have trophies from 2 different regions.
Yeah, I mean, talk about setting a goal that's pretty wild so early on in Valorant. We're already trying to dominate multiple regions in just a few years. But look, this is a really exciting team. You know, we were talking about how they're so international. Obviously, you know, an Indian org here, but it's going to be interesting to see how these guys communicate and how this team grows and continues to develop here.
Yeah, that's always been the question, right? What language do they speak to each other in? I want to see how they communicate, like just literally, and how they gel and what their chemistry is like. Now we have the other team, which is another Korean team, a very well-known org, super famous. Tell me more about T1.
T1. So, like, I'm kind of the boomer of the show here. I'm the oldest guy.
Are we going to go through the history of T1 as a brand? Is that what we're doing here?
When I was, like, super young.
When I was just
when
a young
when I was little Zoomer tasteless, okay? With my squeaky Zoomer voice. I was watching T1, okay?
Just before you continue,
yes.
Let's just point out that Intro is on the starting roster. Now we can go back to your story. We can talk about Intro later. I just wanted to, because that's kind of crazy. But
no problem. But this is a team, like when I moved to Korea 15 years ago, I got a SK-T1 phone, okay? Like I picked that brand because I grew up on these guys. But that being said, and as legendary as they have been in other titles, including League of Legends, they are not the powerhouse Korea team, right? They've been playing second fiddle to DRX and plenty of other orgs.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They tried to start a roster early on in Valorant here in Korea, and then they tried to build a squad over in North America. It doesn't work out, and now with the partner league, they're back in Pacific, now with an all-Korean roster. Some people were even questioning, Ban, can he speak fluent enough Korean to communicate? Clearly, that wasn't part of the problem. But now they even bring in Intro as this addition, and now they're back with a full Korean roster, bringing up some of these Korean talents that actually left Challengers Korea, like Zeta, like Intro, like Munchkin. And they're saying, all right, let's bring them all back, make an all-Korean roster, and see how far we can go. And the biggest question mark at lock-in was Carpe, right? He's coming over from a different title where he is a legend, but how fast can he adapt? He's proven that he's ready for the job. His aim looked crisp. He was one of the better performers over at lock-in. But again, this is just like Global Esports. It's just about how much can you clean up in such a short amount of time to prove that you're ready to climb the ladder here in Pacific.
They have talked about the fact that they need to sort out their basics, and that, you know, this is probably going to be a tournament where they're going to have to be trying to make adjustments from match to match, from day to day. But it's good they're kind of aware of what they're at and that they know what goals they have to set out in order to improve.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Intro. I mean, he's the newest addition to this particular roster. Tell me more about him.
Yeah, so Intro, for those who have followed the earlier days of Challengers' career, you'll remember him, and then he went over and played in Challengers Japan for a while. He's a very crafty player, and therefore he sometimes can really hold down a certain area or a site. He's often seen playing controllers, but he has flexed over to initiators in the past. So I'd be curious to see what role he's filling. If he's filling Ban's shoes, it looks like he will be playing those smokes, but he can really play the mind games on his own. He has some really good individual game sense. Now, his flaw is that he also overheats quite often. So it's on kind of the veterans like Munchkin and Zeta to say, all right, Intro, like, you can do your thing in this part of the map, but like, please don't go too far forward. Please wait for the rest of the team. And then maybe he can even open things up for the rest of the team.
Yeah, don't overextend, don't tilt. I mean, communication's another thing they've talked about with T1 they're going to have sorted out. So it's going to be very important that the shot caller is making the right calls and that Intro can be reined in or can be directed where he needs to be sent.
Do they train in the same facilities as their other teams?
I am curious. I've been to their HQ, and I know they have several different facilities for multiple titles, but I don't know if they have all of it set up for the Valorant team just yet. But I'm sure they'll have something set, right? I mean, T1 is a brand that knows how to run, many different esports teams for different titles. And of course, also, Saya player on this team coming over from the Guard in North America. I mean, he's able to, I'm sure, give input on how he wants to see this team grow as a Valorant team and how they can become a really, really respected Tier 1 organization here in VCT Pacific.
And we also have Moniette. So, I mean, we've seen him play a fair bit.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing that controller over in Lock-in, and quite frankly, he was one of the more consistent players here for Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the big question is going to be, can he's got big shoes to fill here with Rossi not here, and obviously this is a totally new environment to be out here. In this crazy stadium that we're casting from here, now that we're finally all centralized for, Asia Pacific.
Yeah, definitely. Moniette is from, he's Indonesian, and I know a lot of the team, we said they're very global. They're very international. Sure. They got Korean players, they got Indonesian players over here, Canadian, here in Seoul.
Yeah.
Just enjoying springtime.
And they've been here for a decent amount. They were one of the teams that really started to get their players out here just to boot camp here, get used to the environment and whatnot. So I'm expecting some big things from them, not necessarily just today, but for the rest of the season. And another thing to note for Moniette and Global Esports in general, this is another team that has brought in a lot of good duelists, right? And now they're trying to slot them into different roles. Like Bazi used to be a duelist, Moniette used to be a duelist. So some cracked aimers now trying to make them learn different roles in different positions. DRX made it work. If Global Esports can as well, I mean, this could be another powerhouse here in Pacific.
If Global Esports can make it and play really well, it's going to be really exciting. This is kind of almost like a feeler round here to kind of see where exactly they're going to be at. Again, we talked about this a little bit before, but with this being so international now, Valorant, like the biggest international esport, we're casting an Indian-based team here, but with these players from all over the world. It'll be very cool to see what they can do.
So with that, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty here. We see a lot of interesting talent, potential. Who do you think is going to be winning today's first day?
I mean, I think this is the hardest match to call, especially now with the starting lineups for both teams having some slight changes, right? Ronsky coming in for Global Esports, and then we've got Intro coming in, at least for the first map, in place of Ban. And I will just say this. If Intro's playing, I actually think T1 might have the edge, but my overall prediction does lie for Global Esports. What we saw at Lock-in, the way they were trading and their calls just seemed just a bit cleaner than what T1 was able to prove.
I think I'm going to go with T1. Mm-hmm. I think this sounds corny, but I think they do have that home turf advantage. Okay, and
that's fair.
And I think that again, a game like this where so many of the years of Valorant were played not in environments like this, I think that is to T1's benefit. And look, if Global Esports takes it, I'm excited. Okay, that's sick, but I think T1's a safer bet for me.
I think it's going to be close. Like you guys said, it's really hard to call for this one. I do think Global Esports is a bit of a wild card right now, just because there's so much unpredictability with them. And if there's anything I've seen in Valorant, it's like unpredictable. Usually, somehow gets ahead. So that's That's the only reason why I decided to go with Global Esports. Also, a bit of Southeast Asia love as well.
I mean, all fair, right? And that's another region. We talked about Japan in the previous match while we saw Zeta Division, but South Asia has been just huge for Valorant. They've really been growing. They've been running their own, right, like tournaments and leagues, constantly having different teams win as well. Of course, Global Esports has always been at the top there, but they've had several other competitors and rivalries. And so to build these stories and then to have a star player like SK Rossi, and now to bring that brand and that player to a broader stage, to an international stage, to start competing at VCT Pacific, it's very exciting times. And one of the other things I'll give an edge to Global Esports is, quite frankly, the IGLing. I think Aaron just has a little bit more experience, a little more stability in his IGLing compared to Munchkin, who also has been IGLing for a while, but the stylistic difference, I think Aaron perhaps being a little more open to flexibility and the mid-round calling than what we saw from T1 over at Lock-In.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, again, exciting to see Global Esports take a big upset. I do think T1, if they don't take this, I'd be worried for them in general for this, because I think there are these expectations for them, and the fact that they do need to actually produce some results when you have, an org that's Korean as big as this, repping them. So fingers crossed for them. Let's see how they do.
Have you guys personally been to the T1 tower? Like, what is it called?
Yeah, the HQ, yeah.
HQ, yeah,
I've
only
not.
seen videos. You haven't
been there?
No. You're only the old
Why
the
did they
old
let
guy.
me do this?
Yeah, you're the boomer esports.
Yeah,
You haven't even been to the T1 HQ.
No, I haven't. I haven't.
It's
I only
because-
had the phone plan, but
No,
yeah.
it's because Tasteless, he spends all his time in studios actually casting, so he
Ah.
doesn't
That's
have
right.
any free time to go.
There's a
into-
ball and chain under this desk. You guys can't see it, but a sleeping bag drapes right over there.
The T1 HQ is actually really nice and funny to say, but they actually have one of the better catering I've had at different facilities.
Oh, no kidding.
It's very good.
Like Korean food, or they got the whole...
It's mostly Korean food, but they actually have a chef that's there at all times to really just cater different menus and different dishes per day. So they have the menu set up and everything. When I visited, it was a couple of years ago, they were like working on their roof garden and everything just so they could have like a rest area for people to just get some fresh air in the middle of Seoul, where you have a little more, gardening and trees and whatnot.
Are
so
they like gardening like the fresh vegetables that the chef is then making for their
I don't
players?
know if they're making vegetables that they're eating. I think it's probably just like a couple plants they water up there, but...
That sounds really nice.
I mean, hey,
your T1 roof vegetables you're gonna eat.
We do know that Faker likes to, garden at home as well. That was in his old documentary, so maybe he's the gardener at
Who knows?
That's his retirement plan, is gardening on the top
We
of
all
the
know
T1
that
HQ.
it's like you can be a programmer for a long time, but eventually it's over to farming. That's the next logical step. So.
But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they are either working on or have some sort of facility. And if not, surely because of what they've learned by building that HQ, wherever they have it set up, it's going to be catered to what the players needs, right? And that's one of the advantages of being a Korean brand now here for VCT Pacific, is you already know how to set all this up. It's
Right.
not going to take any longer, right? You know where you want to go. You know what's important for the players. You know what the environment's like, the traffic's like here in Seoul. And in some ways, that is a slight edge to some of these Korean orgs, where you can set up a more comfortable environment for your
But
players.
I gotta say, I'm really happy that we now have all the teams finally here.
Oh, it's so exciting.
Because it really does level the playing field. I mean,
Yes.
there's a little bit of a growth spurt you got to go through if you are a team, and you got to get your players. And like what you were saying, it might sound very simple, but yeah, you got to be able to get your players trafficked around the city and get integrated a little bit. But then everybody's on a really good internet connection. They can all practice kind of in the same environment online. And you're able to have regular tournaments like this that can go on for months. If
Well, that's
need
the
be.
biggest thing, right? Is that we have them in the studio on stage every weekend, facing off against these other teams that they used to not be able to play against offline. So that's exciting for both the players and the fans, not only being able to watch in studio, but just across the world, right? Watching right now on stream. And I'll say some of the players and teams have been adjusting quite well, right? Two teams that we're going to see tomorrow, like Paper Rex, they had that video showcasing their schedule where they were traveling around their neighborhood.
Yeah.
And then Cruz from Talon was doing a little dance video with Hype Boy, where he wanted to challenge Boaster, who's not even playing in VCT Pacific, but he wants to meet him later. But he was talking about how some of the Korean people in their neighborhood was like watching him record that in the playground. But he did it anyway. He was fine with it. So they're adjusting quite well. So I'm excited for how the rest of this tournament pans out.
I mean, honestly, it's really not that hard to adjust to Korea, myself included. It's so technologically driven.
Sure.
The Wi-Fi, I know for some of these teams coming from certain countries, and you know how unstable. There's a little rainstorm in the Philippines, for example, and then like the whole team can't play. So to be here on like the ultimate, esports Wi-Fi places.
Well, this is kind of why it started and it worked here to begin with, right? Is Koreans are always like technology focused, and you know the internet's very fast and quick, and so
just to break the fantasy just a little bit, my apartment for whatever reason, once a week my internet dies on different days at 2 to 3 p.m. So it's not all perfect, but it's generally pretty good here in Korea.
Very specific.
I feel like we've got the worst internet I've heard in Korea.
I probably am unlucky there.
That's rough, man. You got to move, man.
I'm working on it.
That's crazy.
Just making excuses for your gameplays already. My gosh.
Oh man, we're starting that today on day one. We're gonna start to target each other about
fired right away.
ranked games.
I know we just met.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just kidding. I'm sort of. I don't know. I have yet to play against these guys, so we'll
but
see.
I've seen some sick clips of yours, Victoria. I won't name any of them, but there were some sick moments from Victoria's stream when she was playing Valorant. I'll just let that sit out there on the internet.
I've been fully inspired by the VCT players. I just watch and get the inspiration.
Yeah, you just gotta soak it in. You just gotta soak it in.
I mean, okay, with that, I know you guys want to see Game 2. We are getting ready for that, so we're going to have more coming up for you right after this break, so see you guys in a bit. Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are ready for Game 2. Let's go and watch the walk-ins for Global Esports and T1.
Face.
I am never gonna get over this music.
It's so good. It's just so epic. And man, I just wonder what it'd be like to be a player to enter with that intro, right? And to stand on that stage. Speaking of intros, it's intro on T1!
Oh, man, William, how do you do it, dude?
Oh, man, I am on point today. But yeah, I mean, I think intro, it's great to see him back on this stage. I'm curious how he's going to play. And then Zeta is going to be the one who's really going to have to bring up a lot or, you know, kind of take off the pressure from T1 because he's IGLing now. It's not Munchkin who was IGLing over at Lock-In. So he's going to have kind of that brain power battle against A-Ring.
Now, let's not forget, even though, you know, DRX is kind of the big name out here in Korea, and it's the first team you think of when you think about Korean teams, T1 does expect to assert, you know, Korea dominance coming into this. And Global Esports, I think they're going to put up a pretty good fight. I would be very okay with having a big upset here, though. Global Esports actually takes it and crushes through. I think that would really put some heat under the Korean scene to improve even more.
Yeah, I hear nothing drives Korean spirit like good competition.
Yeah, I mean, you know, kind of the joke of Korea and some truth to the culture is that if you're not #1, you're forgotten, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be an uphill battle for T1 and Global Esports as well. But Global Esports, I think their biggest thing, like you said, Tasteless, earlier, is perhaps their biggest enemy are themselves, right? Maybe, you know, they play a little too loose. Maybe it is a comms thing. Maybe it's the fact that they have to bring up all these players who are playing in different regions with different metas and different styles, and they have to bring that together. But if they can just get past that boulder, the skill on this team, it has a very high ceiling.
We've got so many different stories with the different teams out here, but a good amount of the teams, and not even just the Korean ones, are that they are almost like a brotherhood, right? They've been around each other for a long time. Occasionally there's one or two new additions to the teams, but this time around, I'd say, especially with Global Esports, I'm excited to see what they can possibly do and what they can deliver. But as you were saying, William, you know, it is so important that they don't make themselves their own worst enemy. This is going to be, you know, not just a matter of can they execute their strats, their comms, and do what they need to do. It's going to be a matter of, you know, self-mastery here going up against a team like T1. And, you know, one thing we do know about T1 in every game they've ever had is that they always have excellent coaching. They know how to groom and grow the best players possible in the world.
Yeah, they actually just added some coaching staff as well post lock-in, so curious to see if that has made some drastic changes to basically how crisply look. Quite frankly, at lock-in, they were playing very default heavy and just working off of kind of situation-based trading rather than having some set plays. Whereas Global Esports, again, that's why I give them the slight edge, is they did have certain set plays ready. They had a playbook. It just wasn't quite deep, and then there were some cases where some of their players would overheat just a bit too much. So I think Global Esports, at least based on lock-in performance, they have a slight edge in terms of starting line. But again, it's been a month, and both teams have had some roster changes at least for today's match, right? We see some new additions coming up on stage in the form of Ronsky, now representing Oceania here on the Global Esports roster, and then Intra on T1.
So we've got the first ban here. It's going to be Fracture. We should note, and we mentioned this in the previous best of 3, but it's probably worth mentioning for the next even week or two here with the Korean teams, is that they do tend to want to default on the maps they've played the most, right? They want to wait for the maps that are fresher, that are newer. A lot of times they'll save those for later. Ooh. We'll see if that's going to be the case this time around.
I'm curious about this. I wonder if it's simply that T1 just don't feel that they've had enough time to work on the new split yet, because while Global Esports did pick it at lock-in, it didn't look good, okay? I'm just going to say it like it is. They looked like they had a tough time against Vitality. So curious to see that T1 still bans it out, knowing that Global Esports at least feels comfortable on that map enough to pick it.
It's also possible there are mind games going on we can't even quite follow because there's so many matches that have to be played here. It's possible they have certain strats or plays they're saving for other teams that maybe they feel like they can, you know, get away with this this best of 3, or maybe on another map they want to try something else out here. First pick is going to be going to Pearl.
All right, I mean, this was the map they had a win on, right, for Global Esports. They were able to win that second set, and they looked good on it. And this was another, and I'll even say, I mean, this was something that Aaron and his teammates continued to look comfortable prior when he was on X set as well. So I think there's just some comfort in terms of set plays and in terms of calling. And then Haven going to be T1's pick. Again, it seems like T1, they want to stick to kind of the more traditional maps that have been around a while,
right,
where even if they haven't had as much time to work on set plays, every player is kind of used to their own position here on this map.
Yeah, a lot of times Koreans will go for kind of more of a comfort opening instead of maybe trying to be creative and maybe playing some of that more experimental stuff, whether that even be with maps or even with agents, to save that for later on. So, you know, the Haven pick, not shocking. I think T1's going to be a tough opponent on that as well.
Lotus is still left open, right?
Yeah.
Hasn't been banned yet. We'll see if it comes through on the second ban, but I think both teams might be playing a little bit of chicken, looking at Global Esports wanting to ban out Ascent. Again, a very traditional map, but also one that, you know, does rely kind of heavily on certain operator plays and things like that. So Global Esports going to be taking that away from T1, and Icebox ban. Okay, well, that leaves Lotus. So if
we're going to go to Lotus, okay.
If we get to a map 3, we're going to see what these two teams have cooked up here on Lotus. Global Esports did play Lotus at Lock-In as well, but again, the maximum we saw it from most teams was once, and it was a one and done at Lock-In. So the meta still very much a question mark here for Lotus.
Yeah, well, the good news is I think it is realistic we do go to a game 3 here. So I think we're going to get to explore the way these teams play on all 3 maps.
That'd be very exciting. And all 3 maps very different in terms of style as well. Even though Haven and Lotus are both 3 sites, Lotus, I would say, is even more attacker-sided, does lead to a bit more of a chaotic playstyle, just given the entry points for each site. They're a little bit tighter than they are in Haven. So I'm curious to see how each team has really broken down their own translation of each of these 3 maps.
And in a second here, we're going to be going into the agent selection. So we, you know, got to see, are we going to have anything crazy, anything that's out there? Earlier on in the last best of 1, we had some pretty vanilla stuff coming here. So I've got my fingers crossed. We maybe even have a Gecko pick.
Yeah, I almost forgot that Gecko's in on this patch right
Gecko,
now.
it's like, who's that? Who's the guy with the short hair? What's that?
Well, I mean, T1 is picking the much more current meta, right, with Harbor and Viper. So they're going with the same picks we saw actually from Zeta Division with Carpe on that Sky instead of the Silva. So that's a big change, right? We've only seen Carpe really playing that Silva. Now he's picking up the flashes, so he's going to have to be even more in tune with the team. Meanwhile, in Global Esports, they're going to favor the KO and the Fade, so the double initiator, and then the Astra. So a bit of a kind of previous patch meta here, but nonetheless, in terms of theory, double initiator, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, we got texture on Jet again, something, if you've been watching the cast here from this studio for a while, we've definitely seen him on that agent quite a bit, and so this is going to be a fun one. We are moments away from getting started and going into this on our first map.
That's right. I do think our casters are ready. Let's toss it over to Paper Thin and Achilleos. Take it away.
Yes, indeed, we are ready. Thank you guys so much for breaking things down and setting the stage for this matchup. So here we are, and it's time now for Global Esports versus T1. Now, quickly before we jump into this game, gotta point out, got 3 players on the side of T1 whose competitive careers in FPS began on this very stage, all the way back in Overwatch Apex run by OGN. You've got Carpe, you've got Saya Player, you've got Munchkin. These guys have been on this stage before. They have played in front of incredible crowds, and they find themselves now back home where it all began.
Did Batsy?
Batsy as well, I suppose. But actually, no. He was
I'm not sure.
I believe he was Contenders. He wasn't playing during that era, I don't believe.
I was curious. I actually obviously don't know too much about that compared to you, so I'm really curious. But I mean, a really exciting matchup because there isn't a ton of tape on the current iterations of these teams. even before they made changes after lock-in. So not a lot of tape, a lot to prove here between them. And I had a really quick talk with the GE coaches before we came in here, and I just said, hey, what's the game plan for today? What can you tell me? And they said
nothing.
No, they said, look, we're just trying to focus on ourselves because there's just too many unknowns here. We don't know how set heavy. The desk really talked about this, and I think this is a great point that, you know, we didn't see a lot of set plays out of T1 at lock-in compared to GE. So GE is, I think, more just trying to focus on their own protocols, trying to make sure that everybody's in the right spot, doing the right things at the right time. And my price to pay for getting that info is I have to give a good old, you know, GE fighting. All right.
There you have it. Intro for now going to be the lone member here from T1, set up at B. They start working their way forward. You can see, though, deep spread here from the side of T1. Still have to wait for a couple of these rotations to come through, but side player is getting himself in behind the squad, but there's a turret set up to catch him on that flank. Should be hearing this now as the plant will be coming down as he gets the spike in.
Turret just got cleared, and that's going to send 2 members of GE towards B main, trying to open up space, trying to follow up off this, but gets stunned up.
Yeah, the Daze does connect there. Jumping on the corner, Flash comes across. Zeta now looking for the follow-up kill, and oh man, he's got to get it. The long-range right click of all things. As Aaron now finds himself the last man standing, the Cove needing to be broken, and Intro is just going to hold for this one, and Zeta will find a third. T1 go ahead and kick off with a pistol round victory.
Yeah, this is such a great start here for T1, and the way that they're going to clear backside is so crucial to all of this. Even though they have to sacrifice a player to do it, they send Munchkin through. He's stunned up. He's still following the orders, following the comms of Zeta, and that's a really good sign here for your new IGL, that your players have trust in you to push through even when the situation is bad. A lot of players are going to turn around when that Nova Pulse comes down, stuns you up. Munchkin's like, nope, I'm going to do the dirty job here, and I'm just going to push right in and break some space. You can see there, they even try to lead him with the Trailblazer, but everybody's ready. And then they stun for Zeta, and they pop on through. So really nice retake here for T1. A good start. Let's see how they're going to be able to continue this. And don't leave him hanging. All right, they got him.
They got it. Got to work on that fist bump synergy. But hey, welcome back. The timer's still at 29 seconds. So once again, we're going to have a pistol round, and then we're going to have a tech pause.
Is this what? Deja vu? Is it? Like,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, time is a flat circle. These players are back on the stage they began with. We're back after the first pistol round of a series, and yet again, we're going to have a tech pause. So hopefully, nothing too serious. As soon as we get word as far as what's going on, we will be able to push that info out to you guys, but hopefully, it'll be dealt with quickly, and we can once again get underway, because we don't like to see the momentum get halted. We want to be able to just keep plowing forward and see who takes the lead. But already a solid start here for the side of T1, picking up that pistol. We'll see how they fare, though, moving forward into this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, if this history repeats itself even further into this match, you know, T1's going to look good out the gate for the first, 4 or 5 rounds.
Yes.
And then it all falls apart. So hopefully that's not the case. I think this match and the Talon Team Secret match later on this week, tomorrow actually, should be our 2 best matches of the week. I think in terms of like what we've seen so far in terms of like perceived skill level.
Yeah, exactly. Having them be a little bit more matched. So I'm curious to see how things have gone, because obviously we had a press conference a couple days ago, got to push some questions over toward Bans, a lot of them specifically around Carpe and how he's been improving and how he's been integrating into the team, and supposedly it has just been an upward trajectory. Even prior to lock-in, we kind of saw that going from the Ludwig event over into lock-in. Carpe looked exceptional. Now we see him on Sky, so we're curious to kind of zoom in on him a little bit more as this progresses to see how that Sky looks, because he was already looking a bit better, a bit more improved on the Sova as far as figuring out what his timings were looking like and whatnot, how he was reacting to enemy movement. Curious to see how he fares on that. But supposedly things have been moving in the right direction. It's time to prove it.
I was thoroughly impressed with Carpe at lock-in. I mean, I thought he was placing his utility really well. I thought his timings were good. His shots, his shots are the one thing that I don't think are ever going to be in question in my mind, because of his history as an esports player, where he has been well known for his mechanical ability. That is not going to be of any concern to me. It's going to be more about his utility usage and his timings to be a really effective Sova. And what I saw in lock-in was extremely promising.
Yeah, absolutely was. Should hopefully be able to get things underway here in just a quick little moment and see how things are going to fare. we get ready to jump back into this. GE.
Just get everything situated. This is first day, kind of normal, I would say. Things happen. You know, it's the first day with so many things going on here. So, of course, the inaugural day of the VCT Pacific League. So many new players here in Korea. A lot of similar faces, but a lot of new faces from Korea that had journeyed abroad previously and are now back with us. Is super exciting. It's just an absolute treat to have everybody here, to have this caliber of team and player for Valorant in Asia is just stellar. I think, you know, the thing we all are really excited for this year is going to be the upward trajectory of these teams. You know, globally, it's been a struggle at times. Let's just be honest. You know, other than, you know, DRX, PRX, and Zeta, you know, there hasn't been many deep runs, and those deep runs from Zeta and PRX are kind of seem to maybe be blips on the radar. We're not sure if they're going to be able to recreate that success. DRX has been relatively consistent, but you know, the rest of the region has had its ups and downs. So now we want to see these guys all start really playing against each other more, starting to improve as a region, starting to push each other more. And you know, for DRX, they want that too. They want to be pushed. They want to get better. So all of this is just so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, if you're never tested, you're never really going to get that much better. I mean, you hear people talk about it all the times when it comes down to, you know, playing like fighting games and whatnot. You have to have your ass handed to you.
Yeah.
If you're going to get better at a game, if you're going to have the drive to improve at a game. And the DRX, they've been sitting on the top for so very long. I mean, only a handful of people have really ever been able to topple them in history. You know, New Turn, as well as, you know, F4Q delivering them their first ever loss many, many moons ago. And aside from that, regionally, have not had that pressure on Slayers picking up one single best of 3 against them during a round robin.
Yeah.
So it needs to happen more frequently here in this league. And if DRX continues to punch down on the other teams, those teams are just going to get better and better.
Exactly. So that's what you need. I mean, the best way to get better is to lose. That's the funny thing. A lot of people don't kind of think about sometimes. It sucks to lose. It's not fun. No one wants to do it. But sometimes the best way to get better is to lose. So you gotta go through the gauntlet. You gotta test your mettle against the best of the best to be the best of the best. It's very rare that you're just gonna come out the gates and be, you know, like Vision Strikers into DRX. Like, very few teams are gonna have sort of that set history that they had, you know, in Counter-Strike, in TAC FPS, to be able to kind of propel themselves naturally into this scene. So this year is just so fun for me. It's such a great learning experience because we get to see so many different iterations of these teams and players. You know, I love the way the desk was talking about it with Global Esports, because they are global. We get to see so many interesting kind of players and strategies and ideas, and you can see the talent on this team at Lock-In. I mean, you know, Texture, maybe the Korean Jet, you know, quote unquote him or Meteor in my book. Maybe Saya Player, who knows? You know, Saya Player, unbelievable at times with the guard.
Yeah.
So I'm really, really keen on this Global Esports team. I think there could be a real... It sets a future for esports as well if they succeed here, right? That we can have truly global teams, that we can really start to branch out and start to grow beyond our own regions, to start to really be able to bring these communities together.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that experimentation, if you remember, all the way back in 2021 with, was it WGS who picked up, I believe, an import player.
Oh, yes. They brought a player from
They
Thailand?
imported a player from Thailand, and that was the first time we'd ever had an import player on a Korean team. And while we, you know, these aren't Korean organizations that are doing this global, obviously coming out of India, they're still saying, you know what, we can take these components, we can take Korean players, we can take duelist players, 4 of them, in fact, put them on a team together, have this mixed language, and still potentially make things work. We saw those glimmers over at Lock-In with their performance, being able to take that map off Vitality and looking good doing so. But we want to see that continued growth. I mean, from what we've seen from spending time around this team, you know, especially around the press conference that I was hosting just a couple days ago, you can tell that they are very much leaning into the family aspect around the squad, and it's being felt. Everybody's riffing with each other. Texture's making fun of Aaron. Aaron's making fun of Bazzi, and they're all hanging out together. And I think that one of the biggest things for me that Spin had actually said during the QA was going in early and trying to eliminate the cliques that can develop between the squads.
I thought that was really smart.
When you do have those Korean players, you know that they're oftentimes going to just typically they're going to default to sticking around each other because they can speak their natural language, and then they might stray away and not develop as strong of relationships with the rest of the team who might be speaking, Hindi or speaking English, etc. So being able to get in there and just kind of making sure that they're consistently exposed to one another, making sure that they're spending time, that is absolutely paramount to building success and building synergy both in and out of the game. So I really love the way that they've been approaching this. Obviously, there was a ton of questions around, people, myself including, asking, what the hell are they doing in the offseason? When we started seeing this team develop, it's like, this just, like, they've lost the plot. I don't know what's going to happen here. But they actually have been going about it in pretty much every single correct way to make this otherwise unorthodox system and an orthodox roster function properly.
You hit two really great points here that I really want to expand on a little bit because I think we have time. So,
There's a reboot.
Yeah.
So there you go.
First of all, it's the way that I'm hearing their coaching staff talk about, eliminating these cliques, making sure that it's a whole team effort. It's not just pockets of players that are trying to play together. Right? It's the whole shebang, and that's absolutely the right process. It's for any team. It doesn't matter who they are. So first of all, the way they talk really impresses me. The way they present themselves as a team really impresses me. It seems like they've got pretty good reads on their ideas. And beyond that, to kind of even further bring that home is you're talking about they took all these duelists and turned them into, great players in other roles. Well, what's another team that did that?
DRX.
Yeah. So that's, it's been a formula for six. Yeah, for success. I mean, it's absolutely just, it seems to be a proven strategy. If you've got players who are cracked at aim, they can learn these other agents and fill in those roles extremely well. Mako and Buzz. Two perfect examples.
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, it's still early days. We've only had that single series and a single round here in Pacific so far to make any kind of real judgments, but it seems like the overarching approach from Global is good, and that eventually they should be able to get to that level if they're not already. Time will tell as we are getting ready to go back into the game, I do believe, at least
I see a countdown.
Shortly. The countdown is happening. It's a question of,
is it real?
Is this a test round? Is this the real thing? And it seems like it's going to be the latter. So we will be able to go back into this. Thank you guys for bearing with us as we once again guide you through with our lovely little podcast. This episode brought to you by what's one of our sponsors? Not Louis Vuitton.
HP Omen, Logitech.
Ralph Lauren. It's brought to you by Ralph Lauren. Anyway.
Got some nice clothes. I'm super excited, actually. Really nice.
Well, early flash out just to confirm some presence around A. Global Esports not too fussed about it. Just go ahead, grab the orb, try to feed texture. Now they're going to cut noise. See if maybe they can play around with some misinformation here, but it seems like they will just go ahead and drift back.
Yeah, I like these kind of eco rounds where you're getting the most value out of them that you can. And, obviously you want to win it, but getting the orbs, getting a couple trades where you can, overstack an isolated player, try to see if you can get a kill onto them. That flash is going to confirm that no one is over towards A main. So coming in through Art underneath this is GE. Going to try to sneak underneath the noses. Now there is the alarm bot right in front of them, and that's going to reveal their presence. Let's see if they press the go button.
It does get broken, but they're actually going to cut back through and move over towards water.
I like this.
And then potentially, wrap into that mid link. Seems like that is going to be the case. Intro.
30 seconds left.
The lone guardian here. Spectre in hand, does pull back, is going to be suppressed, cannot throw down a snake bite here. Try to slow them up, but they have the crossfire, and it's into the meat grinder. A Saya player will mow down 3, Intro claims 2. It ends up being a flawless round. It's just the anti-eco now out of the way. See how they fare now with GE getting some rifles into their hands.
Well, I liked a lot of the ideas there, but Global Esports just had a better one. Intro here, falling back, and even though he gets hit by that 0 point, that's a pretty big piece of the puzzle to hit to remove that utility out of that player's hands. Doesn't matter. The crossfire was there, and that's just easy cleanup for T1. Now, I forget, who did you predict here? Who did you out of this match? T1 or GE?
I don't typically like to talk about my predictions when
Too
I'm
bad
actually
it's on
casting.
Twitter. I can go look.
I did go for T1 here.
Okay.
Admittedly, I think that
I
with
went
the
GE, so
I was expecting that Intro was going to be playing, and I liked
You're a big Intro fan.
Yes, I have been for quite some time. But
I am not as much. I'm still a fan, but not as big as you.
I mean, I was a big fan in 2021. Let's clarify.
He had a moment where he was absolutely insane.
He was looking like the best controller in Korea.
But
I did go for
see
that.
his breach on Haven?
You can see the bite already set up here, trying to catch texture as he drops down off the top of the box. Just a little touch of damage in. Bazzi will be able to safely get the plant across.
Yeah, but tons of info there from the Haunt. It just really makes that easy for GE. They're able to just come through, get the plant down. Now you got to play for retake here as T1, but still some couple big guns there. You still got Saya player with that Vandal. You still got a Bulldog in Zeta's hands, so let's see what they can do.
Flash is going out. Texture going to be a little blind there. Bazzi able to find one. Intro pushes forward, does find Ronsky for his trouble. Texture swinging the corner, takes down Carpe, but here's the flank angle from Zeta. Runs out of bullets, Reese swings with the Ghost. Finds the kill, swaps the weapon, Saya player finds Bazzi, and suddenly it's just Aaron left standing. The leader in the IGL, unfortunately, will fall. And they've got just enough time to be able to get the defuse across as T1 will go ahead and close out the bonus.
This is the Zeta that we want to see. This is, you know...
This is what we were lacking.
Exactly. Thank you. That is exactly what I was thinking. I mean, it's just... This guy at times has really been just so good for Cloud9 when he was on there. Arguably, one of their best players for sure. A phenomenal Sova player who's now being asked to play a lot of different roles. The KO here, now the Harbor, and also IGLing.
Yeah.
So he's putting it to good success, and I'm seeing a lot of confidence from T1. I'm seeing them, again, react to his calls well. They're doing a good job making sure that they're clearing that backside. And this time around versus the pistol round where they kind of just brute force their way through the close side to heaven, this time around they send Zeta. He's able to wrap through, come from the flank angle, and that sets them up to clear that angle so nicely and so effectively. And T1 takes the bonus.
Yeah, and it seems like we will have Global calling a timeout. So that would be my assumption here, as we'll wait to just get full confirmation on that. But likely going to be the case. I think I just saw a ref give a thumbs up as well, so we should be rolling into that because, I mean, yeah, dropping that third round, not getting kicked back onto another eco without even having those blades available, obviously is not a great position, a great feeling to be going through at the moment.
Yeah, it means you've got enough money for a couple rounds probably because you can, like you're saying, squeak out a Blade Storm if Saya player does fall in the next round.
Okay,
so
it's not a timeout.
Whoop, whoop. Not a real timeout. Well,
it's a tech pause.
It's another one.
It's good to be back.
Are we sure that Bren didn't bring Pansy and Hypoc with him?
I'm fairly
sure. Okay, just checking.
Pretty sure they're back home getting ready for their own stretch to begin.
Yeah, I'm sure. Got everybody kicking off here.
What can I say? We're just we're cursed individuals.
We are. It's true. People may not realize this. If you weren't watching VCT Korea, for the last couple of years, first of all, shame on you.
Yeah.
Second of all, we had the curse as well. We do carry that burden with us.
Yeah. It be what it do. Not much you can do other than just try to live with it. Maybe we can confer with a Korean shaman or something to see if we can do a ritual.
I like my DRX ritual.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Lift the curse off of us.
I'm good at that. I think I can cover that now. So when I go home tonight, I'll try to come up with something. I'll try to come up with a ritual to remove this technical pause curse from us.
We literally could hire a shaman. That is a thing that we could do.
Yeah. No, I know.
For those who don't know,
yeah,
it's actually very commonplace for a lot of, like, when you're building a new building to have it blessed by a shaman still. That's a thing that has happened. This very building, this very studio was blessed by a shaman.
Yes.
When it was constructed. And somebody who was a part of that that ceremony was none other than Faker himself.
Yes.
Was present during the what's the word I'm looking for here?
The christening
or
the
consecration of it?
That might be right.
I think so. Because if you were going to like deconstruct or something, like you would desecrate a whole religious building.
Consecrate is good. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. But
I mean, bless would be like the simple way to go for it. But I like your word.
I had the word in my head. I just couldn't quite piece it together until the very end. Yeah. But yeah, Faker was there during that.
Well, I feel like I'm getting a little bit screwed here because when I was in Japan earlier, a couple months ago, after I went to the
earlier today.
Yeah, I was there earlier today, which actually could be possible. I went to after I went to the Riot event in Yokohama, I went to Mount Fuji with one of my friends who isn't from the area, but he lived there for a long time after initially moving to Japan. And I've known him for quite a long time from back home. Anyway, we went to, there's a temple that's right at the base of Mount Fuji. It's the starting point for one of the hiking trails up to the top of Mount Fuji. And I got my fortune there, and I got the best one possible. So my thought was, okay, I've done it. I've lifted, the curse of this. No. Apparently that was for other things.
Well, it looks like this time it is a gear issue here with one of the players, so hopefully we can get whatever is causing the issue. I think it might be with Texture's side. Swapped out or fixed.
Yeah.
And we can go on our merry way.
Normal things that happen. This is just
first
day.
It's the first day. I'm sure some people are going to be posting like, lol, Korean production, lol. Work a live broadcast.
Yeah,
and
come out here and try.
Might understand
goes.
that things can be a bit difficult at times. The technology can be a bit testy from time to time.
It's challenging, and that's I mean, we've got a lot of great new equipment. Aaron was tweeting about it, how amazing all the monitors and everything here is, how it's the best setup he's ever experienced, and that's great, of course, and it just takes time to kind of make it all work together. And as someone who worked in IT for many years in a previous life, I can tell you that the best laid plans are to fall apart very quickly in the face of random adversity.
Yep, I'll have to see. I know. I mean, I kind of want to at some point, maybe tomorrow when we come in, I might sneak over and try out one of the PCs because they're playing on 360 hertz.
Oh,
and I've never tried a 360 hertz monitor.
I feel like we need to get like all of us on stage maybe playing
to a show match.
Yeah.
Us versus the Korean casters.
Oh no, well, we're gonna get wrecked. Binbon is nuts.
That's true. Binbon is pretty sure he's Ascendant.
Yeah, he's Ascendant.
So
yeah,
he would probably roll us. I have played against him before
in
in
your
just
queues?
like in-house games.
Oh, okay.
Definitely not my queues.
Yeah,
but
I was gonna say.
in like in-houses. And I gotta say, his neon is pretty nasty.
Jeez.
But at a certain point, you start just anticipating that he's going to run at you, and then you just buy a judge and then hide on a corner and like a lobby on Haven, and you just wait because you know he's going to come sprinting through, and you just shoot him in the face, and then swap back over to your Vandal.
Pull out the old vanity. Yeah, got it.
Exactly.
I feel you.
Sometimes you got to play like a rat in order to beat somebody who's better than you.
It's a legitimate strategy.
Whatever it takes to find victory.
That's true.
I will sacrifice everything to make it happen.
Oh, I am the same way. I'll do anything it takes. I don't care how ratty it is. I will do it to win. I am not above any of that.
Yeah. Well, obviously, as we wait for things to get fixed, we will give you guys any updates that we do receive. But for now, the admins are still working away tirelessly on stage to try to get things rectified so that we can carry on our merry way. Because obviously, nobody wants this.
Nobody wants this.
We all just want to. We all want to play
Except
the
for maybe
game.
Tom Biz.
That's
because I know he's doing a watch party, so I'm throwing him under the
and
bus.
he's laughing at us as we have to sit through this pause.
Yeah,
that's all right.
precisely, yeah.
He'll have a vastly worse one, I'm sure, on his first casting day of EMEA.
I can only hope.
And at the end of the day, we might be going through a long pause, but at least we live in a place like Korea,
Dude,
which is awesome.
It is great here.
You can't say that.
It is truly great.
Yeah.
Much, much, much better.
So
I love it here. I can't get over it.
Plus, our league has we have our own song with a nice animation.
Yeah, that's
we got
right.
A sick opening.
Get wrecked, nerds.
We've got a big studio with hundreds of people worth of capacity that we can fill.
It's true. We sold out today.
Exactly.
Tons of people here. Tons of journalists and
we
staff.
have pauses, but at least it looks damn pretty while we're paused.
I had a really nice interaction with a fan during the break here. A very nice guy from China came up and said hi and knew who we were, and he's listening to the cast. So
nice.
Thank you, David. Appreciate you coming down.
Yeah, there's this other guy, this British guy who was here that came up and said hi to me. He had like a mustache and everything. He said he was trying to become a caster.
A caster?
His name was like
yeah.
His name was like Ben.
Does he
or like Brendan
yeah,
or something like that?
Wasn't he like friends with a bald guy?
Yeah.
And
yeah, something like that.
Kind of like a whitehead.
He looked familiar. I think I might have seen him in Sao Paulo as well. So apparently he travels around a lot to see VCT
glasses
events.
and,
so yeah, exactly.
Similar to yours a little bit.
I hope it works out for him. I hope on his road to become a commentator.
I hope. I wish him all the best.
Best of luck. I remember when I was in that position, just trying to make it work. Brent is in fact not listening to the cast.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. He said he could hear us sometimes because
Okay.
during the DRX match, because DRX was just destroying, it was getting quiet. Because there's actually quite a few Zeta fans here as well.
Yeah.
They bought a lot of tickets for today's match, so it got a little quiet in the studio when DRX was kind of pounding a little bit there.
It happens. That or we might find something more exciting or more fun in the Korean casters, so maybe they're being
That's true.
a little more soft-spoken, but we're riled up about something. Either way.
Imagine the world where we're more hyped than the Korean casters. It's hard to do.
Yeah. Well, people always beg for that. Why don't you cast like the Korean casters? Because it doesn't work as well in English.
I just had this very long talk about this on my stream the other day.
Yeah, it's just like a big cultural difference in the way that information is presented during a game. But I'm being told that we are going to be getting back into things now, as Texture has had his headset back on, and we can continue on our merry way. So fingers, toes, everything crossed to ensure that this does not happen again. But if it does, don't worry. We'll guide you through it, as usual.
Exactly.
More episodes for the podcast. I'm just gonna start clipping things from our broadcast when we have these, and then upload them to Spotify and SoundCloud.
Only tech pauses in the building.
Yeah.
That's the name of our podcast.
Pausecast. Something like, I don't know. Okay, well, I don't think Ronski knows what hit him.
I don't think many people would be expecting that. Munchkin was just ready.
Absolutely brutalized. Granted, again, this is going to be an eco, dropping the bonus. Blades are picked up here by Texture, was able to get some orbs and charges, but he gets stunned, and as he tries to leap up over the top, Munchkin will just go ahead, snipe him in the face.
Yeah, the utility combo there, so good from T1. A Trailblazer to follow up. Just absolutely destroyed any hope that Texture was going to get any value out of those Blade Storms. Intro here, he's good for it. Yep. Clean against Aaron.
Way on that lurk. Scoops up the kill again. The push is wrapping around into Art, but once more, there is that alarm bot. So at this point, you suspect that they are both going to be playing together. So as soon as they destroy or trigger this thing, going to know exactly where both players from the side of GE are at. Cutting their way through. Once more, it looks like they're just going to be wrapping around, going for Link. Jump out, and 2 more kills for Intro, finding 3. So a flawless round here. No economic damage dealt here from the side of Global.
And now we start looking at this round as super important for Global Esports. Being down 4-0 already on a map that you had to heavily favor them on, just based on both of these teams' experiences at lock-in. But that being said, kind of something people have to keep in mind is there's been pretty significant changes to T1, not only with Intro, but with a few coaches. So again, GE, there wasn't a ton they could prep for, so they needed to kind of try to play to their own strengths. Meanwhile, T1, I think, has a little bit of an advantage here, trying to come out with, absolutely a good time for a timeout. T1 could come out here with maybe a little bit of the initiative. They can come out with a few surprises, a few set plays, whereas GE kind of on the back foot because they have a little bit more tape on their players. Obviously, we have Wrongski here, but we don't have SK Rossi, so it is a little bit different. But for the most part, you're going to have a pretty good idea of the general thought process. You still have Aaron as the IGL. You don't have a different IGL like you do with T1. So absolutely, I think GE a little bit on the back foot. Let's see if they can use this timeout to kind of change the pace, change the initiative.
Yeah, I mean, mentioning Rossi, one of the things that he had said when he was doing a stint on the desk over at Lock-In was, he was talking about when your IGL is finding kills, when the IGL is fragging, and how that can really inspire confidence and a drive to, want to, match them in that regard. You see your leader leading the way, you want to be able to follow in their footsteps and have a similar impact. He's talking about that quite a bit, and right now, we're not seeing it as nearly as much from Aaron as we're seeing it from the side of Zeta. So we need to see Aaron really start finding impact in these rounds, do some great shot calling, find some frags to really just start getting Global up to snuff and pull them back into this. Granted, I'll have to hold that thought as, it's going to be a rush play coming out. Side player. Let's get flash, pulls back. Carpe going to be taken down, and there's Aaron finding that initial kill.
There you go.
Fragment sent out, trying to zone him back, but you can see Global just pulling away from this position, not wanting to test their luck anymore. They're happy with the kill that they got, and they go ahead and they back away.
Yeah, the pick and run. And this is precisely the right time to kind of highlight the point you're talking about. Aaron needs to pick it up. But the thing that I was really impressed with Aaron at Lock-In was his lurking. He was all over the map, hitting opponents in the backs at great times, especially on Lotus. I thought he was really, as not great as that map went for GE. I thought he was doing pretty well. So I like what they're doing here. Leave Aaron on his own, isolate him, and if he can start finding success, that could snowball GE further into rounds. But this time they poke out. There's no alarm bot here, so I think or maybe it already got cleared before I looked at the map and didn't look. But regardless, GE pulling back right into the heavily fortified B site. Oh, the alarm bot is down in B. Okay, by the doors. Got it. So it wasn't there. But I think that might have caused GE to kind of second-guess themselves here, where they thought it might have been a trap.
However, I mean, T1, despite the early kill, they do have the correct read on the site. Fight to try to delay the entry. Texture up over the top of the screen. Cyplower player waiting for the push out and will get the headshot. Follows up for a second one. And Intro's got covering fire. Soronsky gets taken down. And the advantage completely falls apart. Now with just 12 seconds remaining, they're backing away. Aaron tries to get the flank, tries to find another weapon, take it out of the hands of T1. But even Bazzi cannot survive. Gets picked off at the very end. And Carpe, the one casualty taken down within the first 10 seconds of the round. T1 will go ahead and close out yet another one.
Yeah, what I think happened here is that they pushed towards or got outside of it, got to the spot where the alarm bot normally is. It wasn't there this time, and decided to rotate off of it and just, you know, T1 guessed correctly with their positioning, and you run into that crossfire, you run into those defenses, no matter what. The defenders have a huge advantage in that situation. So T1 able to convert with some nasty shooting from Zaya player up on Heaven.
One of the things I will say is that, again, back at Lock-In, I believe it was Rishi, we had an interview with him, and he had said, you know what, the team often starts slow. In their scrims, he was saying, GE. We might drop our first map, but then we bring it back after that. And we kind of saw a bit of that.
Yeah.
With their series versus Vitality. They had their pick of split, it went 13-4, and then they crushed when they went over to Vitality's pick of Pearl. Now they find themselves selecting this map, and things are looking a little bit rough. Granted, there's still time to turn things around in this map itself, but even then, I'm not going to be counting them out of this one should they drop this.
No,
Messiah
absolutely not.
just finds 3. Texture with a nice timing, does come in off the flank. Still though, man advantage in the hands of T1. Pit going to be abandoned over in mid as they try to get themselves back into a retake position. For now, just waiting this out. Spike not planted. Bazzi going to go for it now.
Have to plan on the other side of this wall.
It's not a default, so the spray doesn't get any damage across. Playing it right on that front left corner. Just outside of Art. Flash out, Texture tucked away in the corner. Carpe finds one, yay, the push out. Carpe gets another one. As the Cove comes up, and Carpe's got the finisher. Quick, snappy headshots coming across. As T1 will now move up 6-0.
Yeah, like I said, there's no doubt about this guy's mechanics. They are absolutely crisp and clean. He is phenomenal. Now T1 guarantees themselves at worst a 6-6 half. So that was, yeah, I mean, Saya player getting aggressive with the op, and you know we've seen it tons of times with this guy. He is absolutely nasty with that operator. He's able to find some super early value. Before the flash, gets ahead of it, catches Aaron trying to cross through. Prowler follows it up, but it's a little late, and then Carpe just absolutely crisp with those Vandal headshots. Yeah, this is looking great for T1, man. I mean, it's we can only hope that it's just that kind of typical.
Okay.
Oh, that was a little bit off.
Like we play the highlight reel for Saya player. Like, look at these off shots. His timings are perfect, and then he just kind of whiffs an easy one there. Little jiggle peek still coming out. Knife to try to force him off his position. Doesn't have a tailwind available. Goes ahead, backs away. Munchkin looking to go ahead and retake, but now they know the presence of a second player. Saya again, not connecting the shot. Swaps to the shorty in case they decide to aggress on his position, but Texture's wrapping around the back, and it's an easy kill. Now an operator in hand. The A site widely open aside from this KJ util.
Love the change of pace here from the side of GE, recognizing that that space was being left open by double doors. And Texture is able to take advantage of it, come through for the pinch, and get a really big kill. Now the lockdown, trying to set this up, you got to know that the back alley there is going to be open here.
Yeah, it's a slow swing. As Munchkin, what is that?
Spike down A.
2 quick kills, and he just gets the read! What? Mows down Texture, the gun is gone, and Munchkin's on for the ace! He's pushing for it as well.
30 seconds left.
See Intro trying to set it up. Munchkin will fall, and Intro will just run him down.
I was so impressed with the way GE played that round. Again, you kind of recognizing that if the alarm bot was outside of Art, that they had some open space, and now I'm seeing pings out here from T1 identifying that space that Texture took to get that backstab onto Saya player, but then it's just this. I mean, you got players stunned up here, Flash as well. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he saw anything there. I think he just kind of sensed that, or maybe heard the updraft.
I think that they had heard the updraft. I think that there had been maybe a shot coming across as well. Either way, they just knew that Texture was going to be positioned there. Granted, yes, it's a 4K in an eco, but the manner in which Munchkin did it, so very impressive. Might not be the kill, and ooh, Bazzi, great answer back. Punishes Saya before he can dash to safety. I was going to say Wronski does get tagged up, knocked down to 37 HP by that clipped shot through the wall. They at least still have the player alive. Texture now moving in, finds one. Carpe only going to be good to finish off the weakened KO.
Right there.
Spike planted.
Zeta tries to get himself into a decent spot. Ball comes up, sprays across a little bit, trying to see if he can find any quick picks. Hope now down, instantly broken. Still have to be wary about this fight coming through from the lane. Zeta going to be good for one. They start getting the read on this, and Munchkin wins the fight. Texture going to be taken down, but do they anticipate that Aaron is also going to be in this position? They need to be watching for it. Munchkin gets at the half, tries to take the fight. Aaron will shut it down. Global Esports now on the board here in the 8th round.
Yeah, there's that Aaron flank that I've been looking for. Able to finally get some value out of it. So huge win here for GE. Still making it really, really challenging was T1, pushing it to a 2v2 there towards the end. So even investing a reckoning at that point, feeling like they had the confidence, they had the ability to potentially take that round away from GE and really put the nail in the coffin, but just barely. GE's able to hold on there with a really nice flank from Aaron, but man. All right, now let's see if that slowness is out of GE. Let's see if they've kind of found their groove, picked up some steam. You know, Batsy getting that early kill, really setting the tempo here for them. Got a couple ults. Oh no, he's so good.
Texture taken down, no command out, and Wronski, okay. He gets himself on the board. 0-8 prior to that, but what a great shot. Lockdown just going to be waited out as they continue to encroach upon this A site. Still have Zeta, still have intro. Back over towards B. Flash out confirms presence.
Yeah, caught Wronski there. Now you're seeing some pings coming out. I think maybe there might be worry about a flank coming through mid as I see a couple players pushing that way. Meanwhile, Munyet just trying to hold things down, looking for a aggressive push out of T1, maybe expecting some kind of pressure. It's not going to happen. Looks like they're going to set up for either a full 4-man push. A little bit of utility here. You do have the Nightfall for Batsy. Looks like he might be dialing that up.
30 seconds left.
Nightfall across. That's all the information that T1 need. Munchkin again. Sat back over at dug out as Carpe just pushes the smoke. Does find Wronski.
Time to hunt.
Shifts instantly in to the Trailblazer. Jump on the corner. Trying to get that stun across. Can't make it happen. Intro now going to fall. Sprays out through the smoke. Bazzi managing to find two. Finds a third. Carpe will shut him down. But now needs so much more. The 1v2. Both players damn near full HP. Carpe down to 42. Goes for the tap. They know that this isn't a commitment. They get the right read. The push comes out. The timing a bit off. As Aaron will go ahead, be the finishing blow. GE put a second round on the board.
Yeah, just phenomenal discipline from the side of GE on this. Holding back, even though Carpe has a really nice, cheeky little play. Find a pick out of the smoke. This backstab here finds great timing onto Wronski. Wronski kind of having to act as that entry, as the KO. Still though, Batsy, crisp. Really nice shooting here from Batsy. Starting to come alive. Big first kill in the previous round. Now he had 3 kills in this round. Aaron there for the cleanup, and GE seems to be finding some steam, finding some momentum. Texture back with the Blade Storm. Gonna go up and over.
I mean, Saya was swinging back out to try to snipe him. Boldly played. Texture 5-9, I believe, at the moment. Need to see more impact from him. This is, again, potentially a similar story to Lock-In, where we saw a lot of roughness around the edges, not a lot of impact found, and then after they had gotten past that first map, it's when they really started to jive. And obviously, you don't want to have to rely on a map 2 all the time, putting yourself down at match point. need to be able to pick up those first maps.
Trying to sneak Munchkin in here. There was a knife to check this. 2 kills, and they do convert.
Munchkin finds one. C is going to be burned. Munchkin cuts back across the opposite side of Hall. The push coming in and snaps onto Texture's head. Now spots out Bazzi. We'll start backing away. Aaron still rotating in to try to reinforce his position and make this a winnable situation. Spot, and it's not even Munchkin who finds the kill. He will get the third and final of the round as T1 stop the momentum build up.
I love the way T1 plays this. I love the protocols in place here from Munchkin. He misses. He dodges the 0 point that goes just outside of back sight. Immediately after it's done, they pop up the toxic screen. He moves back into back sight, and they have no idea. Yeah. GE's not ready for it at all, and Munchkin's able to find great kills. You know, again, you could see GE wasn't even looking in his direction because they thought it was clean. They thought it was clear because their 0 point had just touched it, but he found a perfect timing to sneak in there undetected, and that changed the round for T1. Well played by them.
Making their way forward. Heavy presence here towards A. At least want to grab the ult. Bazzi, nearly with what, his third Nightfall in the half?
It's a lot. He's playing really good right now.
Pretty much guaranteed to have it now. Texture dashing forward. They are prepared for this. Double nanos. Gonna cut off any swing potential, but Texture still gets in there up in front of the wall, so he didn't necessarily expecting that position. Does end up getting clipped. Munchkin, however, looking to anchor around the back of Secret. Good for one, but Texture goes ahead and trades up, finding himself a second elimination. Spike now planted 4v3. Turns away from the flash, but just can't steady the game. Carpe swings around, finds one. Shot goes wide, Saya dashes out, keeps himself safe as the Nightfall is going to be committed. Manages to find 2. Saya, however, not clipped by this, still has his audio, but Aaron comes up with 2, now a third elimination. And again, that's what you want to see out of your IGL.
Perfect stuff here from the side of Texture in the beginning part of this round. Able to win 2 huge trades off the rip that give GE the sight. This is the Texture we're looking for. This is the guy who has been so consistent in Korea as a Jet player for so long. Previously for Damwon Kia, now of course they're D+ Kia, but this is just huge here. You know, outdueling Munchkin, some help, some friends there. And then Saya player, another nice shot, but Aaron from range. Oh, what a tap.
Yeah, just swung right into it. Gets the setup to finish off Saya. Beautifully done there. GE now very much need to net this 4th round victory for them here right at the end of the half. Swing out Aaron, spotting everybody.
Oh boy.
Expecting the rush. Sends out at least 1 nano as the second, and they should know exactly where he's at, given that that dog did not clear him, and despite the fact that he opens up damage onto Carpe, takes him to 1 HP. Carpe will be able to finish it off. In the meantime, though, B site has been taken. GE are very much entrenched. I mean, look at this positioning. No one fanning out over towards main. They're all pushing towards spawn, getting ready to just clash completely against T1.
Yeah, I think they thought maybe the space would be open, and instead they're going to be challenged for it.
Taken down, 25 health. Tries to play forward. Zeta just bangs the box. Finds that kill. Texture going to be good for one. Pushes back out, but the trade up comes through. Now it's just Bazzi. And yeah, I mean, lockdown committed, doesn't matter. They would have flushed him out, but they find the kill all the same. T1 going to close out the first half on the defending side, 9-3.
I really like the IGLing for Zeta so far in this half. I mean, obviously it looks good because they're up 9-3, but the call here to push onto Aaron, knowing the situation, knowing that he had his lockdown and they could remove it, one of the most crucial pieces of the equation for any team is having that lockdown, right? One of the biggest ults in the game. Yep. And as soon as they know that they've got Aaron likely isolated, because you know, a lot of Killjoy players like to play off on their own, kind of holding down the flanks, they just push. And Aaron does everything he can to try to delay it with those nanoswarms, but it's just not enough. The commit is there from T1, and they are all in, and they succeed.
Yeah. Fortunately, gambled with cutting back into spawn rather than committing in towards mid. Wasn't sure if there was going to be that extra alert coming out of Art, so kind of felt like he was in a rough position. Had to just maybe cut across over towards B, get himself into shops, but there's just far too many people encroaching on his position. They just can't get away. So a very solid defending side here for T1. But this is also, historically, Aaron's strong suit. So now we'll have to see how the shot calling is going to look as they swap this side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a key here for GE is, the defender side, is kind of something they would like to lean into, but also getting that op into Texture's hands. If you guys aren't super familiar with Texture, he's a phenomenal opper, extremely consistent. He may not be the flashiest opper, he may not be a guy who's updrafting all over the place and doing wild stuff with it, but he's super consistent, he's super clean with it. He has always really impressed me with his sturdiness as an opper. So, the sooner you can get that into his hands, the better to try to turn this around.
And they definitely need it. They need that impact. And with some great moments in that first half to, be able to net them those 3 rounds. Texture as well, joining him right near the top. Here we go. At this point, I can do nothing but apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It's just it's just the way. We're just destined to have this happen.
It's just one of those days. It's just one of those days, man.
Yep.
It's all right though.
So we'll wait for an update, see what the issue is. Seems like it may be on the GE side. With Wronski, figure out what's going on, then get things underway.
Yeah. I
gotta say, obviously, a bit of a rough start here for Wronski, but it is worth reminding everybody that this is his first official, VCT event.
Right.
Especially as far as something, international, because this is very international. We have an extremely international league.
Right. He's played other stuff before, but
yeah, all of Asia involved in this, and granted, wasn't able to make it over to lock-in, didn't get to perform on that stage. We saw Rossi in his position. Now that Rossi can't be here, we see him stepping up. So this is a bit of a debut for him. So, there's obviously a lot of added pressures that are going to be coming in with that. We'll go ahead and take a look back at some of the replays from this first half, though. They're able to close out this last round.
I do want to give GE some credit here. Yes, the first 6-7 rounds, whatever it was, they lost in a row. Not ideal, not the way they wanted to go. But in the second quarter, we'll call it that, right?
Sure.
First half has 2 quarters, right? Two halves of a half.
The second half of the first half.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather say second quarter. In the second quarter, I thought they were making good adaptations. Again, playing off, even when they lost rounds, playing off that alarm bot positioning, trying to rotate in and around that, even though it didn't go their way. The ideas are solid, I think, fundamentally. And then I really like the way that Batsy, like you mentioned, he was really cycling through those nightfalls really quickly. And towards the end there, we saw one where he threw it out as part of their execute, and then he saved it the other time for part of their post plant to really help lock it down. So little things like that actually make a huge difference, because it throws your opponents off, and it makes their ideas and their planning and their protocols much more difficult to follow through with. So there are some good things to take away here for GE, but right now T1 looks really good.
Yeah.
I am super impressed with the way they're being IGL'd by Zeta. I think he's calling round around some really good in-the-moment decisions. Everybody seems to be on board. The communication seems to be great. I'm seeing just commits to the right decisions. They're confident in that, like you were talking about. When your IGL's fragging as well, but also when he's making good calls, that sets your team up for success. It really just fuels that confidence.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about pressures, for both of these squads. I mean, let's talk about pressures on T1. They come into this an organization that during their time trying to compete in North America didn't find much success, didn't qualify for a couple of those challengers splits. Now they come in under this organization name, the most successful Korean org, period.
Ever? Yeah.
They find themselves on this team back on Korean soil for the first time, with a roster that obviously had a lot of questions around it as far as the way that it was assembled. Carpe coming in, having not been playing Valorant, there was a lot of eyebrows raised at this. So there's an immense amount of pressure on these players to deliver. T1 is not only one of the most successful orgs, but by way of their success, also one of the largest fan bases in Korea. And when you suddenly come out and you're representing that, there's a lot more pressure applied to you than there might have normally been.
Let's call them passionate fans.
Yes.
Very passionate fans.
Very passionate fans.
I mean, and that's the thing for T1. Like, the pressure's there to not just to succeed because of the history, but because of the fan base to bring them here, to bring them to this team, to this esport, to this stadium, to come here and support them. So, yeah, tons of pressure on them, but I like a lot of the pieces they have in place. Particularly for me, it starts with Zeta. I think he is just an all-around one of the most solid players you'll find. Clearly now showing some diversity with the way that he's able to change in his, not just his agents, but in his role on the team. and he's still performing very well. Saya player at his best. You know, we've seen some absolutely ridiculous stuff from him. Where he just takes maps over by himself. So this team, I think the future is bright, and I've liked what I've seen so far from Intro, and I hope it continues.
Well, talking about that shot calling, let's see how Zeta fares now on the attack, because this is where I'm expecting to see a lot more of an impact, a lot more clean calls for the side of Aaron. This is his bread and butter. And already Ronsky getting things done. They lose out on texture, but Aaron arrives, finds a third elimination for the squad as Carpe tries to get the push on Abazi and ends up getting cut down. Intro now on his lonesome will fall. And very swiftly, Global will go ahead and start things off with a pistol win.
Intro just kind of got lost in the sauce there. He was in the middle of all of this, trying to find a flank, trying to find something, but Wrongski here off the back of that great haunt, able to find 2 kills. Hopefully that gets him going. You know, set up your players who are struggling a little bit, give them the opportunity to find some value, and Wrongski just kind of W-king in the back sight. Finds 2 huge kills to give. Wait, what happened to the score at the top? I looked at the top and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, we have to flip that around. Looks like we've realized it. It's having a little minor issue, and Texture with a nice early kill. Catches Saya player pushing out into B main. Quick shot across. Hopefully we'll get that UI rebooted and reset for you guys here shortly. In the meantime, T1 trying to get set up for this attack on A. You can see all of that. KJ Util just dumped in front. See how they fare against it.
They're still not pulling the trigger just yet. It looks like they want to get a little bit deeper with Munchkin push through Art, and now they're going to commit.
Okay, and they managed to clear it all out, so Nano not going to be able to slow them up. The Star not going to be used. Aaron swinging around the corner of the C's. Does get used, and he interrupts that plant, but Munchkin and Carpe finding another. Pull off the spike plant. Bazzi swings in. Intro now going to fall, and suddenly it's just Carpe left. But already, still decent damage found. 3 weapons knocked onto the ground. Not going to feel too bad, and see Carpe definitely going to be feeling a bit more confident with his Spectre in his hand, but Texture does swing out and finds that elimination.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent round for T1, all things considered. So, by the way, it's 5-9 the other way around, but
yes,
we know T1 is still ahead. Oh, okay, Texture gets the opening kill there at range on the B long. Batsy again being really solid here so far in this match. Carpe continues to show us that he is a no-doubter when it comes to an esports player. Still has a ton of talent, no matter what game it is.
I just want to point out that I should have mentioned it at the start of the map.
What's up?
But actually, first pistol loss that this roster has seen, that Global Esports has seen since becoming a Pacific franchise team.
Oh my God,
We're able to get every single pistol round versus Vitality.
Yeah.
It was the follow-up anti-ecos where things started to fall apart because the sheriffing coming out of Vitality was so damn clean. Nitro watching, a little bit delayed reaction. Takes a smattering of damage, pulls back over towards Shops, and tries to go for that snake bite. Prowler's on the chase, but as is Texture, and Monier's going to be the one finding the kill. Full flash in on the Texture, has to back away. In the meantime, Aaron and Bronski, now Bazzi falling down. Looking for the steady aim. Munchkin will be able to get him in the end. And T1 wresting control away from them again. They will go ahead and close out the 3rd round of the half.
Yeah, there you go. Munchkin looking phenomenal today.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he struggled a bit at lock-in, right? And here he has looked really, really good. And that's encouraging here for T1. I think just freeing him up, maybe, the IGLing. You know, he's been in IGL in the past, so it's not like he hasn't had experience with that. But, before he moved to T1, I mean.
Sure.
But, freeing him up for this, now you're able to really get those lockdowns pushed through. He's only 1 away from that. See if they're going to make a play for the orb here, try to get him that lockdown, indeed. And then see how they want to play off of it. If they're going to commit to A site, there's already a push through Art towards mid, so a lot of info here on GE's side of exactly what they're doing.
You can see how wary they are about this approach just to get the orb. Didn't just go for it immediately.
Yep.
They're suspecting that there was going to be some kind of resistance with GE knowing that he was going to have that lockdown available, but not found. Texture now back over from Art into the site, off at the ready.
Yeah, too much pressure here. So T1's just kind of, they're not liking this. They're not liking this quick adjustment, even though they invested a little bit of utility. Not enough that they feel like they have to really overcommit. So let's see where they want to place this. If they go to B, where they want to place this lockdown, there's kind of that cubby right on the right-hand side as you push in that you could potentially get it in. If you get real deep, you can get into the back of the site. We want to see how this goes. Wrongski, a lot of pressure on him to make some value. He's able to buy a little bit of time. There goes that lockdown in that cubby I was talking about, right on the right-hand corner. And it looks like that is going to force GE back.
Yeah. Nade goes in. Munchkin just setting up the turret. They can move in for the plant. No one's going to be detained, but they're going to start swarming in back pretty soon. So they have to get this plant down ASAP. Hope going to be broken. Zeta taken down. The spike now not planted, just 10 seconds remaining. Carpe able to find one, and I think that T1 overcooked this. They waited far too long to try to go for the plant. And they completely let it slip out of their fingers, and Global absolutely grab onto the victory and do not let go.
A lot of trepidation there for T1 that entire round. You mentioned it early. After they got the orb, they still played it extremely cautiously. Like, they were still super nervous that somebody was going to make a play off of that. They never did. And in fact, GE's whole game plan there was, wait, post-plant. Let's wait and, see if we could we got the opportunity to disrupt the plant because it took so long for T1 to feel comfortable to get into that position where they could go for the spike plant.
Yeah. I can't help but wonder or suspect that this tactical timeout being called by T1 is simply Coach Autumn coming in saying, guys, can we just actually plant off the lockdown? Don't wait until the lockdown is over. Move into the site, please.
Yeah, you guys can just, send a couple players ahead there and make sure it's clean.
Yeah, it's just far too delayed.
Yeah.
The Cove is not reliable enough to get you a plant under those circumstances when GE's going to be rushing you when they have rifles. If it's an eco round, if they have pistols, sure. The Cove, it will last a bit longer. Even then, still incredibly risky. When you've got no time left on the clock.
It's pretty hilarious now. Like, it did not take long for teams to just be like, Cove down, ping it, everybody shoot. And then it's gone.
Oh, yeah.
It does not last very long.
We saw it from one match to the next. You know, with Talon playing DRX.
Exactly.
DRX were getting away with it versus C9, and then all of a sudden they go and they play up against Talon. Talon's like, oh yeah, they're doing that same thing. They're just planting on the corner at Icebox B site. They have a Cove. We'll spam through it. We'll kill stacks, and suddenly we'll win the round.
Yeah, who would have thought? It just, it does not last that long. I mean, the Cove is, really powerful when there's not a full team or 3 rifles pointing at it. One rifle it can hold up against. Once you start adding that extra firepower in there, I mean, it's really an interesting tool, and I think a lot of interesting stuff being used with it. But the coordination from our teams is, of course, top-notch, so it doesn't survive too long. And oh my God, Carpe!
Okay. Carpe aim very good, as it turns out. Bazzi though, also excellent.
Trying to juggle that op. Texture usually really good for it, but this time Carpe just better. Caught him a little bit off guard. You can see the crosshair placement from Texture was just a little bit off.
Saya up on top, Smoke gonna dissipate. Bazzi able to stabilize, gets the second before Zeta can find the kill, and now he finds himself with 11 HP, and Munchkin split over towards A main. And Munchkin had the spike. Could potentially creep in and get a plant down and allow for Zeta to move up. But now they're just going to go for the crunch. As Munchkin will be good for one, ends up falling. Weapon retrieves. Zeta trying to sprint, breaks line of sight, sends out the wall to slow. Fragment at the ready. Cove now thrown up. At least the plant will be coming through. He's just out of range, doesn't get caught. But this would surely be a miraculous clutch, and I don't think it's going to happen, and it won't. Wrongski dodges the bullets, finds the kill, gets the defuse, and that's going to give him the ult for the next round here as GE keep themselves alive.
Yeah, a pretty good round here for T1. Get a decent amount of value, get the plant down, 4 in eco, so can't complain too much about it. It all starts with Carpe here. I mean, again, the mechanics for this guy are absolutely otherworldly, and he catches Texture off guard. Texture not ready for Carpe to be that far pushed up, and the crosshair was off just enough, and Carpe was clean enough with his. He's able to get it done, but Batsy, man, he's looking really good today. This is that Batsy that, at times when he was on Slayers last year could absolutely start taking games over.
Yeah. I mean, you have to think T1, if they could just finish them off a little bit sooner, maybe they end up converting that round. And Bazzi, good to stabilize, get that spray down. Instrumental in the round victory. Intro now, creeping across. Texture seemingly having a perfect idea of this. As his crosshair placed just perfectly to play whack-a-mole with this Viper.
See if he's got it. Carpe has his ult behind this. Going to use the Trailblazer. They're kind of cutting off angles here. This is a pretty interesting harbor wall. They used it to check two corners, right outside of mid doors and right outside of Art, to know how much space they had. Now they're going to use the Cascade to try to push through. But I did see, I was going to say Monyet had pushed up right towards the doors. Gets that pick.
Finds that kill. I mean, he's expecting some pressure coming out of Art. Backs away, but now we'll know. They're playing in through the doors as that flash does not connect from Carpe. Get the audio cue. And Zeta trying to get the wall up in time, but it's just going to take way too long. So it just has to wait out the 0 point, or rather the null command. That's going to take a while.
30 seconds left.
It lasts a bit.
Flash now burns.
I've got your trail.
There's going to be just enough time for this.
Looking for the blind spray. Texture going to be taken down. That's Hall's cleared out. Seeker connects. Runsky having to walk across the bite. Cope now down again. Time running low, but this time not necessarily in position for the punish RGE. So the spike gets planted. Reckoning now invested. Zeta just having built that up off the plant. The Munchkin spotted. Monyet spams him down through the box. Now sends up the Cosmic Divide. No one is in front of this. No one is playing back Hall for the side of T1. Carpe has to be the difference maker. He finds one and narrowly survives. Backs away, 30 HP in his hands. Carpe could potentially be the one to make the call for if they're on the spike, but it won't even matter. They just push their way in. They force the issue. T1 again pick up a round win.
I am flabbergasted. I mean, T1 there has nothing but a Carpe flash for any kind of utility and the heal, but that's not important to this situation. And Carpe has just been absolutely insane. Monyet there trying to do what he can, but this guy is firing on all cylinders. Zeta 2 here just comes in at the perfect timing. They time it's a 1-2-3 go. They push together, and that's huge. And you can hear them in the end of that comms. They are fired up.
Now 11-7. One more here for the side of T1 to take this to map point. Texture, no weapon in hand, just have that Blade Storm. But Carpe gets a pop flash out. We'll find Monyet. Ends up falling, and Texture overheating a bit. Tries to go for the pursuit, and Saya player is able to reset the aim. Gets the one-tap kill.
There.
2 players down. T1, they do lose out on their flashes. That does make it a bit more difficult to approach some of these sites, but the same could be said for GE not having those defensive smokes.
I like the idea here from GE to try to push out a little bit, to try to take some space. Right there. But T1's been also kind of keen on taking a lot of these early pushes in towards Art, in towards mid. So this time GE is going to come out on the better side of it. A duel coming forward.
Bazzi needs to win this. He's good for one. And somehow Runsky just narrowly misses out. Just firing millimeters away from Munchkin's head. That leaves Aaron, IGLG, now in a 1v3 scenario. Low HP on Saya, but he's not going to be the first challenge. It is going to be Munchkin just around the corner, and clearly not expecting it. T1 will close out the round and now take this 12-7.
Yeah, T1 looking so good here. Good to see Global Esports start to punch back, to start to find some kind of rhythm. But Munchkin has been really damn good this map, and continues to be so. But this round just really comes down to this mid push from Global Esports that just didn't quite convert. So now they're on not great money here for this round. A Guardian, a Spectre, a Stinger. They invested completely in that previous round, so the economy here very, very slim.
I'm curious if it's a let's move on, we typically do start slow type situation, but we're not seeing that timeout call coming in.
Yeah, that's true.
We just had, what, one apiece, I believe.
I believe you're right.
So I wonder if it's just a GG, let's go next, let's not linger on this too much. Really try to overcook something that's already burnt.
can you? If it's already burnt, I mean, you start overcooking it, then you're getting into.
You're still going to start a fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is what you don't
You're
want to do.
going to burn your house down. That's not ideal.
Ooh, good spray.
Yeah.
Texture taking minimal damage. Wronski needs to be instrumental here. Guardian in hand, though. Sends out a couple taps, backs away. Texture finds one, finds the other, snapping onto Carpe, snapping onto Munchkin. He keeps them in this. The lockdown now invested. Zeta still going to try to go for the plant. Limited time, but doesn't have very far to go to exit from this lockdown, so they go ahead and pull away. It was used so deep back towards the spawn. They get themselves out. They check the flank. Nothing found. A single bite available from intro. Is it enough?
Yeah, this lockdown gave him enough room to push this angle. So now they got to get there, but that spike is pretty deep on the edge.
Cease connects. The bite being waited out. Tap on. Monier holding for it. Gets it at least a half, and he's just going to be holding this. They have to spray him up. Intro's going to be good to find one, but they can't interrupt it. The defuse comes through just a fraction of a second too late.
I wasn't sure for a moment if he was going to get it because he died like right as he finished it, and I was like,
close.
Did it go? Did it not? Ooh, boy. Well, okay, GE barely holds on, and now they can at least somewhat stabilize the economy here, but Texture just absolutely filthy on point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if Texture one fewer kill, this map is over.
Yes.
So, stepping up right in the moment that he needed to, but yeah, I mean, you can see just how close it was. T1 not going to be given the map victory quite just yet. Still need to work for it. Weapons, though, obviously, still not great.
Still not great.
Zronski for now.
Ready.
Still having that Guardian. 2 Spectres here. No ults to speak of. Whereas there are 3, now 4 available as Carpe gets the Seekers online. T1 likely to invest all of his to end this.
Yeah, absolutely. You got everything to play with here. See how they get it done. They're going to open up the site, throw down the cove, get the plant down here. Munchkin looking to see if anybody's going to try to disrupt.
Takes quite a bit of damage, has to back away. He does have a lockdown. He's going to use this at a little bit more of an unorthodox position. Monier, does he fall for this, though? The bite comes down just to try to stop him from being able to push in, get that destroy. Hit now, invested on the back end. Ping's coming down. Carpe searches for some tags onto Bazzi. Doesn't find him, though.
Oh, Side
1 HP! He's about wins this!
How?
Bazzi now taken down. The lurk from Zeta is beautiful. Finds Monier. Now it's 3v4. The pit still up, the spike ticking away. They need to get onto this. They're running out of time. It seems nigh impossible. And yeah, with an nano ticking, that's just gonna do it. Intro will spray down the final 2 players as T1 take Pearl 13-8.
A really good showing here for T1. Again, a lot of changes in a lot of different areas for this team, and a lot of it looks pretty darn good. It looks like they really addressed their problems, at least so far, at least one map. I know it's not a ton to go by, but from what we saw from this map, you know, the changes seem to at least initially be working. That's a good sign. GE, I thought this was going to be a tough, first map no matter what. Even though it's their pick, it's coming into, again, a team that has made a lot of changes, so it's tough to get a read on exactly what they're going to be bringing at you, how much they've prepped. Like, you have to assume that Pearl's going to be the map they're going to be gunning for. So you can, as T1, you can float that map and practice some stuff, and you can see that they absolutely did.
Really nicely done here from the side of T1. But again, I want to know, is that prophecy that Rushi spoke of back at Lock-In going to come through yet again? Do we just see them drop the first map and then run it back on their opponent's map pick? We'll have to just wait and see. Obviously, that's going to be Haven, a map that we have not yet seen from Global, and I believe also haven't seen it from the side of T1. So this is going to be somewhat new territory. I'm excited to see who's going to be able to walk away with this one. But for now, I mean, all of the things that we were concerned about after their showing versus Furia from the side of T1, it feels like it's washed away in this series a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the Munchkin that we just saw is like the upside down world version of the one that we saw at Lock-In. Whatever they did with the Munchkin from Lock-In, I don't care. Wherever you lock them up, you can leave them because this version of Munchkin looks a hell of a lot better. I'll say that much. But I do want to see GE be able to have that rally back, to be able to make this a more competitive series. Take this second map, take Haven away from T1, knock some wind out of their sails, take the breath out of their lungs, ride this into a third map to try to close it.
I agree with you. I think it could happen. I mean, again, you could see that GE, after those initial 6 rounds where they kind of slid, they immediately were basically going blow for blow with T1 the rest of the way. So you feel like GE's got their groove. They've got a lot of the problems that they had at the beginning fixed. So let's just see if they can find that supposed magic that they've got as the round goes on. And I've heard that from other teams as well, that they do struggle in the beginning of their matches.
Well, we'll see what happens. For now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and on the back end of that, the desk will be breaking down the action from map number 1, and then we'll carry on with the series. So don't go anywhere if the action continues in just a bit.
I'm going to favor the KO at the bait, so the double initiator.
Dropping on the corner, Flash comes across. Zeta now looking for the follow-up kill, and snake bite here. Trying to slow them up, but they have the crossfire, and it's into the meat grinder. And Side does find Ronsky for his trouble. Texture swing in the corner, takes down Carpe, but here's the flank angle from Zeta. Runs out of the leader in the IGL, and
Blade Storm's intro here, he's good.
Link jump out, and high power player waiting for the push out. Will get the headshot. Seconds remaining. The back corner. Carpe finds one. Yay. The cove comes up. Here's wrapping around the back. And it's a slow swing. And Munchkin won it! 2 quick kills, and he... Texture now moving in, finds one. They start getting the read on it.
Couple ults.
Over. And ball. Sprays altitude to find 2, finds a third.
There was a knife to check this. 2 kills, and they do...
Inside of Hall. Push coming in. Spawn. Munchkin who finds the kill, getting clipped. Munchkin, however, looking to anchor around the back of his audio, but Aaron comes up with 2. Should be the one to make the call for if they're on the spike, but it won't.
Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? What you know about that hunger?
And map 1 is complete. I mean, like we were talking about, we were really unsure how this could go. And even during the game, we thought it was going one way, then it started going the other way, and we weren't really sure who was going to win until the very end.
Yeah.
I mean, lots of back and forth, but one thing's for sure, T1 looks way different than they did at Lock-In, right? I think Global Esports, the pros and cons we saw at Lock-In, they kind of showed up the same way again today, but T1, I mean, their trades are cleaner, their executes are cleaner, their comms seem to be better too. They just look much more improved today.
It was a really funny first map as far as like the way the rhythm of the rounds played out. It seemed like T1 was almost done. Like they were ready to just move on to map number 2, and it was going to be a clean sweep. And I was worried for Global Esports, but suddenly it seems like Global Esports was able to catch their second win. They really started to buckle down, and the game of catch-up actually kicked in. I think at the very, very end, T1 really started to play extra cautious, extra safe, and I think navigate a very safe game to close that out.
Yeah, and a big part of it, I mean, Munchkin breaking the 300 ACS scoreline, right? And the casters were talking about it. I know Paperthin and Achilleos mentioned it as well, but when he was IGLing at Lock-In, he looked a little bit lost, right? He looked like he wasn't really able to focus on his own play. And now with that burden moving over to Zeta, Munchkin's back in form, in kind of that superstar form we used to see him in Challengers Japan a while back, where he's able to just carry the team on his back. He's putting up an amazing numbers. If he continues that today, they could very well win 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nick, tell us more about what you were talking about, these well-coordinated movements that we're talking about.
Oh, yeah. We got a highlight clip if we can throw that up on screen for us. But it was basically in the point near the end here where it was either going to be Global Esports actually catching up and closing this out. What they did is they were very patient and smart about how they took their picks. We're seeing actually now that, them kind of rushing over here at this moment and locking on the site. But earlier on, they were up in mid, and you could see they actually managed to basically bait out Global Esports. They closed that in there, had an excellent round, and got the plant. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and you can see the deaths there on the map as well, right? And a big part of it, I mean, sure, Munchkin in-game, the pure stats, his is very high, but Carpe continues to look better every time we see him, right? When we first saw him at the event way back when in North America with Ludwig and Tarek, it was like, okay, like Carpe, we get it, he's pretty good, but there's big questions on if he can adapt. Lock-In, he looks better, and today, he was able to hold his own, and with Sky now as well away from the Sova, so he's adapting.
Yeah, no, he's definitely adapting. There were a lot of key moments there that I think, had he not done what he did, I mean, obviously Munchkin playing very well as well, but Carpe really clutching in so many key moments to actually close that out.
Definitely. I think timing's name of the game in this particular map. I think Global Esports also had some of their key moments too, that where timing really was everything.
Yes, I mean, Global Esports, they showed some kind of glimmers of hope. And if we can take a look at some of their highlights as well, this was earlier on in the first half. And the Astra ult comes in at an angle we're not really used to seeing it too often on B site, right? But this was coordinated to take B Link as well. We just saw the kill go down on B Link. And then you're watching Texture really hold that down. So these are the types of set plays where Global Esports, they are prepared. If they're able to execute on it, they have their own ideas. The timing was good on that push on B Link. And towards the end, I mean, T1, this was another round where you can kind of see their own coordination. They understand they need to push that in to try to get the defuse. Eventually, they're not able to really stick it through, as Aaron's going to be able to hold that site down and make sure the defuse doesn't go down. But then we go into the second half as well. And here's another time when Global Esports, they understand what T1's win conditions are. Okay, the lockdown's coming in. You only have 30 seconds left on the clock, so Ronsky throws the fragment. What that does is that the attackers cannot come in during the lockdown to start the plant. They have to wait until the lockdown is finished, which means you're down to 20 seconds. Both teams can reset, and now all Global Esports has to do is spray down the plant. There's not going to be enough time for T1 to plant it down. So Global Esports, their understanding of timing, right, their understanding of set plays, it is there. It just needs to happen more consistently. And I mean, I think it was Achilleos who's mentioning he had a chat with Rishi from Global Esports over in Lock-In where they've admitted they take a little while to warm up. Listen, you've now had one map to do all of that. You really got to focus in on the second map, which is Haven.
Yeah, and I think we saw them literally get warmed up in that first map. It was a disaster, and then they caught their second win. And we saw back there, I like what you were saying, William, the fact that they mastered utilizing the clock. They used their kit in an exact fashion to delay the plant enough so that there was not enough time to really safely come in there and pull that off, and they punished accordingly.
So we saw a lot of big brain timing. I want to see more of this. I think both sides did great. I want to see more of this in the next map. I know the players are getting ready. They're just taking a little break right now before we go into that. Yeah. So
yeah, a bit of a grueling map number 1, right? It took quite a bit of time. Both sides, the players had to kind of get used to the stage as well, and then kind of a catch-up mechanic coming in from Global Esports where it wasn't as one-sided as perhaps most of us thought it was going to be after the first half. So they're going to have to really kind of calm down the nerves on both sides, but Global Esports, again, you have to have faith that you did warm up, right? You kind of just have to ditch what happened in the first half of that Pearl and say, okay, now we're back in our zone and ready for Haven.
Well, and I also think that they can easily do that, right? I mean, the fact that they played as well as they did, going, 0-7 before getting a win is humiliating. And they managed to pull through. They managed to recover. So even though that's a loss, I think you can almost treat it like it was a little bit of a win of its own. Like, hey, we were losing really badly, and we actually really made T1 work for that. T1 here, I think they're playing well. I always wonder when I see a team dominating that much early on. I'm like, do you rest on your laurels a little bit? You know what I mean? Laurels.
Perhaps
the best word
you
to pick
are
there.
resting on your laurels a bit too much. We were talking about this during the break as well. Do you know all about that? What you know about that hunger, Nick?
What you know about that hunger? I'll tell you right now, I have a
playing.
pizza waiting for me underneath this desk right now. That's the hunger that I know.
But,
when you're that far ahead, when you're crushing that hard, do you kind of think, okay, we got this. This is going to be easy. But then you see Global Esports come back and recover like that.
And they weren't accidental wins. Those are very deliberate. Those are very just smartly played rounds. So I think that's solid. I think going into this next map, I still can't predict how this is going to turn out. Do you guys have a quick overview of this?
Listen, obviously, as the match started, I predicted Global Esports. I still think there's a good chance. Now, of course, this is T1's pick, but then again, Pearl was Global Esports' pick, so that is kind of out the window at this point. And considering that Global Esports is warmed up, right, and Vronsky seems to now be warming up to the stage as well. He's starting to get the kills he needs to get. The comms seem to be getting a little bit crisper. And that's going to be very important on a map like Haven. It's all about set plays, right? Haven is all about set plays. And Global Esports did seem to have the edge on that just a little bit at lock-in, and we saw glimmers of that on Pearl as well.
I think T1's looking too strong. I think this is still going to be a 2-0. I hope it's a close 2-0. Global Esports playing as well as they are without Rossi here. I think they probably got it.
I mean, those first 7 rounds were so solid by T1.
Yes.
I can see why you would think that. They looked like
they were so clean.
Military precision
Exactly.
going in there.
They looked very precise and intentional, right? It was very systematic. Both the reads they had and then the trades, the timings, and we saw the timing part we saw in many rounds, right? We even saw that moment where they pushed through the Aster Wall, right, to make sure that Global Esports couldn't do the defuse. In the comms, we heard them counting down 1, 2, 3 in Korean, and they just go in, right? And they only had 1 flash to work off of, and they're still able to make that work in terms of timing. So T1, obviously, they've started warmed up, but Global Esports, now when they catch up, T1, are they going to get shaken, or do they just say, no, listen, we were still meant to win map 1. There's no reason for us to fear the warmed up Global Esports. We just have to play our game, and maybe, like you said, T1 is able to close this out 2-0.
As long as they don't sit on their laurels, they'll be
Their laurels.
fine.
Their laurels.
The laurels.
They might be able to sit on their laurels, but not their laurels.
I'll tell you, man, the fact that Global Esports is looking this good, without even having their star player, that's pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm.
It shows just how well diversified the team is and all of their abilities and what they're going to do. But again, I still think if it's going to go 1-1, I'm going to be surprised. I think T1 looking strong, looking confident. Munchkin, total new Munchkin coming into this.
That is the biggest thing, I think. Munchkin, let's be very honest, even though he was IGLing, so he had a lot more responsibility at lock-in, his performance wasn't good. I'll just say it like it was, right? His kills, his stats were very low. And now he's at the top of the scoreboard as a Sentinel. Now going into Haven, he can kind of lock down one site, right? C in Garage or A on his own. If it's on defense, he can really go for those lurks through B whenever they're on the attack side. He could be the difference maker. He could really bring this home for T1 and start the entire season off with a clear victory 2-0 against Global Esports.
I am really keen to see how it's going to be played out on these big mama maps, because that's, for the last 2.
Yeah, Haven and Lotus. Let's be very. I do want to go to Lotus.
Oh,
not just because I predicted Global Esports to win the whole match, but I also just want to see more Lotus because I want to see that map develop. Right, the jury's still out on what is the meta? For certain teams that lock in, they really wanted to focus on A main and that ult orb. And then some teams were like, yeah, but the ult orb is free on C for the attacker side. And so we've seen this kind of back and forth in terms of comps as well. All sorts of different compositions coming out for Lotus back at lock-in. So it'd be great to just see that more so that more teams are motivated to develop their own, I guess, understanding of that map.
Well, I mean, we're eventually going to be able to unpack that at this event, but yeah, it's been a lot of more conservative picks here. Haven we've had so much of. It's always a great map. But yeah.
I do have a question. Would you guys rather want to see Lotus or Gecko?
I like Gecko for sure.
Yeah? You just don't like Lotus?
No, I actually hate Lotus. No, I think Gecko would just be, it'd be so fun to see, that agent pick. I'm sure we're eventually going to see him, but when, at this event.
Sure.
I mean, actually, Lotus, I think I'm happy with. I want to see Gecko, but I want to see Gecko with a team that we know so much about. We know so little about how these teams are going to be playing out today, so seeing how they play on these maps, I'm pretty satisfied because I have no idea what the outcome is. I'll be surprised.
But teams like DRX, Paper X, them bringing out the Gecko and really shaking things up. I mean, hey, Paper X, you guys are playing tomorrow, just letting you know. That's what we want to see.
We're down for it. I mean, I don't think we're going to see a Gecko with T1 or any Korean team.
Did you hear Benkai from Paper X was talking about the Zoo strat? Have you guys heard about this? He basically he wants to run.
Strat.
He wants
the Sky Gecko. And
the Sky.
Killjoy.
Yeah.
And just throw it all in there.
Yeah, all the minions.
Yeah.
Go, my little armies.
It's like a zoo deck and a CCG or something.
Well, Aaron, I mean, he's got a lot that he needs to really able to bring back for this team. I think some of his call on the attack side, I mean, both teams struggle with the attack, but they were a little bit slower than Global Esports perhaps would have wanted. But it is nice to see them smiling. Global Esports, they seem like they're okay with where they are right now.
Yeah, we did see them play a little bit slow in that first map and a little bit too timid.
I like how you pointed out how, this is the first game that we've seen without SK Rossi here. How do you guys see this particular
So
thing right now?
Sorry to change the topic, but Ban is in. Over intro. So there is a roster change for T1. We just saw him on stage.
Ooh.
So, yeah, it looks like Ban's going to be coming back here for Haven, which that signifies to me that perhaps they've been practicing Haven for a long time with Ban. They haven't had time to really perfect it with intro yet, so they're sticking with what they know. Maybe because they got a win, they just want to make sure everyone's getting used to the system here at VCT Pacific. I don't know, but we'll see what that means. And Carpe on another agent. He's slowly showing us the pool that he's been working on. It's Breach now.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun to see him now over here on Breach and bringing Ban back in here. T1 obviously still confident they can win with a new addition on the team, swapping out intro here. But this is going to be fun to see what he can do. And I guess it's also kind of a safe swap too. If they lose here and they need to flip another player back in, they can do it. They'll still be 1-1.
Yeah, and then in terms of composition, Global Esports going with their own interpretation with KO and Sky for the double initiators instead of the very, very traditional Sova and Breach. I mean, the Sky and KO, they've been used in different combos as well here on Haven, but oftentimes it's always going to be two initiators, but it's going to be much more flash heavy on the side of Global Esports, so I expect them to play much more aggressively than perhaps the side of T1, where they really have to work off of Carpe's utility alone to set up that entry and that attack.
We're so close to getting into this. As much as I'm confident T1 is probably going to take this 2-0, I would so very much welcome this going 1-1 and really having a long, drawn-out series where we can really explore T1 versus Global Esports and see everything they've got.
And now that we have a little bit of time before we jump into the game, just to kind of harken back to what you were talking about, Victoria, where you asked about SK Rossi and how does that impact Global Esports. I mean, listen, not only is he the star player, but he's been part of that brand, and he's been kind of where that team revolved around, right, as they were rebuilding coming into VCT Pacific. So in terms of just familiarity, I think he's going to bring so much. He also seems to have so much positive energy and just this way of bringing the team together whenever they're playing the matches, whenever they're at an event. So I'm sure, regardless of actual who's performing well and not and which compositions they use for further matches, I'm sure Global Esports as a whole, they can't wait to have him here in Seoul with them, right? Even just to have him there, no matter who's playing on stage, to really bring the team together, all of their roster. I mean, that's the whole point of having a deep roster, is that they're always there to support each other, to have this availability per map, per opponent, and perhaps on different matches.
To what you were talking about earlier, Victoria, with with Rossi not being here, I mean, there's so much promise here for Global Esports. I think always the first game in the first best of 3, bad plays can be forgiven, right? And they already made up for that. They already turned it into a fairly close series. But, I mean, imagine what it's going to be like when Rossi comes down here. That guy is such an inspiration. He's such an incredible player.
He's also so young.
And I also feel like he's a guy who's going to thrive in an environment like this.
Yes, yeah, he can really feed off of the energy, right? And he can really drive that home. But again, I mean, Global Esports overall, they look like they're ready to get into game 2. So hopefully, you know, their morale is in a fine state to really kick things off here on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good. It is still just day 1, after all. There is a long road ahead, at least 8 weeks before we go into playoffs. They're doing solid, even without SK Rossi. But it will be good to have him here in Seoul.
Yeah,
South Korea.
And that's the thing with Global Esports. Sometimes I have trouble in terms of trying to figure out, like, what could be the best roster for Global Esports, just because it's like, well, if one person plays, you know, other players have to sit out, and that always feels bad. It's like, okay, well, Ronski, it's great to see Ronski. It's great to see him really getting used to and try to show his highest potential. But then we're like, oh, we miss SK Rossi. SK Rossi plays, we're like, well, now we don't see Ronski, or maybe another player like Bazi or whoever. And it's a star-studded lineup from different countries. So, again, that's to their boon. If they can make that work, they can really slot anybody in, and they could become a powerhouse here in Pacific.
But in one way, I guess, for Global Esports, it's really good practice, right? Because, you know, without Rossi being here, they're going to have to use the lineup they've got. This is really good exposure. This is probably one of the stronger teams over here in our tournament. And, you know, going up against T1 and getting this kind of practice in is really good. But, yeah, once we get him back in here, I would have to imagine he's not going to be sitting out in any of the games.
I mean, he thrives off of that stage energy, so it'd be great to see him just have that opportunity here on this amazing stage, by the way.
I mean, it's a really good point, though. I mean, they don't have him here as a crutch, and or he doesn't become a crutch, so to speak, and I think that's great. I mean, the team is waiting now, and this must be interesting as well for them to be able to pace themselves out going through best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this a lot. Offline experience does matter, right? And you often question, like, well, how much does it really matter? I mean, it's just a new environment, right? Regardless of the actual, whether it's the white noise, the crowd, whatever, or just the lights and everything, all of that is very new, right? It's the same if you had to play on your, like, friend's computer, or here in Korea, if you're playing at a PC cafe versus at home. Like, it is different, right? No matter what you say. So whoever is more familiar with it will have an advantage in the fact that the time for them to warm up is just going to be shorter.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you know, everybody was playing this at home when it came out. You know, we were not at live events. There were not big public gatherings during the launch of Valorant. And so, you know, I've always felt that, at least in Asia, the Koreans had a little bit of an edge in that, because not only do we have live events out here, but we have, you know, weekly live events. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Global Esports slowly acclimates to this.
That's right. And I'm getting input now. We are ready to go. So I'm going to toss this over to the casters, Achilles and Paperthin. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Ready at least to toss it over to us, give them a little bit of a preview, even though we have had our fair share of fill time. But
yeah, it was their turn.
Yeah, we're just, you know, they've been going on. Talked about just about everything that they can as far as game relations are concerned. So we'll come back over here to guide everybody back into the game once we are ready. So we're still just working through the remainder of this tech issue, and hopefully we can get things underway pretty damn soon. Because obviously getting late into the evening, and we're still raring to go to see how this is going to conclude. Is it going to conclude here? Is it going to be that 2-0 that Tasteless is talking about, you know, that he's expecting to see from T1 now that they're moving over to their map pick? Or will GE be fired up? Will they find their groove a bit as they go into the second map once again?
Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit concerned for GE, just in that the coordination for T1 is really, really good. It seems like they're really kind of all on a similar page. They all have pretty good confidence. Again, like I've been saying the whole match, what I've seen so far is they have confidence in Zeta's calls, and they are committing fully to these calls. And that's really important, to have a team that understands and trusts your leader, and to be able to play off the back of that. Because if not everyone is on the same page doing the right things at the right time, then the round just unravels in a heartbeat. It has to be a well-oiled machine. It has to be, you know, everybody's has to be all in. And so far, from what I've seen, it seems to be mostly the case. There's been a few shaky rounds here and there that happens, but overall, I thought T1 looked pretty darn good. GE just, again, you can see that they're
They have good protocols in place. It just takes them a little while to kind of get things going. But I also want to say I'm super blown away with Carpe.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason.
He keeps getting better, and that's scary.
There's a reason why they're highlighting him there on the desk, is because this is the guy who had the most eyes on him coming into the game. You know, obviously, the other players were very much known quantities. We have seen everybody else on this team perform before.
Sure.
Maybe to a lesser extent, Ban. You know, maybe some curiosities around that
Yeah.
and how he was going to, you know, be breaking out in, you know, in this tier 1 scene, shifting over, given that he is, you know, a North American native, now moving over to Korea and whatnot, you know, how that was all going to play out. But Carpe very much was the one of, you know, what are the expectations for this guy, given that the entire time that he was competing in Overwatch, he was not playing this game. So it's been a very short turnaround for him. And the fact that he's looking this crisp is impressive. We already knew, like, the aim wasn't going to be a concern, but so far it does seem like the util usage has just been rapidly built up. It's almost like he like stole that magical remote control from that awful movie Click with Adam Sandler, and he's been able to fast forward
God, that
enough
movie is really bad.
to be able to. Yes, it is. Don't even try to argue in the chat.
Yeah,
that is a good
I've seen
movie.
enough of this internet banter, and
But yeah, it's like he fast forwarded himself to just. Or no, like he went into a hyperbolic time chamber to use a more amicable and less argumentative.
oh yeah, if we
example.
just go for Dragon Ball Z references, we're
Yes.
safe.
No
Like,
one's going to
it's-
get upset about DBZ.
No.
But yeah, it's been damn impressive because there was so many doubts as we were, you know, looking at things, you know, in that initial debut for them. So it was rough. But I am being told that we're going to need a little bit more time. So we'll just go ahead, step away to a commercial break, put up a timer, and then hopefully we'll be back here pretty damn soon to jump into the game and see if T1 closes this out. So don't go anywhere.
'Cause we found love, baby, come closer. We don't need to waste no time. We want the same, but used to be lonely. You give me a different vibe, yeah. Keep the faith, let's take it slowly. You're the reason I'm still going. Take a breath, it feels good, don't it? Trying to see the things you told me. I miss the days we didn't have to say goodbye. Wait before the flashing lights. I miss the haze when you used to text my line. But baby, I'ma be just fine. It's not quite the way we wrote it, but let's just enjoy the moment. And that's just the way the air's blowing. And there's not much to do to stay focused. Then you went away, just when I started to move on. But anyway, no, I didn't know anymore. Did I need to stay? 'Cause you had me thinking that I should go. 'Cause how was I ever gonna feel at home? I'm sorry, but baby, I had enough. 'Cause we found love, baby, come closer. Don't need to waste no time. We want the same, but used to be lonely. Give me a different vibe, yeah. Keep the faith, let's take it slowly. You're the reason I'm still going. Take a breath, it feels good, don't it? Trying to see the things you told me.
Tell me, have you found your love, found your love, found your love, yeah. You gotta let me know, no, 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 no. Tell me, tell me.
'Cause we found love, baby, come closer. Don't need to waste no time. We want the same, but used to be lonely. Give me a different vibe, yeah. Keep the faith, let's take it slowly. You're the reason I'm still going. Take a breath, it feels good, don't it? Trying to see the things you told me. So if I'm gone, baby, so when I'm gone, baby, if I did you wrong, baby, you gotta elevate. I might be long or I might come right home, even if I'm alone, baby. You gotta elevate. We made up. I told you to get away. You know I've been fed up. I said it before. It feels like we've been fading, 'cause of your stupid games. And I don't wanna wait more, but girl, you should know, baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. I'm sorry that I never took you out. Oh, I'm sorry for the way
welcome back. I'm sure that it's got to be a good feeling to not see a ticking timer on your screen anymore. You get our hopefully pleasant faces, I suppose, to fill the rest of the time, because yes, we are still waiting with bated breath for everything to be taken care of. So we've been told that there's at least progression on the issues down on stage, but at the moment, the players have vacated the premises. So I think that we're still working through a couple different things to be able to actually get back in and, you know, properly start this second map of the series, which is unfortunate. But again, much like we were kind of talking about earlier, as much as this sucks for you guys, as much as this sucks for us, it is far worse for the players. So we're hoping that things can get underway so they can get back in, because obviously you don't want that momentum break in the action. You want to be able to still have the juices flow and get back on that stage, have that mouse in hand, and start clicking on some heads.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. You just want to get into it. You want to play. That's what you came here today to do.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll be resolved soon. I think they're having a tough time with some of the equipment, so hopefully it'll get fixed pretty quickly here. We're still waiting for all that to go, but I mean, it should be hopefully pretty soon. I think it seems like they're getting there, is what we've been told. So I saw a few confident faces when I walked down there during one of the breaks, but we'll see if that's actually the case.
These are the fun parts about live broadcasting. That's for damn sure. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously, we want to get into this game as much as you guys do, but for those who have been sticking around throughout all of this, thank you. We hope that you've at least been enjoying the music, because
it's been pretty good.
We've got some good selections for
bangers
this
floating
season,
around.
so that's nice. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying that, and waiting. We're getting some more
It's like a
production
club
right
in
now.
here.
Yeah,
like where we are, because we're right by one of the speakers. So like, it's
I feel like I'm in some like private booth
like,
right now up at the top of the club. You see some bottle service or
That's
something
right,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
So maybe that'll happen. Who knows? Depending on how late this goes, it might be time to crack some brews open. We'll find out though. But we are going to go back to yet another delay. I'm sorry that I have to let go and release you once again onto the timer screen, but that's just the way that it's going to happen, at least for a little bit longer. So hold fast, be strong, and we'll see you guys hopefully on the other side of this break with everything ready to go so we can jump into the second map. Love yous.
Call me the champion. Welcome to my kingdom. Survival is my instinct. Caught up in the system. You better listen. Call me the champion. Champion. Call me the champion. Call me the champion. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. Call me the champion. Welcome to my kingdom. Predators been stalking, but survival is my instinct. And certain men get homes done, caught up in the system. But I'ma tell my own truth, yeah. I'ma make them listen. You better listen. Call me the champion. Champion. Call me the champion. Call me the champion. Champion. Champion.
Dance.
And we are back. That's right. Your eyes are not deceiving you. The issues have been resolved. So we should be getting underway here in just a moment. The lobby's been remade. The players are in their seats. Everything should be functional. So help me God, we are going to get through this second map, and all of you watching are gonna enjoy it.
Or we will pull this cast over.
Yeah. Don't make me pause this again. Y'all better be enjoying this. Anyway, let's get underway. Map 2. Here we are, just in case you forgot, or if you're just tuning in, because good morning, NA. At least for the
welcome aboard.
East Coast. Welcome to the Pacific Party. We are now going into map 2. T1 able to take the first map of Pearl. That was the selection of Global Esports. Now we find ourselves on T1's map pick of Haven. see if they can close this out. Now, one of the crucial things that we didn't really get to discuss too much is that for the side of GE, they're going into this map. They don't have that breach, which is typically ever so present here on Haven.
Yeah, it's a very different comp between these two teams because the initiators are vastly different. Now, a spot here, one ping allowed from the side of GE as they're going to start on the attacker side through all the maps if we happen to go to Lotus. But there's a lot of really interesting things going on here. First of all, the comps are very different, so the way you get information and the distance you have to do so, very, very different. But it's open sight here. Zeta, one of the best Sovas around, is going to find some value with that shock dart. I assume he got a little bit of damage. Indeed, he did.
Okay. Lurk here from Bazzi. Spots one. Carpe trying to draw it down. Pop flash now at the ready. Bazzi gets that headshot across, but Ban able to survive with 20 HP. Zeta's still up here in heaven. And yes, we do realize that the UI not there at the moment. Hopefully we'll have it up in just a little bit. Pushing forward, Ban, no hope here. And Saya player falls. They get a couple of eliminations, but 2 players left standing on the side of GE will go ahead and claim a pistol for themselves.
Yeah, to me it feels like there was just enough misinformation at the beginning of this round by GE, expecting that recon dart, again, only revealing one player's position, kind of left the defenses open, and then Batsy here with the cheeky position behind the box, able to find some big kills, almost got a third with that dink. Zeta trying to do everything he can, did a lot of damage, got a few kills, but not good enough, and you can see that the energy is there, and it remains for GE, even during that long tech pause. They're able to keep their spirits high, keep the energy going, so let's see if they can continue to convert that. But another interesting point that I didn't get to talk about here that you alluded to earlier is that we haven't seen either of these teams play this map yet. So there's a lot of big question marks on how they're going to approach it, like what kind of... Uh-oh. Achilleos is losing his marbles, people.
Gonna have my Joker moment. It's gonna happen.
For my own safety, I'm going to go cast from the coach's booth below us.
Go join the Koreans.
Go hang out with Autumn.
Go join the Koreans. Make it a quad cast.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, that would actually be pretty fun. My Korean's really bad, but I could say some footy stuff.
I mean, yeah, you could just do the part where you just yell the player names.
I'm good at that.
At least commit to that bit.
The real question is do I have the proper Korean pronunciations for some of the names?
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Like Rongski? How do they pronounce that one? I'm not sure. Urongski? Wongski? I mean, your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of that, like the way I'd spell it out with the Hangul, but anyway. Anyway, I might as well talk about this since I have time. I think it's pretty intriguing that we haven't seen either of these teams on this map. Now, we've seen some of these players, but the one player I was kind of curious about that I've always thought played pretty well on this map was Intro. And he's not here. And also, now it just dawned on me that we don't have the Intro versus Texture storyline, potentially, of the old Damwon teammates. But Ban, is very, very good on Omen, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this relationship, as far as the substitutions, continues as we see more maps from T1. And, obviously, if we do go the distance and we end up on Lotus, then maybe we'll see that even further. I'm curious if it's mainly going to be like certain agents for each of them. Maybe they find that, as far as the Viper's strength is concerned, it's more in the hands of Intro, so he's going to be playing picks like that. Maybe Ban is going to be sticking things more along the lines of the Omen and the Astra. We'll have to just kind of wait and see here. I'm being told that it's a minor issue, and we should be getting into game soon. You can see that as well, the UI coming back up, so it seems like we got that taken care of. And okay, here we go. We're back underway. So fortunately, a very brief one. Joker moment avoided. My sanity is retained.
And my safety remains as well. I'm very happy about that.
Drop the UI, though.
No, I need to see this. I'm still reading it. You shut up. I'm busy.
There we go. Side player.
Side player with the
very
Marshall.
forward position.
I like this.
He's not going for the wide swing, though. Just waiting to see if he's going to peek in. Now he starts getting some line of sight, but granted, everybody's already shifted over. Heavy stack for the side of T1. They can slow up this push in. Could be good for them, as Texture going to be dashing in. Doesn't get that stun across onto him, and he will manage to find 2. The counter swing comes out from Carpe. Will be able to find a single kill. Nobody else joins in on the site. Side player now hearing the rotations coming through. Whips the shot. A little bit of movement, and the bullet goes wide. Aaron, in the meantime, crept his way through Garage. Got the catch onto Carpe. And that leaves Munchkin. Spectre recovered end in hand, creeping his way in. And Aaron gets the insta-dink and the follow-up kill. So, a 2-0 start now for the side of GE as the plant just barely does go through, so they get that extra money as well.
Yeah, it's a really good round for GE in most respects. I mean, you drop a little bit, but not enough to really feel like things went super awry or anything. And there's a lot of utility and stuff here in the face of GE as they enter, but Texture is good enough and fast enough to overcome a lot of it. You know, Aaron, again, he's good on the lurks. He's a good player for kind of watching those weird angles, finding the off angles, finding the flanks. I think we're having a little bit of a barracks, a bit of a UI issue maybe on this one. It looked like it was, I mean, that was just too fast from Texture. They couldn't keep up.
Is this going to be an early timeout? That's what it's seeming like.
They're working on it. They're fixing it. I think we're in a round and we just needed, I think the UI was.
Okay, I guess we had to reset barracks. So yeah, seems like we're in the game right now. Munchkin gonna find one, Texture getting into the back, will find 3.
Wow.
As, okay. Apologies for the delay in getting that shown to you, but Texture go kill seems to be a pretty good strat so far. We were talking about that map 1 warm up for GE. And even with all of the delays, it seems like it's looking pretty good. And as you can see, T1 just have to go for the call of saving already.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing Eraser brought with him, right, to GE was the Texture go kill strat.
This is true.
Yeah. It's an important one to bring. Well, yeah, just didn't get to see much of it, unfortunately. So all I can say is they cut through and Texture did good.
That he did.
Got a pistol kill at the beginning of that, so. And then grab that gun.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, that was a recovered weapon
yes.
to go ahead and shut him down. So big upgrades as they scoop up 3 rifles. Aaron just going to be sticking with the Bulldog for now. So hopefully all of the shenaniganry is over with.
Yeah.
We'll just go ahead and watch this back. Texture's entry. Just cuts around the back. Yeah, I mean, the flash just placed. And take it down. And with the recovered Vandal, nice tap on the Carpe.
I think this could be one thing that, you know, maybe T1 is potentially going to struggle with a little bit is, you know, the way that those flashes work, the depth you can get with them, the angles you can get with them for Botsy on the sky versus a breach normally, right? The breach flashes are pretty easy to turn. Kind of know the angles they're more likely to come from, whereas it's a little bit more difficult with the guiding light, you know, because you can cut it whenever you want. You can send it so much further in some, well, sort of, it depends, but in some ways you can send it different, more interesting angles. So I think they're just, you know, able to get a deep flash into the back of Plat, set Texture up nicely, and just put a Vandal in his hands, and you can see he can do some pretty explosive things.
Dog goes out. Zeta pushes up in front of it.
What?
Finds 2. Side player spotting the head of Batsy there for a second, but yeah, not sure how Zeta gets away with his life there.
The first one I thought, okay, he's just going to get traded, and then he just like slowly, you know, shimmied to the side while still spraying and got another. Unbelievable.
No matter how this round ends, certainly need to see that one played back. Zeta, though, as low as he is, can't really afford to play in that position. And obviously, the kills are nice, but the weapons are not recoverable. So there's still a chance here for GE, given that there's 3 Sheriffs here in the hands of T1. Around the side, and yep, Aaron taking minimal damage, will find Munchkin. Shoving his way through that B site. Oh, the timing nearly there. Zeta managing to find a 3rd.
No.
Crossfire set up, he actually gets the wall bang. Zeta now. On for a big play, but yes, while Aaron will be able to get this kill, the 2 rifles that were bought in are going to be the ones surviving as we roll over and T1 pick up their first round victory.
Unbelievable stuff from Zeta in this round. Just absolutely spectacular shooting. I mean, this is beyond belief here. Look at that. He just starts moving away and is able to keep that aim stabilized enough. He gets spotted, and Monette goes for the other one, and then, yep, the ping. Yeah, Monette there, you know, went for the first one, figured he could transfer for the second, but Zeta's just too fast there. Zeta did express his displeasure with me during the break that I did not predict his team. Maybe he's A little bit angry.
He was cool with me, though.
Yeah, he was fine with you.
I got a fist bump.
I know. I'm a little sad. I only got the look
got
of
the stink eye.
disapproval. Yeah, I got. Sorry.
Short fault line at the ready here. Carpe just holding
I've got your trail.
that potential counter swing. Smoke goes out onto Heaven. Fault line does connect. Texture stuck behind, but I mean, Munchkin aggro pushing. Trying to find something is, I mean, now Carpe, 18 HP, gets finished off as he tries to re-swing out, find some kind of kill. Sia player will get a blind shot through the smoke to finish off Mounier. They right now can get the plant down, and there's nothing to disrupt this unless they want to commit to that Hunter's Fury, which they do not. They can use the Hunter's Fury now for that.
Yeah,
it looks like they're going to save it.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it.
Sia's got to get out of here at some point.
Sia just going to detain himself?
Yeah, it looks like it. So he'll just back away to a safe spot. Time bought.
Shadows traveling.
It's because of these flanks that Aaron's been going on.
Yep.
You can see Zeta having to watch back towards that C-Link side. And in the end, they're just going to have to exit and hold on to the rifles because the economic situation for T1 is still not great. So even with winning that previous round, they're not going to be able to string a second one together. So GE will find their fourth.
Yeah, it's the thing that really impressed me the most on their Lotus was what we're seeing right now. Is Aaron kind of roaming around the map, doing a good job of being an absolute nuisance.
Yeah.
You know, finding really valuable picks. And that's what's happening here again. So, you know, let's see if T1 can find ways to adjust. I think this one was just a little bit of overconfidence on those peaks. I mean, Munchkin there tried to peek into long, and, you know, I think they knew they hit the stuns, but there was a lot of players there. There were a lot of reinforcements. I mean, behind the Seekers and contact off a couple players there, T1 gets really aggressive out of there. And then they try to re-peek again with Carpe, and he just gets shut down. So maybe just a little bit more patience from T1. Try to set up some crossfires, some other angles. There's that Hunter's Fury.
Okay. This is a bit wanting, I feel. I mean, granted, yes, the lockdown was used, so you don't have to worry about trying to counteract that, but everybody just shifts out of the lobby. Now they find themselves here on B. The stun goes across. Texture pushes the smoke. Munchkin's dead, and that's gun taken away. Aaron, again, on this lurk. Do they read it is the question. The turret's set up in window. He's got the nano swarm. Drone's going to go forward, and it will spot him out.
This looks familiar. Aaron and Spawn getting pushed down.
Paranoia doesn't connect. Sia will find the headshot. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Both killjoys down on either side, but the spike has been planted this entire time and is ticking away. Swing out of the garage. No one watching for it. Texture puts some damage across. He'll get dazed up. Flash from Bazzi again, buying more and more time. And they just don't have it. There's no way to be able to make this work. Side player will be able to trade an extra one, but again, he falls. He's only got 850, riding forward into the next round. Bazzi will fall, so they get a little bit of extra value, but it's still going to be Global picking up a 5th round win.
Pocket's still pretty deep for Global. It's not really too huge of a deal. I just a really good readjust here from the side of GE. I mean, and again, now we're starting to see some of these coordinated plays come through where Batsy is really setting players up, particularly Texture. Him and, you know, you would assume that these two have pretty good coordination, given that they're the 2 Koreans on this squad, and they absolutely have shown us that with a couple of these plays. A flash into the back of Platt onto C earlier in the half, and now here you're seeing the Trailblazer used to set him up as well. So really good stuff. Sia player with the Blade Storm, gonna be pushing forward. He's got a lot of players come out. Oh, only gets one.
Yeah, only able to find one. Meanwhile, Texture picks up both. That ain't long. Carpe position, back sight. Dash forward, flash goes out. Carpe gets a 1-tap on Mounier, but Texture will find a 3rd in him. And also gets the 4th! 30 HP, doesn't matter. Line of sight is blocking the healing, so he doesn't receive any, but now Ban finds himself in a 1v3. 2 dangerously low HP players. As, yeah, the alarm bot, it triggered. He fired. He finally broke it. Also breaks that nasty little nano swarm. The second one, however, not going to suffer the same fate, and now the healing has come out. So Texture back up to damn near full HP.
Yeah, he's going to make a go of this, but this is absolutely nasty, and it is going to be the ace for Texture. What a round for him.
Second ace of the day. First one from Foxy9 in the final round of our first series. Now here in round number 7, Texture looking to remind us that he is, in fact, also a Korean Jet.
Couldn't let the young buck, you know, upstage him as the Korean Jet. He had to come in here and strut his stuff,
I was
for
gonna say,
sure.
that is 100% not a tech pause. That is a tactical timeout. T1 need to pump the brakes and figure out what in the hell is going on. Because here they find themselves on their map pick under similar duress to GE on their selection of Pearl.
Yeah, it's looking really well coordinated here. I mean, and Texture is a big part of this. He's come alive. This is the player that, you know, I know you and I have been very high on for a very long time.
Yeah.
Wondering, you know, who is going to find this guy in the offseason this year. After the partner teams were announced, we were kind of wondering how this was all going to shake out because this guy was so good. Was he going to, you know, try to stick with D+ to try to make that run through the Ascension Gauntlet? Or, you know, with some phenomenal players, of course, Lakia and others, allow Exy, I mean, an incredible team there for D+. But he decided to make the jump here to GE, take a bit of a risk, take a little bit of a gamble. And when this guy is on, he's got it all. Rifling, consistency, steadiness. He rarely overheats. He's just a really well-balanced player. I've always really appreciated the way he approaches the game.
Yeah. Well, call is made. Decent commitment here in the round. Rifles abound. 2 Bulldogs. Half armor on everyone. Looking a bit like Fnatic. As Bazzi taking some early damage.
Here.
Let's get worked down to about 74. Cellblazer at the ready will go ahead and scout out through sewer.
A lot of the KJ utility on site this time, so the Nanos at the default, along with the alarm bot. Probably pop the Nano off that. Oh, gets it in time.
Yep. And onto the site, locked down to the ready. Spike getting planted. Munchkin just waiting for everyone to get into position. Now goes ahead. Lets that ult go across, but Ronsky able to find one. They push forward. They find the lockdown. They manage to break it. Carpe watching for the lurk, but he doesn't win the fight. Aaron on the flank. Comes up with a kill. Bazzi now just waiting. Flashes at the ready. The wonder, does the call come through from T1? Trying to back away. They get the reveal out. Side player gets on top of Texture, finds that kill. Monier answers back, but Zeta does much the same. They bring it down to a 2v2. Aaron pushes out, finds one. Now Bat needs to try to get this clutch, but he's just not looking. The smoke will dissipate. Bazzi will finish him off. And even though he's the last man standing, the pockets are so deep right now. The coffers are full for Global Esports as they find themselves with a 7th round win.
So many good things going for both teams, but it's just barely going to be Global that comes out with this. Okay, so one thing that I wanted to get to, just never quite got there, was that there's not a lot of great counter lockdown utility here on the side of Global Esports' comp, right? You don't have the Sova, you don't have that kind of typical Haven counter to the lockdown. So what do? They're ready for it. Ronsky is willing to sacrifice himself to make sure he gets it done. Still picks up, I think, a kill in the process. And that completely catches T1 off guard. Then Aaron's lurk, again, sends him into disarray. When he wins that trade, it's an expected lurk from the side of T1, but he still wins the trade.
Oh, Saya trying to get that headshot across, but this goes a little bit wide. Can't get the damage out. Ronsky's still going to be full HP. Saya's still looking to get a catch here in a lobby. Texture tucked away, spots him yet again. Just backs away, decides to stop challenging. Okay.
TP to A main. What's up, bros?
Just a check.
Just curious.
Swarm grenade.
The real question is did he see Texture? I think he might have, but
Now Texture just sat right along the stack.
I don't think he did. So I don't see any reinforcements coming here for Saya player.
Does he watch the side? I think he did. Yeah, he spotted him.
30 seconds left.
Saya just can't even put any damage out to give the rest of his squad an easier run of it.
That's that veteran experience. You know, having the wherewithal to know that players hide in that corner and being fast enough and on ball.
Okay, well, Munchkin getting a good read there. Would love to grab the weapon, obviously getting zoned away. Rushes out,
mistimed it.
My eyes. Anyway, a couple kills going to be found, but once again, it's just Span left alive, and once again, it is Bazzi putting a bullet through his brain. 8-1 now as Global are absolutely running away with this attack half.
Dominating.
I mean, you take a look back to Pearl, they were only able to win 3 rounds on the attack. It wasn't until they shifted over to the defense that we started seeing them really starting to find some momentum. The defensive holds from the side of T1 were just too great on that map, but right now they are looking lost in how to play this map.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting completely just roped around this map. They're getting led by a leash right now by Global Esports. And on top of that, you know, Texture's on one. And Batsy, by the way, playing really, really well right now in the sky. Setting up Texture well, setting up himself well, getting valuable information, sometimes sending out fake information, things like that. All the little things that you would expect this guy to do, he is doing in spades.
Yeah. I mean, worth mentioning, I mean, this is, you know, Bazzi versus Munchkin, 2 former teammates.
That's true,
squaring
too.
off against each
the
other.
Crazy Raccoon battle, yeah.
Saya able to find one, but okay, Bazzi.
Okay, I told you, he's just...
I mean, Bazzi he just kills him. He just collapsed through. It will still be an absolutely just bloody brawl here in A lobby. And suddenly, somehow, we find ourselves at a 2v2. And while that's good here for the side of T1,
Right here. They can't recover the guns.
Exactly. The weapons are just completely unreachable. If he can get tucked alongside the wall here, that could be huge for Zeta to potentially be able to win this out. He needs to at least get one. Pushes out, and he almost gets them both. Aaron down to 26 HP. And even with just a frenzy in his hand, Munchkin is in with a shout. Aaron making the call, shifting all the way across the map, moving over towards C. And if Munchkin had the read, if he popped this nano right now, he'd be able to get the kill. He's got one set up for the plant.
Oh.
But it's just out of range.
Yep.
10 seconds left.
Didn't hear it.
No.
Well, he's got the turret, and he's got a big health advantage, so...
Aaron has the advantage of surprise.
Yeah.
Swarm grenade out.
Let's see if he can convert here. Ah.
No. That was their best chance, and it does not work out. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
And I mean, what do you do from here?
Well, you know, you just gotta. The thing I would, you know, if I'm a coach, I'm telling them just, hey, just stabilize. We're making some decent plays here and there. Maybe try to be a little more. God, they're loud. I love it. I absolutely love it. Eraser's fired.
Lord.
Oh. Ah, Saya.
Running away. Suppression now comes out. And that null command. Hunter's Fury again. It's being used kind of loosely here. Saya will be able to peek out on a long. Finds one. In the back as Runsky will end up getting taken down. But, I mean, it's just a confusing, awful mess. Carpe narrowly spotting Texture. Does get that headshot off the updraft. And it's an instant 2 kills coming in. T1 will finally find another round of victory. 6 rounds separated from their last.
And in a round where T1 dials up some pretty heavy aggression early, out the back of that no command, it's kind of the protocols and the discipline here for T1 that wins them the round. They're just decently ready for this. They're in, you know, a pretty good position potentially to help deal with this. Carpe there, some good patience on the updraft from Texture, able to pluck him out of the air. And yeah, they needed that, at least for the mental stability.
Yeah, I mean, they're in with a shot at a 9-3 half. Try and believe in curses.
Well, you and I certainly do, with the tech pauses.
That's very true. We are at least certain curses we believe in.
Yeah, well, the ones that are real, you know,
it's like, you know,
unlike the 9-3.
It's like we believe in aliens, but we don't believe in Bigfoot. we're picking and choosing our conspiracies. Loch Ness Monster, no. But aliens, yeah.
Aliens, yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Crab people, yeah. Oh, wait. Maybe I should speak for myself.
Well. Let's see if they can get this last round across the finish line. It feels like everything is hinging on that. Even with this map being a bit more attacker favored.
They're really leaving C open. T1 has 0 defenses there. I mean, they are 100% expecting an A or a B hit.
He's on foot. And he just nearly misses the timing. Paranoia does cut across. He swings back out, finds that kill. Oh, the lockdown will get destroyed. It's all a fake. They shift their way over here onto C. Munchkin gets a read of this. TP back across from Monye. Doesn't get hit. They're going to send 2 on a mission into garage. Try to intercept. So far, this hasn't really been watched. Starts swinging in, and somehow Munchkin comes away with the kill. Flush on Monye. Recovers, finds Munchkin, finishing off the kill joint. Now Texture gets Saya player. A 3v3 as he pushes into the back. He gets the shot on the Carpe. What more can he do? Fortunately, doesn't get that hit there on the Ben. Monye gonna be taken down. Now it's all on Bazzi. He's been working magic this entire time. He finds one. He's going for the spray through. The hold is coming in, but it doesn't happen. Bazzi will get the headshot connection for the clutch and the 10-2 half.
I mean, what a half here for GE. 10-2, and on the backs of some phenomenal plays from Texture and Batsy, as well as Aaron, I think, having a really vital half in terms of causing disruption. There in that last round, he causes disruption in a way that we hadn't seen yet in that half where he's selling a fake. Usually he's just kind of lurking, trying to, mess with the post-plant setups that T1 is going for. In this one, it is all just bait, and they had a perfect read on how T1 wanted to play that round, because T1 left C open that entire time. I don't know what magic, what kind of foresight that Aaron has, but he read that round perfectly and called a beautiful one.
Well, has it finally happened? GE, the first map warm-up. Now we find them dominating on T1's pick of Haven. It just feels like lock-in all over again.
Yeah. This is the script, apparently. I hadn't gotten it yet, but I mean, I saw it at lock-in and I thought, well, maybe. But I didn't. I thought maybe that was just a rough draft, but no, this seems to be the script.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, for the side of T1, they want to be able to have that timeout for the second half, so they don't call it.
Right.
They don't burn the second one in that initial half, but now they find themselves in such a deficit. Even with the map balance and the way that it works between attack and defend, this feels rough. It feels like we are certainly going to a map 3. Lotus on that horizon.
Yeah, very, very rarely do you see a comeback from a 10-2. I mean, even though I would say that generally, especially in Asia, Haven's attacker sided very slightly, not much. Not this much. So this is a destructive half for GE. And, again, like you've been saying, Aaron, well known for his defensive sided, IGLing. That's got to be on the backs of your minds if you're T1.
That's where we started seeing the run back on Pearl. Yep. They started making it closer and closer. It was on the defending side. Let's see how they fare as we are 3 minutes to midnight, ladies and gentlemen, here in South Korea.
I just want to say I just saw something very rare on screen, everybody. Texture was smiling.
Yeah, he's usually fairly emotionless.
Yes.
We saw him get angry at the LCQ, and that was, surprising to see. He started running it back.
He's usually pretty even-keeled.
Even with the smiles, it's still something that should be striking fear into your heart if you're a T1 fan or a player.
But this is something cool to see that, we've heard the coaches talk about it, and I've heard the players, and, they stream together. They're having a lot of fun together. Like everybody, Aaron and Texture, whoever it may be, they're all seeming to really trying to stay positive, and that's a team effort. And it's going really well. I mean, obviously map 1 didn't go the way they wanted, but here they're able to bounce back even after a ridiculously long tech pause. And they're still having a good time. They're still fired up. They're still loud. I mean, that's a really good sign for Global Esports. And hello, India.
Hello, indeed. Let's see what happens now as we get ready to go back into the action. T1 with a monumental task on their hands. Can't really afford to drop anything. And I mean, again, we look back to how things were going at lock-in, how it's been so far for the most part in this series. The pistol rounds have been fairly consistent for the side of Global. They dropped their first one since joining Pacific in the first map, in the first half. And then since then, they've closed out the other 2. See if they can go ahead and make this a 3-1 scoreline of the Pistols.
And that's so scary. Pistols are such an important factor in the winning maps. You know, if you look at the percentages.
Okay, exchange, Texture eliminated, Munchkin finding the kill. Ronski going to be paranoid, pushes into the smoke, and again, Summit does actually manage to come away with a kill onto Zeta. Munchkin trades it back once more.
I'm not sure he had enough time to even see him. He was just spraying with that ghost right at the head level and managed to find a connection. So through the garage, Alarmbot is no longer alive due to its deceased owner. Utility is going to alert GE to the presence of T1. T1 is going to be able to get the plant on the backside of the box, so not the default spot. Wrapping from 2 different angles is GE, but Moniette gets cut down and catch him.
Again.
Yep.
3rd kill for him in the round. Still somehow staying alive. Only taking, what, 16 damage, I believe, there. In that exchange, maybe 20. As they spot out Bazzi. Worked miracles from this position in the last one, and he's narrowly able to get that elimination, but it will be another pistol round going the side of T1, making it a 2-2 record so far in the set.
Okay, so it's even Stevens. That's fair. So GE maybe not the new princes of pistols.
Still
not yet. Maybe.
Pretty damn consistent.
They're pretty good. Yeah. That's important. I mean, they still make this pretty close. And if it isn't just kind of a pretty good read here from Munchkin on how Moniette was going to be playing that position on that smoke, he just finds the perfect timing to cut into the smoke himself right ahead of Moniette.
Yeah.
And is able to kind of prevent that from being a decent attempt for GE. Made it a near impossible attempt for Bazzi.
Look at this gamble stack.
What is that?
It works a treat. They managed to find one. Munchkin taken down, deadliest player of the last round. Find that elimination. Saya player just taking some pot shots now through the smoke. So, I mean, for a gamble stack here in this eco round, you're not going to feel too terrible about coming away with a kill.
Right here.
Spectre picked up, though. Saya player abandoning the Marshal.
4 players all turning a flash in unison. That's some synchronized swimming right there.
I mean, they full 5-man gamble stacked the C-side. It just happened to be correct.
Yeah. I think they kind of suspected that Saya player might be going for a Marshal. He's pretty, likely to do so, as we saw even in the first half, right? They lost the pistol and he still went for a Marshal. So it's like you're basically gambling. All right, is he going to go most likely long C or long A? Sometimes people go, B window or something, but for the most part, you kind of have a pretty good idea. And this time, the coin flip comes up GE.
Cover going
Some
out.
proactive util coming out, not reactive. The Aftershock now gone. Time's still ticking away, and I mean, Global at least find themselves in a prime position to be able to, die to this spike, but maybe things get a little bit worse for them. The dart out from Zeta, however, on to Ronski. We'll go ahead and confirm the round victory, but still, I say.
No.
Yeah. Surely not.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no. Not even close. Okay. Need an extra 1.5 seconds. But, I mean, can you imagine if he actually did just get in there and ninja?
I would have actually lost my mind.
Yeah. I think we would just have to leave.
Yeah, I just take the headset off, just set it down, and
goodbye, folks. You're on your own.
Have a good night, everybody.
But okay, T1, they find it. It's not clean, so you can see a lot of investment now needing to be put into this third round of the half. They will have a fair few rifles to try to contend with those of Global, but they need this to be around victory as well as a clean one. Retain as many of these as they possibly can. Texture gonna get tucked away. Smoke comes down. He's actually gonna push forward off the back of this. Did they get the read?
I think he's just curious to see if anybody's going to try to cut through the smoke. Maybe he can catch him off guard there at that lowered angle. Instead, he's going to back behind the box. Now he's going to have to wait, see if he pops his dash. Maybe I thought a flash and dash there. Actually not going to bait. They're not going to fall for it.
Double flash over the top. Texture does get clipped there. I'm not sure if Carpe swung fast enough to be able to spot him. Saya now. Uh-oh, spotted. Drops down, can't stabilize the aim. Ronski will claim it.
Oh, it's so good.
Here's the push into garage. The flash blocked out by the smoke. Aaron trying to drift down, trying to get this timing. Pushes out, finds one, gets the second, and nearly claims Zeta as well. Bazzi will be there in position, and Aaron will be the finisher. I said it needed to be a win. It needed to be clean. It was neither. Global play that to absolute perfection. Aaron's timings in this map in particular have been immaculate.
Yeah, he's looked phenomenal on this map, as has a lot of Global Esports. If they're up, 11 to 4 or 3, whatever it is, like this, look, Aaron is just screaming. Absolutely love it. Another thing I really want to give a lot of credit to GE for here is the way they played that long A scenario, where they had Texture tucked behind the box. He's checking the smoke. Please take a little while. This is a really interesting way they played this. And so they didn't get much contact. Now, they got the flash at the top, but they didn't really know what was going on the other side of it. Texture couldn't see it. So eventually, they're able to sneak Batsy down into sewers. He's able to use the Trailblazer to spot out Saya, who is trying to counter this play, and they're able to pinch onto that. Really well thought out and set up by GE. Really well read.
Drone goes out, gets the spot, doesn't get the dart. Batsy sends a flash, turns away. Texture shuts down Saya. Coming out, eating some damage. Texture gets a headshot, dashes away as he goes for the reset, for the reload, and Ronsky is there to follow up. Munchkin now going to be taken down. Zeta able to find just a singular kill here with the Sheriff in hand, but he will fall shortly thereafter. And Global are now just one round away from taking us to a third and final map of the evening.
That looks like we may be getting it that both teams get their first map win in VCT Pacific history and take us to a third map. I think we're going to have a T1 timeout here quick.
I mean,
and
why the hell not?
Might as well use it, use it or lose it.
Everything in the kitchen sink at this. 8 consecutive rounds to try to take us into overtime, but I think we all know that it's nigh impossible and that we are going to Lotus at the end of this all. And if I'm wrong, I am happy to.
Yes.
I don't even know what I'll do.
I am keen to have the run back. An 8-round in a row run back, absolutely. We'll take that.
If they pull it, I don't know. I'll find the spiciest hot sauce that I can get, and I will drink it.
Oh, God.
Something.
That's scary. I was telling you the other day that I tried a bunch of those really, really spicy hot sauces.
Right.
And one of them definitely
From Hot
was...
One.
Woo, yes. One of them was... It made me cry. I'm man enough to admit that hot sauce made me cry.
Well,
like one of those million-level Scoville ones.
Sure. Well, maybe that's what I'll have to go for. And drink it was a strong term.
Yeah, don't do that.
Let's say eat a significant portion of. But it's fine. But we'll see if this timeout can work any kind of magic for T1, or if it's just delaying the inevitable. I mean, as you can see, going into what is very well likely the last round of this map. A singular Spectre with a half armor, a Sheriff with full, and then Stingers across the board. 2 charges left, I believe, to try to get Munchkin his ultimate.
I'm really curious to see what they're going to do with Batsy Seekers, how they're going to play around this. Info check, it's going to get a pop, but everybody playing very defensively, at least momentarily,
right here.
On. So start pushing their way forward, making a little bit of noise here.
And going out. Start this time does connect to get the fault line across onto Bazzi. Still watching, however, from heaven is Ronsky. Texture with the snap. Burns down Saya, takes out Ban. The blades come out. Saya, or Texture rather, is hungry for victory. Comes up with a third, goes jumping over the top, maybe a bit half-baked from him. Zeta will get one last kill. But Ronsky will finish it. A dominant statement here for Global Esports, who persevere after dropping their own map. They answer back in a big way, 13-4 on Haven to extend us to our first 3-map series.
And the GE staff is still here, and they're still out. I can hear them and see them. Very happy to find their first map win in the VCT Pacific. And it's just, it's a lot of really good stuff here. It's Batsy all over the place, setting his teammates up, setting himself up, Texture being Texture. I'm telling you, folks, this is... I've seen this so many times, I'm just like, he's pretty good. He's pretty darn good. And Zeta putting up quite a bit of fight for T1 individually. The bigger picture here for T1 just not nearly at the same level as GE this time around. Just didn't seem as well coordinated. Saw a lot of really good playing off of each other for GE. So again, they said they need to play to their own strengths. They need to kind of play within themselves, and this map certainly looked much more comfortable.
That it absolutely did, but now we get ready to go over to Lotus, a map that we have not yet seen from the side of T1. We have seen from Global. They played that versus Vitality. It wasn't the greatest display, a 13-6. So the real question is, how much have they improved? What were they able to learn from playing that map? And, during the meantime, during this downtime since lock-in concluded on Lotus, and also what has T1 been cooking up as they get ready to debut it?
I mean, I think for the side of GE, they could run this same comp. I mean, Lotus plays somewhat similar to Haven. It's not exactly the same, but somewhat similar. I think the way that they're playing off of each other here, I think keep Matsy on Sky 100%. I think he's finding a ton of value, and I think you could find similar levels of value with that. And meanwhile, on the other side of T1, yeah, we just don't know. And that's what worked pretty well for them previously. We'll see if they can keep it going.
That we will. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, the desk will break down the action, and then we'll go into Lotus for our third and final map. So stick with us.
Obviously still confident they can win with it, indeed he did.
Okay. Lurk here from Bazzi, spots one. Carpe trying to draw it down. Pop flash now at the ready. Bazzi, as Texture going to be dashing in, doesn't get that stun across onto him, and he will manage to find two. The counter rotation's coming through, whips the shit, and the bullet goes wide, his way in, and Aaron gets the, we're in the game right now. Bunch going to find one. Dog goes out, Zeta pushes up, the timing nearly there. One for a big play, but yeah, Paranoia doesn't get
be pushing forward. He's got a lot of players come out. Oh, only gets one.
Yeah, only one tap on him on Ye, but Texture will find a third in him. And also get a lockdown. They managed to break it. Carpe watching for the lurk. Trying to back away. And he did. Yeah, he spotted him. Okay, well, once again, it's just bad luck. He just kills him. He just collapsed through. At least get one. Pushes it. You can sign a player. 3v3.
If you look at the percentages, different angles is key, but Moniette gets
spotted, drops down, trying to drift down, trying to get this timing, pushes out, finds one.
Welcome back. We just saw the end of map 2 on Haven. I don't know what's going on with Global Esports, but they're on something else. It's like they just woken up and they're on fire right now. Well, what changed?
I mean, they're bringing it back, right? And to some merit, perhaps they really do always need that warm-up time to just get fired up, get used to that stage, and get through. But also, they just seem to show a lot more comfort on Haven, which was the opponent's map pick. But just the way they were playing and their understanding of the map, their set plays, their utility, macro, everything just looked a lot cleaner than it did on Pearl.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they looked really relaxed there. The kills were really, really clean going throughout. I mean, look at the scoreline.
I mean, it's kind of crazy when you look at the way that the first map actually went down, where it seemed like it was very obvious that Global Esports was going to get fleshed out by T1, and this was going to be a fairly unremarkable best of 3. Here we are now. They had a close map 1, now in map 2. This is so one-sided. This is such a dominant performance. They're doing this again without Rossi here, without their star player. Texture is absolutely on fire. He's been murdering. And I'm very curious to see if T1 can find their footing here, or if they're just going to get slammed in map 3.
Yeah, and just to point out, credit where credit is due, Zeta still getting a 270 ACS while losing 413 is quite impressive. So Zeta continuing to show that he is a force to be reckoned with whenever he's on that Sova. But yeah, I mean, Texture was firing on all cylinders. Aaron getting some sick kills as well. And sure, Ronsky and Manya, they just didn't even have that much of an opportunity to get too many kills because the rest of their team was doing so well.
That's right. I mean, Texture himself was getting multiple kills. It was just every single round. Lots of that going on.
Yeah, if we could actually pull a highlight up that we wanted to talk about from the earlier part of the match, where we really saw Texture take his form here. I mean, he did a complete ace coming into this. And then from this ace, it was like he had so many incredible moments to just exhibit how great he was. So we come in here, we see Sayaplaya getting ready to try to get that takedown, completely gunned down by Texture. Texture begins to then move in over here with a couple more sweeps. And this is where Texture, one by one, just managed to, execution after execution, take out each player, ultimately finding that last player, Ban, over here just around the corner, setting up this little area, which is always impossible to kind of deal with. Looks like we're going to get to this final kill in a second here. But, I mean, Texture playing out of his mind. There it is. He gets the closer. And I'll tell you, like, Texture, if he can keep riding this momentum, I don't know if they're going to be able to stop him.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. Your wish is coming true, Will. We're going to go into the next map. But, I mean, it's beyond mechanical skills. Here, we're seeing a carryover from the last map of a lot of their strategic plays come into play here on this map.
Yeah, I mean, on the attack for the first half, they had some really good set plays. But, of course, on the defense as well, you see here, because of the aggressive smoke that T1 had, they know that they've lost control of main. So they send the Trailblazer to just scout it out, and Ronsky gets a kill. Even if he doesn't, though, that forces T1 to have to rotate to C. So Aaron's already ready for this. He uses the opponent's smokes against them, and this is just easy cleanup. And we heard him cheering throughout this whole segment, but that's because they knew the only place the opponents could be was on the C side, in Garage, and perhaps already on site on C. And so the way they were pushing and pulling throughout the map, the macro usage of their utility and how they were utilizing that intel against their enemies was really good, and it only helps to have a player like Texture who will actually frag out when you give him that intel.
And it just seems like once Texture starts to get those kills and gets into his element, he's really able to ride that out. He's obviously going to be a big threat here going into our third map. But I got to say, overall, Global Esports, they've really tightened up their play incredibly. They sanded down all the hard edges, and they're coming in here looking very clean and able to adjust on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, they're proving to be amazing night owls. It's just like something like midnight struck, and then...
So it's like they've turned into gamer werewolves right now. It's a full moon outside.
And it's turned into their true forms, and now they're just firing.
They start to transfer.
They're like
the
Sky's
comes
Trailblazer, yeah. They just start to turn into
just ripped
Trailblazers.
jeans, and then it's ready to go. On that note, I mean, it's been an incredibly late night. We're now past midnight here. Stamina is a thing that you have to have as a team right now. And we're going to see if maybe T1 can catch their second win. But right now, it looks like, judging from their play, they're exhausted. And it could be a very rough map 3.
Yeah, we'll see how maybe this might have woken them up a bit. I think we're going to have to see going into Lotus. We are excited to see Lotus. We've been talking about this a bit earlier. So we're going to see how this plays out. It is late here for the players here. So like you said, the stamina is really going to count here. I mean, get that Red Bull in. Good morning to those of you watching from NA, ME, and Europe. I think you guys are just waking up now. Welcome to VCT Pacific. Yeah.
Just in time for Lotus.
Yes.
This is all planned just so everyone around the world could see Lotus for the first time here in VCT
This is all Trevor's master plan.
I'm just puppeteering both teams. I'm like, yeah, I think we'll go here. No, I think we'll go to C-Site this time around. But in all honesty, again, we were very excited to see Lotus at Lock-In. I think having actually an event like Lock-In allowed us to see Lotus perhaps a little earlier than we normally would have. Teams were a little bit more willing to experiment, to throw these wild cards against each other. And now that it's been opened up, we're seeing it on the opening day, which is not usual, especially for a lot of Korean teams. They're not used to kind of playing these new maps early on.
Yeah, I mean, over the last 2 years when it was only Korean teams played, you know, it was almost easy to forget we had a new map until we had to get further along in the tournament where they might actually be forced to have to play something.
Yeah, or we would go to Masters and everyone else is already playing it. We're like, oh yeah, everyone is already playing Icebox. Huh, maybe the Korean team should learn that map too.
Yeah.
So we don't have to go through that anymore.
Do you think we're going to see a Gecko?
I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance.
Today?
I mean, I think Gecko has a lot of areas that he can utilize well. You know, for instance, I think to some extent his mosh works similar to why Raze can be really good on Lotus, right? The amount of area that you can cover with that mosh, with the molly, how it works. And then the fact that you can pick up your utility, right? The map is 3 sites. If you get intel early that the opponents aren't on one side of the map, you can start to push really far forward by reusing your abilities again and again.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. You know, whenever you're defending that many sites, maybe there is going to be a soft spot they can get in there. They can use that utility to then recycle that back in. I would love to see it. I feel like we're probably not, considering the stakes right now, considering the fact that T1 could be defeated here, but if that's the kind of play that would come out in a map like this, it probably would be from Global Esports, and I would certainly welcome it.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to come from T1.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. If anything, it might actually be a really interesting time for Global Esports too. Experiment with this Gecko. I mean, take advantage of the timing and everything and just see what happens.
Yeah, throw the curveball just a little bit, right? I really throw some chaos into map 3 here against T1. My other big question, I guess, is T1, do they go back to intro, right? I'm not going to say that the Haven Boss was necessarily a bet. Overall, it just seemed like Global Esports was on a different level coming into map 2, but I am curious what combination did they practice with, because surely after lock-in, they realized teams are going to start picking Lotus, and they have it prepped to some extent.
Well, we've already seen this a little bit today, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of it throughout this entire tournament, but when you have a 6-man setup, who do you rotate in, and when is it a good idea to try that out? And yeah, intro, was he going to come back? Maybe.
Maybe.
We don't know. Is he going to come back? I don't know. I don't make the choices around
We have no idea. We'll have to wait and see. I know the casters were also talking about it briefly, but of course, Lotus also being, a 3-site map. In theory, it plays somewhat similar to Haven. I do think it's actually somewhat more attacker-sided, and so you have to commit to one side or the other a little bit earlier. And on that note, if you're playing defense on Lotus, sometimes it is better to just kind of give up a site early and just work on the retake, right? And that means you have to have your set plays ready once again. So Global Esports and T1, who's had more reps on this map is really what it's going to come down to.
Definitely. Lotus is a very dynamic map, so I think we should be prepared for surprises either way. With that, we are going to go over to the stage for Agent Select.
All right, well, again, Gecko, maybe, probably not, but Global Esports, you really drilled it home.
Maybe, positively, absolutely not. These are all the possibilities of this agent being selected.
Yeah, Doctor Strange has really gone through all the possibilities, and Gecko was not in any of them.
We're going to go through all the possible multiverses that Gecko is used here.
But it looks like Band's staying on stage, so going with the core that Team 1 had, starting with Lock-In. They're continuing with that lineup, and we'll see what the actual picks end up being. Now, again, at Lock-In, we saw many different iterations. We have seen double duelists. We've seen a lot of Harbor. We've seen teams sometimes work with just the Omen, and it looks like Meunier, he wants to use that paranoia, the Breach and the Omen. Much more of a traditional understanding and interpretation of the map that everyone expected when Lotus first came out, whereas Harbor and Viper going for a bit more of an evolution that we saw throughout Lock-In of really cutting up the map and taking position one by one, whereas Breach and Omen, they're going to want to push far forward even on defense by setting up their double duelists in Ronsky and Texture.
Yeah, it does look like Global Esports is going to be going for a lot more trying to pop into areas and get picks here where you're going to be able to obfuscate the map a lot, with the double controller
and
coming
Bronski,
there.
Bronski playing the Jet, right? So he's back to his comfort zone, and then Texture's going to play that Raze as well. So not only do they have utility usage to really take control of areas by doing things like the Fault Line or the Paranoia on top of the paint shells, but then you have another duelist who can still take control of the other side of the map with something like an Operator, or maybe even push far forward because you have that tailwind to escape whenever you need.
Well, I'm so excited to be going into this game. I just wonder, is T1 going to be able to figure out what they're doing wrong? We saw in their interviews early on, they were very much here to improve. Obviously, they're all here to win, but they want to try to tighten up what they've been doing wrong, and they said as well they knew what they needed to work on. So now they've been faced with an opponent that is clearly very adaptive in Global Esports, but that's why it's a best of 3, right? Now we have that third map. They have a chance to once again try to come back and save that. So we'll see if they can do it now. But right now, man, Global Esports really kind of taking over the whole evening here for day 1.
Yep, they are, but it's still a 1v1, a 1-1 score right now. And last game was a strong play by Global Esports on map 2, but let's see how they fare on map 3, and let's see what the casters think. How are you guys doing over there, Achilles and Paper Thin?
Oh, I'm just plumb excited to get into this one. Lotus now on the horizon.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
I mean, I might be younger than you, but I don't have bedtimes. If anything, you're closer to having a bedtime than I am.
Yeah, that's true.
The nurse is going to come in, give me
yeah, that's right. I need
tuck you in.
I need my bath.
Yeah. Scrub you down.
That's right.
Wow. Lotus, our final map. As we see who is going to be able to take this, our second series in Pacific. As we jump into it. Global, again, we have seen them on this map before. Obviously, that was with Rossi in the lineup. Now we see Ronsky going over onto the Jet here for the double duelist. Actually back onto the Raze, something that he's quite apt at, something that we've seen plenty of from him. Which is what kind of impact does he have? Ronsky starts things off beautifully, finds the opening kill, Smokes comes down, side player in a rough spot. They're not gonna find the kill, Bazzi will instead, but Munchkin able to pick up 2. Keeps it even at a 3v3. Texture tag down to 47 HP, and that's going to be the rotations going through over towards A. We're talking about this Paper Thin, the lurking from Aaron, but Ban is ready for it.
I love this from Ban. Just doing a great job kind of reading the positions that Aaron was liking to kind of scoop his way through. Let's see if Texture can do anything here in a 2v1. Nope. It's just going to be Munchkin good for it with the Frenzy.
I mean, looking right back up. This is similar to the performance he was having over on Pearl. Bazzi going for the stun, does find 1, but even then, Munchkin will be able to draw it down, gets the headshot, finds 4, really fast-tracking towards that lockdown, which is going to be ever so important. Now just 3 charges away after the pistol round. T1, claim it.
Yeah, it's no longer in GE's favor or even tied with the pistol rounds. Now we're T1's favor, correct? They're up 3-2, I guess, so that pistol round magic may have potentially been a little fluky.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start, but Munchkin just coming through the door there catches him completely off guard. They were so tunneled in on trying to finish off Saya player. He just swoops in and steals the round away. Beautifully done there from the side of Munchkin.
It just finds the right timing, kind of knows that everyone's really focused on knocking Saya player out of the round. Smart stuff.
Look at the force.
Oh boy, you're right, it is the force.
They're going for it.
Oh boy.
Dash forward, Nanoswarm's there to greet Ronsky. He's gonna get burnt down so very low. He's eating that damage. He gets mauled. Plant's still gonna be coming through. Munchkin waiting, does have the shorty. Oh, what a flick! Even with a shotgun, that was nasty. The push coming through, and he won't be able to find anything else in the follow-up. Even with the Jet down to 16 HP. Push coming through, Ban whipping a bit. Can't find that kill. Monier trades it back. Zeta gonna be able to get 1.
Saya on a huge lurk.
Flash going in. Monier taken down. It's just an absolute bloodbath as the Stinger is trying to steady it, but Zeta, he'll be the one finding the finish in the end. Well, they force out. They take them down to a single Spectre remaining. T1, they're going to be the ones holding their heads just a little bit higher as they move up 2-0.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, not a bad attempt, I think, definitely an unexpected time to come through with it. After a 1-1, it's not in any kind of pressure situation. So Aaron here deciding to dial up something a little bit unorthodox. Almost worked, just doesn't quite. And it's just a good disciplined retake from T1 where they're coming from a bunch of different angles. They're taking their time. They're making sure they're all kind of pushing together. And that's something we have seen from T1 so far this series. Well, a lot of times their timing is good, at least. On their retakes, they're patient enough to try to make sure that they can get into the proper spots. So once we get to the rifle rounds, I would like to talk about the compositions, the agent compositions, but so far we've had a lot of, maybe not a lot of, but a little bit of goofiness.
Yeah, a lot of skirmishing.
There you go. It's been fast-paced.
See Science still playing forward just on the side of Rubble over at A. Beals again turn their sights towards C. Seems like Global really liking this site. Bazzi is collecting these orbs, just one away from having that Rolling Thunder online. So now it's effectively, guaranteed to have it into the next round. Side player gonna have to drop down. Rotates back, door's already broken, so he's got an easy exit route. Send out the nade just to go ahead and clear back Rubble, just to really make sure that they're pretty clear to move up into the A site, which widely has been abandoned. So it's going to be a full retake attempt coming out here for the side of T1. And Bazzi, as he gets his plant, will have that Rolling Thunder. Now it's much more likely that we can see him committed into this round.
Yeah, now they've got a really good opportunity to convert this eco. Only a couple rifles floating around here for T1, and they are 3 players on the long lurk towards Texture. See if we can find any value.
Wanye, the first one to fall. We're finding one. Fault line comes across. Nicely spam through. Texture and Ronsky now going to be dead. Bazzi, the last one, alive. Gets over to the side, but I don't think he realized that he was just spotted. Aaron swing on the corner, takes down Zeta. Just 20 HP, but they can only find the singular kill as the defuse will come in. T1 will move up 3-0.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get underneath Saya players updraft there, just trying to see if he can pull something off a little bit. I mean, you saw a little really kind of hidey hole spots that GE tried to go through with Texture hiding behind the rock, and there with Batsy trying to cut through the door when it was being open. Not bad ideas from GE, but being at that much of a disadvantage with the guns makes it really hard. So pretty curious to see now that we're going to start seeing rifles come through, how these rounds are going to look. I'm one thing about Texture, as much as we praise him, as good as he is, one thing that has always kind of raised my eyebrows a bit is that with his raise, his blast packing isn't like the best.
Sure.
It's not bad, but it's not
there.
He needs to study at Bunny University for a little bit.
Exactly. A lot of raises do, but I mean, he hasn't so far, and I hope to be proven wrong. Super impressed me with the blast pack usage, and that's the thing that really, I'll always say this, separates a good raise from a great raise. And if he could add that to his repertoire, he would, hands down, be maybe the best duelist in Pacific. If he could do that kind of dual threat.
Rolling Thunder across into B. Blast back forward, Texture looking to clear the site. Side player in the meantime going to get picked off. Aaron finding him. That cheeky little lurk around the side. Lockdown now going to be invested. They're not going to be able to clear this. The wraparound is coming through. Munchkin kind of getting a sense of this. Needs to find the kill, but he cannot. Texture will take him down. Zeta now dropping the cove, looking to get themselves in onto the spike, and they're actually playing quite far away from this. Just taps it. Let's go for the commit. Zronsky just tears apart 2 players. Global will get themselves on the board here in the 4th round.
Yeah, there's some confidence from Ronsky. You were saying putting him back on the jet, and he's able to quickly and effectively eliminate players of T1. But again, coming from a lot of different angles is GE here. It makes it really tricky despite all the time and space that T1's able to create them for themselves with this lockdown. Texture gets a huge kill on the backside of this as well. Ronsky, fantastic control of that Vandal.
Yeah, very, very clean and a much needed round. Allowing T1 to string a 4th together off the back of that buy would have been pretty catastrophic and further disrupted the economy. You have a buy for themselves. Munchkin, however, only operating with a frenzy.
But I really like T1's comp for the control that it's giving them. They can play it kind of like Pearl, where they're able to really cut off the map, sneak players around, push and pull things a lot. So this is kind of getting into the comp that I've been wanting to try to delve into, and Saya, so good.
Ash looks like it's actually down. It expired earlier, I suppose. Either way, it's a 1-for-1. Jet for a jet. The Aftershock will force Carpe off the angle. And just barely spotting Monnier right before that smoke bloomed. He's managed to find the kill. Pop flash in. Carpe not seeing anything other than the alarm bot will clear it out. It's the reckoning now invested from Zeta. Will shortly fall thereafter. Shortly thereafter. Will fall. Push onto the corner. The setup is great. The double swing. Bazzi hoping to find one. Aaron comes in off that unexpected angle up atop a rope. Global find their second round in a row. And one away from tying us up.
Yeah, so even though they went for the force buy, it didn't work out. Quickly, GE is stabilizing here, putting up 2 rounds in a row. And now the economy for T1 is not quite good enough to pull together a buy. See what they want to go for. Good start here for Saya, but then he's all over the place. I think he might have got flash in that. And didn't have any help. You've been starting to hear some GE fighting chants, I think.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing out in the crowd?
The global staff is looking to go ahead and drive the fans here in the arena, get them woken up just a little bit more. I mean, we saw them rallying the Brazilians over in Sao Paulo as well during their matches. Very passionate bunch, that's for damn sure.
They do not lack any passion. That is absolutely the case. It's my first time getting to meet them today, and they were super welcoming, super nice.
Trailblazers around the back, Ronsky. Spotted, noted, still pushing forward, and he's going to get both of them. Fantastic timing, playing just ahead of that flash. Not much more pressure now on Saya player. Quick pick, does find one. Push on the corner, needs to get that, but it goes right over Texture's shoulder. Nothing down the sides, Van doesn't stand a chance, and now suddenly we are tied up at 3-3.
Yeah, you know, Saya trying to create some magic with those blades. He's often quite good with them, but this time just a little bit off of Texture's head there. Couldn't find the follow-through off the first kill. And Ronsky getting aggressive, feeling confident, pushing deep, and I like this. Playing right in front of that flash, and he gets 2 in the middle of that.
It's just enough. Yeah, you can see, I mean, you see that knife go right past the head.
That gave him a piercing in the ear, maybe.
From the sideburns.
Yeah.
And I mean, you talk about, you know, the economy, obviously that last round, bit of a save. Munchkin is greeting for this. Here comes the rocket, and Texture will just shut him down. Far too greedy, no support whatsoever. And it doesn't even confirm a lockdown. He's still far away from it. However, the kills are gonna be found. T1 look to rip them apart. An absolutely bizarre play at the hands of Munchkin. And somehow T1 just cut them all down. Zeta finds 4 kills in the round to pick up a 4th round victory. And that's one of the most bizarre rounds that I've ever seen.
It was weird because so far, GE hasn't really gotten aggressive off of the Harbor utility. So a lot of the utility is used early here by the side of T1 to cut off the entrances, either at C-long or A-long, right? They're trying to keep things in front of them. They're trying to take as much space in these early rounds, get it, you know, keep the map ahead of them. And until now, GE had been kind of just waiting for the utility to expire, not really doing too much with it. This time they get aggressive on the back of it, so I think you're right. Munchkin felt comfortable because they hadn't been doing much of it, but with the showstopper there.
Now they're splitting across mounds, and this is good. Rolling Thunder's gonna come out in response. They have a bit of cover, actually utilizing that enemy cloudburst. Meanwhile, Aaron, I mean, he just swings into B main, finds side player, takes him down, but Munchkin's turret will finish off Ronsky. Man advantage here still for T1. The B site will be occupied. Global move forward. Spike planted. And they play this out to find the win. That's a great start, but it's instantly traded back. Door needs to be reopened. The lead with the Trailblazer. Want to clear things out. Zeta now moving into the back end of that. Aaron narrowly misses the timing. Ban arriving right as he pivots back. Cover going out. From Monnier. One. Oh! Another, and he's got it! Beautiful rifling from Monnier. Drags Global across the line with the clutch.
I was just thinking, Achilleos, you know, Monnier's been kind of quiet today.
Well,
there we go. That triple kill ties it up at 4-4, and again gets the GE staff just absolutely fired up.
I mean, he just quadrupled his the number of kills there.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I feel like Munchkin didn't get the ult off that previous orb play. I think he got it off death. I'm not sure. Either way, he's got it now. Looking to see that utilized. It's going to be half armors across the board. We do have an operator here in the hands of Saya player. Pitched up over at B.
Yeah, really aggressively far up. They've dropped an alarm bot there too, so worried about lurks is GE. Use the Viper's Pit on the side of T1, try to thwart this approaching GE force, which is right now pinging it out. Let's see how they want to deal with this, how they want to try to clear out. Still got a boom bot, still got a few pieces of utility that you can use, potentially, to try to deal with this Viper's Pit. But being very far back in it is Bond. Right now, it looks like it is going to be a rotate. It looks like it is just going to be Aaron. Oh, Texture gets wiped out.
Taken down. The Viper's Pit helping to go ahead and flush at least one player over towards Saya. Flash does connect. Cloudburst going to be invested as well. Zeta takes a nasty chunk of damage. After shock the zone and back, and Ronski's just going to rush on the back end of that and will profit with a kill, but instantly gets traded back. Zeta now can go ahead, pop the ult. The Reckoning built up. Spike end up getting planted. Can they clutch it out once more? Man drops the pit, and that's likely going to maybe lead Aaron to believe that the Viper has relocated. Looking for the pinch, and while he puts quite a bit of damage down onto Carpe, he cannot get the kill. Monya again put into a position where he needs to try to clutch this, but this time not to be. As we will just go ahead back and forth, round for round. T1 taking the lead once again.
Yeah, the time double peak there at the end to make sure that Monnier isn't allowed to do anything out of the ordinary there. Of course, an extra player helps as well. But yeah, it's good adjustments here by T1. I mean, sensing the pressure onto A, waiting for that moment to drop the Viper's Pit. I was watching the map a little bit, and Aaron was flirting around the, I guess, southern edge, you could say, of the Viper's Pit there, the attacker-sided edge, trying to see if he could sniff out Bond, catch him on the backside. Bond very patient there, never fell. And like you said, once he dropped the pit, then Aaron was in a very tricky spot. They kind of had a good read on maybe where his positioning would be. They set up a pinch there, even though they won out on the initial trade anyway. And a good flash as well from Carpe in there to confirm nobody's on the B side. It didn't connect with anybody, so they know that they can push in there and start pushing flanks, start trying to clear out the angles that GE might be lurking at. So, yeah, a really good round for the side of T1. Good time for a timeout here for GE. If you could really keep this half in check, got a really good chance. Both these teams fighting tooth and nail for this.
Yeah.
And as we hoped.
I mean, you need to see GE, and this is why, you know, a timeout's going to be coming in, even though it's only that one round differential between them. You need to see them find more victories on this attack. You look over at the side, you know, of Lotus and Lock-In, and how attacker-sided it was. So many teams struggling to defend on this map.
Especially with double duelists, right?
And so ending up being down in rounds as you get ready to go onto that defending side, not necessarily going to instill the most confidence. We've seen a couple teams be able to figure it out and look a lot stronger on that defense, but widely, it was very skewed to the attacking side.
We'll see. I'm worried for sure. I think T1's comp is set up pretty well to really continue to do what they've been doing, which is controlling the map, controlling the early parts of the round. This time, again, GE's going to try to disrespect the high tide a little bit. Start pushing through the Omen smoke as well. Maybe they're going to consider cutting through. Alarm bot in place. They're going to break the door. Their way in.
It's the full flash.
It's all right. Nobody was there. It's fine.
Lockdown invested. Munchkin short at the ready to try to defend this. Paint shells go through. He's got to back away. The lockdown does get destroyed. Nicely lined up. Okay, just spraying it. Vronsky tries to get aggressive. Munchkin finds the headshot, gives him the advantage, but the spike is planted nice and early. Aaron again on the lurk, but they're starting to really assess the positions here of this Killjoy. They find the pick. Bazzi on the corner, can't get it done. Carpe charges in with the shorty in hand, finds the kill, and there's the closeout. A flawless round off the back of that timeout. T1, they will stretch the lead now by 2.
Yeah, maybe feeling like You know, GE coming out of that timeout that they could get away with another B hit, maybe, you know, okay, there's no way we do it again, right? Like, we've done it a couple times in a row, surely. Not a third time, but it doesn't matter. I mean, the way that T1 is playing is, it's a lot of patience. It's not contesting for the early parts of the map. It's trying to get information and play off of that. Come from a lot of different angles. Like you said, they seem to have a read on the setups that GE wants to go for pretty quickly. They've adapted nicely. Now GE needs to dig deep to try to make this a 6-6.
That they do. Again, looking like heavy presence over here towards A. High Tide goes up. Ronski gets on the opposite side of it. Tap on the door, but is it going to be a commit? Push. Orb goes down, and oh man! He delivers himself onto ban. Strikes him down with relative ease. The fight for the Vuln.
Nice biblical reference there. Intentional or not. It
was intentional.
It was epic. Well done. This is... Van's got a tough piece of work coming ahead here. He's going to push right into the smoke. He knows they're coming. Oh, the timing. Oh, my God.
Do they read the texture could be here? Oh, Carpe might have gotten the timing. They do spot him, and yeah, Carpe finds two on the back end. They're pushing into the smoke. We'll be able to find one, but now he's at 47 health, all in his lonesome. As the wraparound comes through, and Munchkin's got the crunch. 7-4, T1 looking alive and well on Lotus.
Last round in the half.
This is a tricky round. Global Esports. Vaughn just finds a great timing there. The Omen smoke comes down. He walks into it, kind of takes a stutter step, and then is able to cut through undetected. Gets a ton of great information. Able to relay that over to T1, and once again, they're able to bring the reinforcements, bring them in force, shut the round down. Now you are going with double op for the side of T1, having a bit of fun with it here. Gonna put one in Munchkin's hand.
Oh.
Saya, the headshot.
Very nicely done. Ronski, however, going to be able to answer back. Takes the operator out of the equation. Rolling Thunder going through. Fault line, however, is going to be the thing that connects onto Munchkin. Otherwise, why is that shot?
What?
Because here's the footsteps, takes the shot, finds him. It's quickly traded back by Moniette.
Seek them out.
I've been informed that you do pronounce the T. It's not French, so that's my bad.
Moniette?
Either way.
My bad.
Do go ahead, they scout out one. Identify where the Omen is as well. Push it, Bazzi, fantastic headshot. Helps to keep them in this, but he does get chunked down to 16.
Right there.
Flash keeps Zeta at bay for a little bit longer. Dan moves forward, finds the kill. 2v2, now a 1v2. Aaron with the operator in hand. Get one of them, that gives him a lockdown. He can get the plant across, it gives him a lockdown. He drops out, doesn't find the connection. How do you pilot this now? 35 seconds, ticking down, tugging along the wall. Fan just moves forward, finds the shot, and T1 end up making this an 8-4 half as they get ready to go on the attack.
That high tide from Zeta there made things impossible for Aaron. It gave him no angles to really utilize with that operator. Just phenomenally dealt with. Then once they, you know, for sure know it's an operator in his hands, they start pushing and getting into those close quarter situations and finish the job. So, yeah, T1, phenomenal defensive half. 8-4. What you, like you've been saying, from what we've seen on Lotus, that's a brilliant defender side. Just making good reads, not really giving GE a lot of time and space. You know, they might let him get the plant down, but they were quick to react. They were quick to swarm the map, come from so many different angles to make things so tricky. And great reads on, you know, timings and information. And, you know, again, I think a lot of this does come down to their double controller. I really do. I think it really makes it really hard for GE with so little information to work with to not just feel like you aren't forced to just take whatever space is given to you and try to make it work.
And obviously, even though this isn't a double duelist, it still lends itself very well to the attack when it comes down to having those codes.
Exactly.
Having those high tides to be able to cut off vision and escort yourselves in onto site. So these last 15 some odd seconds here for the side of GE in this timeout need to be valuable. Racer needs to be keeping them in this game, giving them something to work with, some ideas of how to approach, as we get ready to go into this pistol. I mean, you were kind of mentioning it. After T1 are able to claim the first one, the first half, they have the lead. This is GE's chance to at least tie it up and bring them one step closer to finishing out this map.
Yeah, look, this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, you know, Aaron known to be the defensive-sided specialist. They looked phenomenal just in general on Haven, so no doubt they can get this done. I'm not sold on the breach versus the sky on this map. I think personally, I mean, I know there's a lot of crazy angles you can use for the flashes compared to some other maps with Lotus, like around those rocks and other things, especially at like A site. There's a lot of really weird stuff you can do with the flashes.
Hey man,
but
¿Por qué no los dos? Like,
yeah,
why not just,
yeah, sure.
That was like the worst Spanish I've ever spoken in my life.
That was
but
pretty bad.
Why not do the breach and the sky?
I'm fine with that
instead of a double duelist.
That's totally fine.
Thing that you have the power to make those decisions.
I was just so thrilled with the way that Batsy was playing Sky that I kind of just wanted to keep seeing it because it was so good.
Ban got himself lurked forward here. Dangerous spot, but yeah, Bronski, he spotted him out. With that forward position, you would expect that, yeah, this is going to end up being an A hit. Shots go flying. Now just the Tide blocking off that drop access as Saya plays within. And Ben, I mean, he continues to play around the back. Might not find the kills, but he puts in valuable damage. Bronski goes huge, and Munchkin's going to be taken down. GE, they will be able to tie this up as far as the pistols are concerned, picking up a 5th round victory.
Just a huge pistol win for GE. They needed that so desperately. Now they can string another one. They don't kind of fall. Let's keep our eyes on T1, see if they want to try to go for their own force buy. Oh, wrong ski.
Yeah.
Good readjustment. The first shot, though, is crisp on a Carpe. Yeah, that Sheriff, very powerful.
Yeah. Looking much more at home here with this Jet. I mean, you think back to the the beginning on that Pearl map at one point, found himself, what, 0-8-1, I believe. Took a while to be able to finally get that initial kill coming through, and it's just been a steady warm-up that whole way throughout. Now, right now, even with this 3-round deficit they find themselves in, he's the one leading the charge.
And now he's got a Phantom. I mean, the confidence
Sias
here is
dead.
brewing. Yeah, very dead.
No getting out of that one. Stunned up, the nade, offering up some damage. Bronski gets on top of him with the Phantom, as you say. The rest of the team trying to work their way into the C site. Just these pistols, it's going to prove to be difficult even just to get the plant down. Stealing sight.
The Cascade to try to push ahead. See the paranoia comes through from Monyet. Gotta buy some time, but look at this. I mean, just these layered smokes that they can use to at least buy themselves time. 2 for 1.
Carpet trading one. Oh, running out of bullets here. Here's Monyet. Still tucked into the corner, but Fazzy will be there for the finisher. Swaps over to the Sheriff. Guns him down. The defuse will come in. Global looking alive.
It's not too bad, though, here from T1. Global does a pretty decent job, but again, it's this layering of utility that T1 is able to utilize to get the plant down, and that's important. That's extra money. That's an alt charge, right? That, you know, with the 2 kills as well, is not a bad eco round. I mean, you do invest a little bit as T1 because Saya does grab that Marshall. I did see, I think, a Frenzy come through for Zeta, but well worth it overall. I think this is like a 50-50 round, basically. Like you're okay with it. It wasn't, you know, if you get one more kill, then it's a pretty good eco round. Yeah, okay, so still confidence for GE.
The excitement is there.
Absolutely. I mean, you got the Blade Storm now for Ronsky. He's able to pass the Phantom over to Texture. You think you get something done.
He's got it popped, and right now he's continuing to push. See the rotate around from Bazzi, at least getting into position to maybe offer up a flash if they want to continue to push the issue here. Looks like he's going to. Bot, scout span, push on the corner. It's the instant headshot. Zronsky finds the punish. It's a weapon gone. A very crucial member taken out of the equation. All the smokes. Now of no concern. Dash forward, they get across towards Rubble. Ronsky getting tucked away. Zeta flashed. Still manages to stabilize, find that kill in the end. She just looks to back off.
I thought he had Zeta there for a second. It looked pretty good, but it just missed the head. Monyet has to use the paranoia to back off.
Yeah, Monyet versus Munchkin. Might have avoided getting paranoid. Either way, ships in the night, they're shifting around, and it seems like, yeah, Munchkin knows exactly where he is. He needs to push it when Texture arrives out of nowhere off the top rope. Cuts him down to the arrival through Waterfall. Yes, the rest of the team
30 seconds
committed here onto the C site. They will be able to get the raise. Keep things evened up just a little bit more. They have the gun advantage. Trying to break the cove. They are able to do it. RP moves up to try to offer some covering fire. And the Reckoning going to be invested into this round because they absolutely know that they need to win this.
Yeah, it's really good stuff here from GE. The good communication to get Texture over to bail Munyet out. See what Carpe can do. Here's the spike tank.
Aaron needs to have something here. Trying to inch forward, get onto this. Munyet will find one. Yeah, the setup is just nasty. They have the lineups here. Aaron again onto it, they swing out, they find it. T1, it's certainly not clean, but they still do manage to break the momentum a bit. They pick up this round, they stretch the lead again by 3. It's gonna have to be half buys.
It's tooth and nail. You know, you can see how bad both of these teams want
half
this.
armor buys it.
Again, yeah, just good communication here for GE to at least, and again, it was a bonus round for them, right? Yeah. So every kill they get is great, and they find a decent amount here. Finally, they're able to do it. You know, let's go there from the side of T1, but I just love the way Munyet played that. He used that paranoia to kind of shift into a back position, and immediately Texture was on his horse to come help.
Yeah.
And that's great. It shows good communication between this global team from players from different countries, right? So this isn't, you know, maybe, you know, players from the same region, the same language helping each other. It's all over the place. That's great to see.
I mean, haven't spoken to him. Texture's English is just skyrocketing.
It's pretty good, yeah. It's pretty good now.
Ronsky gonna go for a tap on the door, and still somehow gets that Munchkin getting whippy right when he absolutely cannot afford to. Doesn't even put that much damage on him either. That's a brutal way to miss out on what otherwise looked like a very free kill. Carpe will grab the orb, pop the Seekers immediately. He also flashes into the site. Can't catch much of anything though. Seekers do help. He's from field of position here of Texture, but he's still gonna find one. Zeta answers back. Takes down the raise. Saya will find Aaron. Might think the drop is clear. This bite doesn't cover everything. Fazzy gonna swing out, looks to break the cope, and answers back. Firing through the box, finds the kill. Now it's all on Zeta. Sends out the wall. Push, the tap onto the spike, finds one. Does he suspect? Well, now he knows. Another tap. And neither player really knows the location of the other.
Trigger discipline.
Oh, and Munyet plays it perfectly. He gets the read. Zeta tries to go for the wraparound. The defuse will come through. Global will keep this one damn close.
The trigger discipline there from Zeta on the after he got the first kill on the spike. When he went to recheck it, he did like a little circle, like he's like, oh, okay. And he never pulled the trigger. That's pretty impressive. I thought I would have just sprayed at it. I mean, just like better safe than sorry, but that still wasn't didn't allow him to get through and get the win. He really tried to kind of keep things quiet, tried to keep Munyet guessing, but Munyet just outguessed him there at the end. I mean, jeez, they're loud.
I mean, yeah, you can hear them just breaking the microphones.
I like it.
So completely jazzed up. I mean, yeah, it's good to see that the player is very much alive and well considering how long we've been here at the studio. Ronsko just looking for a blind timing shot through the smokes. He's managed to exit back to safety, and granted, there's under an immense amount of threat just given the weaponry here from the set of T1.
We're going to need more than 2 duelists to bail these 2 out. There, finally, the reinforcements are coming.
Oh, just on the whip. Zeta guns down both. Denies the ult away from Texture. Fazzy now rotating back around over towards top of rope. Yet, playing out of stairs. It's being watched. It's again the Reckoning available. Munyet will find one. Can he do it again? Huge in the clutch last time. Pull it off once more. Might be enough to break the spirits of T1. Hear the footsteps. They know where he's at. And Munyet, he gets that kill again. Same position as he did in the last round, but this time he will not survive. It's going to be Zeta with yet another 4K on this harbor. T1 just continued to desperately want that 3-round lead.
What a round from Zeta. The Bulldog at the beginning of this. I think he stopped Texture with the showstopper in hand, didn't he?
Yeah, he had just pulled it. You hear it right there. And
unbelievable.
Also gets the destroy on that. Boombot not taking any extra damage than he needed to.
Unbelievable.
You see him falling down to 21 HP. And I mean, again, we were talking about this before. This is such a staggeringly different look for Zeta compared to what we saw at Lock-In. This is Zeta from Cloud9 at their peak, eliminating DRX from Champions 2021. This is that level of Zeta that we're seeing right now. And man, if it isn't good to see it back, because it's delivering us this extremely close series.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been one of my favorite players. Obviously, because he's from Korea, we kept our eyes on him maybe a little closer than some others. But he was so consistent too, you know, especially on his Sova, but on a lot of the other, you know, agents, he was always putting up positive numbers. It seemed like every time I looked at his scoreboard. And at Lock-In, I was kind of like, man, I'm a little bit surprised that Zeta didn't perform a little bit better, but, you know, maybe he just had an off day, and it happens to the best of us. And you're absolutely right.
I mean, at that event, it happened to everybody on T1.
Yes.
Other than Carpe.
Yes. But he looked great today. I mean, he's making great decisions. I mean, again, even the little things like that trigger discipline on that spike, even though the round didn't go his way, it's still smart. It's still tough to do that in the moment. It's tough to be that disciplined in the moment. And Zeta is so heady. I mean, you know, well known for outrageously good lineups with his Sova, but now he's showing us that on a Harbor he can go 21-7 in 17 rounds. It absolutely masterful performance, and having impact as well with his utility, having a ton of impact with his utility. He's making this map really difficult for GE to navigate.
All right, well, Paint Shell's fault line used early here. It's GE calling the timeout, trying to see how exactly they want to go about this eco round, and then also set up some strategies. They can expect to have a couple different ultimates going into the next buy. Dog goes in, gets a close catch, and what a swing there. Saya player managing to stabilize, finds one. Aaron pushing forward, be able to cut down the enemy jet, but swiftly traded back and traded up. Bazzi now gone. Rolling Thunder going to be available into the next round. Aaron love to get a little bit more here. Find a kill to be able to guarantee to have that lockdown going into the next.
That would be huge.
I mean, he doesn't have the time to grab the orb. Now it's gone.
I like the idea here from GE. They, you know, threw a lot of utility at the front door of C. And Aaron able to get a little bit done. I think he had a Nano Swarm in there that helped kind of soften up some targets. Well, a target, Saya player. But still, not a bad idea from GE, but, you know, again, a severe lack of funds means a severe lack of guns, means the round is tricky, especially with a guy like Saya player leading the way who still finds 2 kills before you're able to take him down. See, they're going hunting.
I mean, they still need to be cautious about this.
Yes, I don't know if
A couple of them, as far as their money is concerned, not in the greatest position.
No, they're just pre-firing the angles, just seeing if they can catch Aaron trying to lurk. Yeah.
Carpe? Carpe? Yeah, I mean, the shrug is right.
I don't know. Did he? He wasn't even close to his ult. He just used it.
Well, you know, he's
plenty of money. It's
new to the game. He hasn't been playing it since the game came out. You know, he's competing in a different title. It's
just fine.
I can only invent so many excuses for that. But
here.
Either way, the buy is still there. The ult economy, strong. It's nearly matched from the side of Global. Aaron still just charges away from having that lockdown, which would be monstrous for them in stopping T1 from getting to match point.
Yeah, a lot to invest here for both sides. You still have that Rolling Thunder from Batsy that he can let fly in the B position. Looks like he's in kind of a pivot position for that Rolling Thunder potentially, where he can really put it to good use. Texture, the only one even remotely in the vicinity of A, and he's moving all the way up to heaven. Sitting there for now. Smoke's going to come down. Zeta with a very short wall, just trying to, I think, just bait some attention over towards A as they begin their rotate. For now, not too much movement from the side of GE. They're not really committing.
It's such a awkward because this wall doesn't necessarily allude to them
It doesn't
going
mean
for
a lot.
push into the site. It's not cutting off rope or anything, so you would suspect that they're actually going to end up moving somewhere else. Vronsky tries to go for the timing there. Rolling Thunder going to be absolutely monstrous. Catches on the multiple, but can they push in for some kills? Flash will buy some time. The Kova's there as well to block out. After Shock now used to try to clear them out of this position. The lockdown goes across and Bazzi narrowly makes it out alive.
Just barely. I love the counter flashes from Carpe here. He's doing a really good job of keeping Batsy at bay.
He is good.
Just barely off.
Forces him out. Even though catches Bazzi. Zeta trying to get up on top, ends up getting taken down. Blast back over to the side. Doesn't clear below, so they cannot interrupt it. This is still a very precarious spot. Texture desperately trying to just spam through, find something, but it's going to be Side Player answering back with spam of his own to find the kill. And now at this point, given the economy, if you can save 2 rifles, you absolutely need to. Moniette and Aaron going to have to just hightail it, get tucked away somewhere, and hope for the best. T1, they will be taking this to map point.
To match point, I mean, it's kind of interesting. Like, so much of that round to me is actually hinged a bit, a lot of it, I'll say. I'll go with a lot, on Zeta's wall, right, on his high tide. Because, like you were saying, it doesn't cut off a lot. So what does that mean as GE? Like, you look at that and you got to go, is that a fake? Are they like that wall, if there's no faking, tells you they're going to try to go B, right, to try to cut off that angle towards A-Link.
Yeah.
But is it like a double pump? Are they going to go C? Are they going to come back to A? Is it a fake to go C? All these questions, and it's just actually what you would kind of expect. It's just a B hit.
Yeah.
But with that, that Viper's Pit and everything, it just wasn't attainable for GE to get through, and now they've got to give it everything they've got. Spectre, Guardian, half armor.
I mean, look, they're trying to up the pace here, get aggressive again outside of A. Step the one way. Saya spotting turret, and it pops that, looks to rush forward. They note the Killjoy over towards Waterfall. Aaron has to pull back. For now, they can see the site. The walls come up from the harbor. And Saya, what a shot! Knocks down Bazzi. And that's so much retake. Util taken down now. Texture eliminated. Carpe just spotting the blast pack flying. Estimates the angle, gets the kill. Saya takes down Ronsky. And could this be it? It absolutely looks like it. Moniette would have to go absolutely crazy. He finds one, but he can't get any more. And 13-7. That will be T1 taking down Global in their opening series all the way to 3 games, all of the delays. They managed to persevere. It is 1:06 a.m. You could not tell from the way that T1 piloted that final map.
A fantastic performance here from T1. Some great adjustments being made since lock-in. A great debut for Zeta as the new IGL. Again, to me, it's more about the confidence. They feel like they're making the right decisions. They're committing to it a lot of the time. I think slightly better reads on the agent comp on Lotus also gave them a bit of an advantage here at the end. Hats off to GE. Phenomenal performance here today. I thought, really bouncing back nicely from a slow start, but apparently that's what they do, so maybe that's not that impressive. I don't know, but it's really, really good stuff from both sides. Both teams taking each other's map picks away from them. And then the Lotus, still a bit of a problem here for GE. Only able to get 7 rounds this time. Only able to get 6 the previous time they played it against Vitality. So here now, T1, they're looking really crisp on some of this. The Haven needs some work, but also I thought the way that GE approached Haven, kind of trying to build a comp around slightly countering the very meta, the comp that everyone in Korea in particular plays on Haven, worked really well. And I would have liked to have seen something a little bit more similar here on Lotus, potentially. The double controller with Harbor Viper, also very strong. But the way that Carpe has been adapting, I can talk about this for days. He looks so darn good, dude. And also he's getting better with his utility. I mean, the way that they're using his utility around the Harbor and Viper smokes, so impressive.
Very nicely done here, but I think you got to give so much credit to both of these teams for being able to persevere through everything that happened tonight. The run back from the side of Global, going into that second map after losing their map pick. Unfortunately, this looks a bit of a similar story compared to what we saw from them over at Lock-In, going to Lotus as that 3rd map, winning on their opponent's map pick, but then just not quite being able to clinch it out at the very end.
You keep telling me time's a flat circle, and As a guy with a physics degree, I'm not so sure. But
It comes back around.
I'll take your word for it based on what I just saw here today.
Yeah, I mean, either way, this was a grueling brawl by both of these squads. But I'm excited to watch the continued growth of both of them.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've been talking about the project, the undertaking that Global has set off on, the way that they're approaching this team, and clearly, it's there. The potential is absolutely there.
And wait until we get the rest of the team here, right?
Sure.
Who knows? Who knows what this is going to look like once you get our 2 Indian players in. So I'm excited about the future of GE. I'm with you. I think they look really good. There's only an upward trajectory for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Excited to see more from them, as well as T1, because, again, we continue to question what are they going to look like coming into this? How has the improvement been? And clearly, there's still things that need to be rectified. Sure. That Haven left a bit more to be desired, given that they had elected to go to that map. But that first map, Pearl, here on Lotus, we weren't sure how that was going to look, just given that they've never gotten to play it on a VCT stage before. It looked damn clean, so I'm excited to see the future of the squad. Right now in Zeta's hands as the leader, things are looking very good and hopeful for T1. So a double win for them. They won in the LCK playoffs. They won here in their opening match in VCT Pacific. But that's going to do it for myself in Paper Thin. We'll go ahead and go to a quick little break, and then the desk will break down all the action from today, so stay tuned.
Evolution that we saw throughout Lock-In.
From him. Hey, talking about Vazzy going for the stun, does waiting. Does have the shorty. Oh, what a fake! Kind of getting a sense of this. Need this. Taps it. Go for the commit. It's run.
Oh, into it.
Ash looks like it's actually down from the angle. And it's the reckoning now when spotted. Noted still pushing forward, and he's gonna get bumped. Nothing down the sides. And they play this out to find the win. That's a great start. But now moving into the back end of that. One. Oh! Another! And he's back, and Ronski's just gonna rush on the back end of that. Viper is relocated. Looking for the pinch. And Monia again put to a position where he needs to try to clutch and find the pick. Passing bottom, and yeah, Carpe finds 2 on the back end. The wraparound comes through, and Munchkin. Otherwise, why you got shot? Where the Omen is as well. Zeta and Bay for a little bit long. 2v2. Hugging along the wall. Plays within. Ben, I mean, he continues to play out, but he puts in valuable damage.
Hopefully they can use to at least buy themselves time.
Push. Tap onto the spike.
And that wraps it up for map 3. We saw a lot more of that push and pull action happening in the first half of the game. But you predicted T1 winning this.
I did it.
Yeah, you did it.
You were right. We were wrong.
I will say this. This was so much more epic, so much closer, so many more plot twists inside the best of 3. I loved it. I mean, T1 won. They did manage to overcome what looked like a total downward spiral in Game 2. They did recover. But another takeaway is that Global Esports looks so strong. This is their first event here at VCT Pacific, and they didn't even have their star player.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
back them. So,
yeah.
I mean, this is just kind of been an exciting result in every way you can imagine.
I mean, in the last game, they had such a strong showing. So, we thought, this was their game.
Yeah.
And it was completely went the other way. Did this go as you expected? I mean, in terms of some of the strategy that they deployed here.
I mean, I think once we saw the comps locked in, T1 definitely looked stronger. I think the breach is fine on Lotus, but quite frankly, if you're going to use double duelists, you just have to be able to win your duels, right? And here's the thing, Global Esports, I think they understood what they had to do. Especially on attack, they had to push in and get space by winning trades, winning duels. And in the beginning, it looked like it was going to work out after they were able to get a couple buy rounds in. But afterwards, T1 started to play a little more clever around that idea of, okay, if you're going to aggress, sometimes we just let it go, and then we'll go for the retake where we just get one pick. We don't overheat. I think just a little bit more, calmness coming in from T1, a little bit more focus, and we talked about it. It comes down to kind of a fight of stamina when you go down to a map 3, and T1 just looked a little bit prepared, a little more prepared here with their comp with the double controllers.
We've seen, a lot of these Korean teams loving using Harbor, especially on Lotus, and here it was again. Zeta really clutching. Some incredible plays coming out of him. Munchkin as well, really delivering. But, it's good to see with Global Esports as well. They were really chasing at the tail here of the opposing team. They were almost catching up several times over. There were a lot of moments where you could really see that they really had to shift gears in order to try to keep up. It's exciting. I was worried, especially after Game 1, and when we got to, I think it was 0-7, I thought, oh no, this might just be the team that's not going to be able to function, that's not going to be able to survive. But this last game especially was by far the most exciting.
I mean, and tell me about Zeta's play. He's Harbor, the Harbor plays that you were talking about. He's the controller. He's also the IGL. But his performance.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Zeta that everyone's been clamoring to see once again, right? Back when he used to be on C9 over in North America, he was one of the star Sova players that everyone was excited to eventually, hopefully see on an international global stage. Now he's on T1. He's been playing clearly a deeper Asian pool, but on top of that, he's now IGLing the squad as well. And if he's able to frag while making these calls for T1, this is a bright, bright future for T1 as a squad.
Zeta is a player that a lot of his teammates say, he keeps the energy good, he keeps it fun, he keeps it funny, especially when things get intense. I imagine we had a little bit of that here in this final match. I mean, he was really delivering. He was flying through the stage, getting kill after kill. And I mean, good job to him, because ultimately they pulled through with a win there. And made me look good at the stats, so there you go.
I mean, your prediction did come true. I thought we had it in the bag. But I am curious how this is going to play for the rest of the season. This is, after all, just day 1 of 8 more weeks to go until playoffs. We have yet to see SK Rossi come back into the roster.
Yeah, that's the big question, right? When will SK Rossi be able to play? And also, what does that core look like for Global Esports once they have the full power of the entire squad, where they're able to slot people in as they originally planned? We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, on T1, I mean, they even made the roster change work mid-match, right? Ban came in for Haven, and then he performed just as well over on Lotus on that Viper. So clearly, the roster is working out very well for T1, and some fast improvements from Lock-in till now, especially with adding Intro onto the squad as well.
I mean, the one thing I would love to see, and there's no way to do it now, would be what is it like to be Rossi watching this right now? Because he's watching, he's been rooting for his team, but man, it's got to be dramatic seeing a series that close and knowing the team has this much potential, and he's just around the corner from coming over here and joining them.
That's a great question. I want to know what you're thinking, Rossi. We all want to know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be pretty heartbreaking, right? I mean, for one, you wish you could be here not only for yourself, but for your teammates, and then to see your teammates almost be able to get that win. It's like, oh, of course, we had the potential. Like, it's one of those moments where you're like, we know we're good. We know we're good enough, but if we can't prove it on the stage, it ends up not mattering. And it's just a heartbreaking moment for not only him, but the entire team. But again, a lot of more matches for them to play here in the round robin. So hopefully this is more of a learning experience rather than just a defeat.
That's right. I mean, today is the first day, and that also is really hard on any team who would be playing today. You know, that first day jitters, just coming out on the stage, being the first to come out for the new Pacific League. So I think everyone's performing really well. But I want to hear from the players themselves. I believe Jen is lined up to talk to one of the players from T1. So over to you.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Well, day one, that was a long, grueling match, but T1 in the end, they managed to pull through. I'm standing here with Munchkin from T1. What a day, Munchkin. Congratulations again for that victory, but how glad or relieved are you with this win? 먼치킨 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 정말 긴 하루 끝에 값진 승리를 가져가게 됐는데요. 소감이 어떠신가요?
저희가 이렇게 길게 경기한 적은 사실 처음이기도 하고 그리고 또 저희가 팀을 만들고 이제 첫 승리다 보니까 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요.
그동안 어떤 노력이 있었을까요?
저희가 브라질 대회가 끝나고 한국 들어와서 정말 잠깐의 휴식만 가진 다음에 이제 잠도 많이 줄여가면서 하루 종일 연습만 했었거든요. 근데 그 연습의 결과가 이렇게 승리로 가져올 수 있었던 것 같아서 정말 좋네요.
Well, it definitely was a new experience. We never experienced having to play for this long. And obviously, this is our first win under the T1 banner. So it's very, very valuable time for us. And also, after Brazil, we really crunched in the hours, cutting down on our sleep. And I'm really glad that all the hard work paid off tonight. Well, Intro joining T1 was definitely the talk of the town. And we got to see him play, I guess, yesterday on Pearl. But we actually saw Ben as well back on Haven. So talk to me about how much impact Intro has had on T1 and your future plans for Ben and Intro. 그러면 이제 인트로 선수가 또 T1에 합류하게 되면서 좀 많은 화제였는데 오늘 펄에서 경기를 치르는 걸 볼 수 있었잖아요. 이후에 헤이븐에서는 또 벤 선수가 교체 투입되기도 했는데 앞으로 뭔가 벤 선수와 인트로 선수의 기용 계획과 또 인트로 선수의 영향력이나 어떤 부분에서 효과를 기대하는지도 들어볼게요.
일단 뭐 어느 맵에 어느 선수를 쓴다 이런 거는 선수는 정확히 알 수 없고요. 그건 다 감독님이 결정하시는 거기 때문에. 근데 이제 그 선수가 더 잘하는 맵이나 뭐 캐릭터 같은 게 분명히 있을 거기 때문에 그거에 따라서 계속 바뀔 수 있을 것 같아요.
Well, I can't really tell you very much. My lips are sealed. It's up to the coaching staff mainly. But I can tell you that whenever someone's better or whenever someone's stronger on a particular agent or on a particular map, we try to slot them in. Well, Talent will be your next opponent, and they're one of the strongest teams, or people consider them as one of the strongest teams. So what's your mindset heading into that matchup? 그러면 이제 다음 상대는 탈론인데 상당히 많은 사람들이 탈론을 고평가하고 있거든요. 다음 경기 각오도 들어보겠습니다.
일단 탈론은 정말 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 있고요. 브라질에서도 이제 DRX랑 엄청 접전이었고 하지만 근데 또 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 저희가 준비나 이런 거 하는데 정말 열심히이기 때문에 사실 어느 팀을 만나도 걱정이 안 됩니다.
Well, yeah, I do agree that Talon is definitely one of the strong teams. I do respect them a lot. They really pushed DRX to the limit in lock-in. But as I said, we put in a lot of prep and we put in a lot of hard work. So I'm pretty confident that we can take away a win from them. Well, last but not least, we have the HP Omen question of the day. So any advice for someone who is looking to purchase a PC desktop, a gaming desktop, or laptop? 네, HP 오맨에서 이제 들어온 질문인데요. PC를 살 때 뭔가 고민하고 계시는 분들께 PC 노트북이나 PC 데스크탑에 대해서 좀 추천 부탁드릴게요.
사실 뭐 PC나 모니터 이런 거는 중요하지 않고요. 그냥 열심히 하시면은 잘해질 수 있을 겁니다. 파이팅!
Well, I don't think PC or any kind of desktop will limit the way you play, so make sure you keep the grinding going. Well, that was T1's Munchkin. Thank you very much, Munchkin. Once again, congratulations. You can go get some sleep now. Well, if you think that's plenty of Valorant for the day, guess what? We have more coming up. So, Victoria, are you ready?
I'm so ready. Is there not more tonight?
A surprise.
Yeah,
Next best of 3.
Yeah, I thought we were just casting all night long.
Yeah.
It's just VCT Pacific all weekend.
That's when a cage falls down on us. More Valorant for you guys.
I mean, it was an incredible first day with you guys. I've just met you guys, but I feel like I know you. I've spent so much time with you gentlemen today. With that, we've seen the first 4 teams play. Let's take a look at the standings because we're gonna see how this plays out. This is just marking the start of VCT Pacific.
Yeah, of course, just 1 match per team for 4 teams. But again, how is this going to continue to shake up? A lot of people are expecting DRX to continue to stay at that top, but will it be an undefeated run? I mean, in a round robin, anything could happen. And T1 starting things off with a victory. I think this is pleasant news for a lot of fans who had high hopes for the project that was the T1 squad.
Certainly people coming down and seeing our tournament live, they're going to be happy with that. It's mostly Korean viewers. But I do think the bigger takeaway is that these other teams are definitely a threat and that the Korean teams have to work. And I don't expect T1 or DRX to continue to go undefeated as we go on weeks and weeks to come.
That's right. I mean, we have lots more coming up, and this is not far from the last time we're going to see any of these guys playing. And tomorrow, we're going to have another really highly anticipated lineup.
Yeah.
We're going to see a lot of Southeast Asia come in tomorrow. We got PaperX versus DFM, the Japan team, and we got Talon from Thailand versus Team Secret from the Philippines. So what are you guys most excited about for tomorrow?
I mean, to be very honest, I'm super excited for Talon and Team Secret just because I think both of those teams showed so much improvement at lock-in. They were way beyond the scope that I think anyone expected for either squad. So to see them fare off, also interested to see if Pat's going to be playing for Talon. I mean, that's a big question mark. But on the side of PaperX, I mean, yeah, compared to their large reputation that follows them, a bit of a disappointing showing at lock-in, but they're still considered a powerhouse, especially in terms of mechanics. So it's going to be an uphill battle for DFM.
Yeah, I do think PaperX is still the star of tomorrow's matches here. It's going to be fun to see them play. And I actually think that tomorrow should be, I think, a pretty long and epic day as well. I think we're going to have lots of 2-1s, or I think all 2-1s, and I think it's going to be close. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I very much agree. I mean, with that, we've wrapped up for the day. Night. I don't know what it is.
Well, we did start a new day because it's past midnight.
Technically the morning now. It's what, 1:30? So.
But I want to thank all of you guys who are here in Asia who stayed up with us all night to watch, and good morning to everyone else all over the world. Thank you, Will and Tasteless, for joining me on the desk today of day 1. See you guys tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action. Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm so excited for Game 1.
We've been separated into all the different sub-regions of APAC, and then Korea, and then Japan. So now for all of us to get together and really see who's at the top of Asia, at the top of Pacific, this is an exciting moment.
In this opening best of 3, DRX versus Zeta. Still being held. Oh boy. Stax goes pushing forward. Foxy 9 in the meantime does find last, and Stax gets stepped before the door shuts, and he will be the finisher on the round. Across the board, Foxy! Broken down, Foxy there finds the quick peek. Suddenly, he's in for a chance at an ace. 36 HP on Sugar Zero. He'll jump the corner, get the headshot. It's gonna work out for them as they go ahead and push up. Meantime, trying to look forward. Sugar Zero comes up with 3. And now it's just Laz left standing, and the IGL unfortunately cannot make it happen. Stack will gun him down as DRX claim the opening series of VCT Pacific over Zeta Division.
We are ready for Game 2. Let's go and watch the walk-ins for Global Esports and T1.
It's a draw T1!
Oh, man, William, how do you do it, dude?
Oh, man, I am on point today.
Munchkin, what is that? 2 quick kills and he just gets the read! What? with a nano ticking. That's just going to do it. Intro will spray down the final 2 players. Is T1 side player. 3v3. He pushes into the back. One tap, one of them. Yay, but Texture will find a third of him. And also gets the fourth.
He's going to make a go of this, but this is absolutely nasty. And it is going to be the ace for Texture.
Come. Wait there. One there. Good one. DJ, maybe arch.
Takes down Ronsky. Could this be it? It absolutely looks like it. Moniette would have to go absolutely crazy. He finds one, but he can't get any more.
Cause we found love, baby, come closer. We don't need to waste no time. We want the same, but used to be lonely. You gave me a different vibe, yeah. Keep the faith, let's take it slowly. You're the reason I'm still going. Take a breath, it feels good, don't it? Trying to see the things you told me. I miss the days we didn't have to say goodbye. Wait before the flashing lights. I miss the haze when you used to text my line. But baby, I'ma be just fine. It's not quite the way we wrote it, but let's just enjoy the moment. And that's just the way the air's blowing. And there's not much to do to stay focused. Then you went away, just when I started to move on. But anyway, no, I didn't know anymore. Did I need to stay? Cause you had me thinking that I should go. Cause how was I ever gonna feel at home? I'm sorry, but baby, I had enough. Cause we found love, baby, come closer. Don't need to waste no time. We want the same, but used to be lonely. Give me a different vibe, yeah. Keep the faith, let's take it slowly. You're the reason I'm still going. Take a breath, it feels good, don't it? Trying to see the things you told me.
Tell me, have you found your love, found your love, found your love, yeah.